Good morning, Honorable Matthias. Good morning, Advocate Arendse.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, everyone present.
Good morning, Advocate Mkhize.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, Honorable Members. And
Honorable Skhosana, good morning.
Lt Gen Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi nesitshaba sakaZimu namalunga wala iParliament eliphezulu.
Jali. Good morning to our witness.
good morning, Honorable Chairperson, and good morning to Honorable Members and everybody present. Thank you.
Good morning to you once again and welcome to our proceedings. Good morning, Dr. Thuli.
Good morning, Chairperson and members. Thank you.
Good morning to you, Mr. Ramano. And good morning to all the staff of Parliament and the staff of the political parties, political caucuses in Parliament. And good morning to the members of the media. Thank you so much. Good morning, Honorable James.
Again, Chair.
Honorable James, good morning to you. You know, there is an expression in a Sotho that says, Mujamurago ke kgosi. See, the one who comes last is the most revered.
You fixed that one, huh? Chair? Yeah, no.
I'm trying to compensate for
Yeah, you can see.
I'm trying to compensate for my defect.
Mornings.
In a row.
Mornings in a row.
Mujamurago ke kgosi.
But okay.
Yeah.
Morning, Chair.
Yeah. And please don't take it to your heart.
No, Chair, I'm strong bones by now.
Yeah. Yes. Can I check, honorable members, if we have apologies? Honorable Nhlanhla.
Thank you so much, Chair. We have an apology, Chair, of Honorable Ntuli, who has fallen sick. So he has indicated also today that his condition has not improved, so he won't be able to make it. We have an apology from Honorable Sangoni, who will be joining us at lunch. She is attending to the work of her portfolio committee, which is communications and digital technologies. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, thank you so much. MKP.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Zongwe is unfortunately doing some organizational work as we speak. I hope he'll join us soon, maybe tomorrow or so. And Honorable Mwango said, because remember that he is the only member, I must send his apology to you, Chair. You know, though I'm not on the GNU, but thank you, Chair. He'll join us in the next half an hour.
We are not at the apology of Honorable Mwango. We are at the apologies from the MKP. Honorable Novalo.
No, I'm saying the GNU is abdicating its responsibility. They should apologize for their members.
Yeah, no, we
Ngola, apologize for Honorable Mwango.
Yeah, but Honorable Ngola, do we have a PNU here? Oh, okay. So the apologies of the GNU will be in the executive.
They reside in union buildings, Chair, not here.
The GNU.
We don't have those things here.
Yeah. Can we move to...
No, but that is virtually incorrect. You can't say that. You're misleading the public. You have a GNU here. A speaker of the ANC, deputy speaker of the DA, chairpersons of the ANC committees and chairpersons of DA committees and IFP and. So there's a GNU here.
That's what you are asking, whether is it a GNU or a PNU?
Oh, parliamentary. National unit.
Honorable Breitenbach.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Cameron is otherwise occupied the whole week. He will join as and when he can, but mostly he'll be absent. Honorable Cameron has to leave this evening. I have to leave in about an hour, but I will be back. Thank you.
Okay. What time do you envisage to leave?
To leave? I think I'm getting picked up at 12 o'clock. I'll just check.
Okay. The EFF, any apologies?
No, Chair. We're here for the long haul.
Okay. Honorable members, Honorable Mwango personally approached me to inform me that he's finishing a meeting of the committee, the portfolio committee, to which he's the chairperson. And once he's done, he's coming to join us. Honorable Vessels.
Thank you, Chairperson. If I can just be excused at about 12:30 for just half an hour, just for a MANCO meeting of my committee.
Your committee. Okay. Honorable James.
No apologies, thanks, Chair.
Thank you so much. I want to thank you for those apologies. They will go on record. I have been alerted that there is a delay in the reproduction of the documents, physical copies of the statements, but members have electronic versions which would have been sent to them. So I'm going to plead with you that we proceed, and then the copies will find us on the way. Can I check Advocate Arendse, if there are any remarks that you want to make?
Thank you, Jay. Just again, apologies for the delay with the printing of the final document. My colleague, Advocate Mkhize, has been consulting with General Vuma. The last consultation happened pretty late, which resulted in some changes to affidavit, hence the late printing. But if we may proceed on the basis that the final electronic version is available to all the honourable members, then I would request that we do so. Otherwise, just an apology for Advocate Mkhwanazi, who was otherwise engaged with some committee business. Thank you, Chair. And General Vuma is here.
That is the witness that we expected.
Yes, Honourable Chair.
Okay, so just to place this on record, Honourable Malema, that Baloyi Mathebula, Mukanzi, and Vuma raised themselves as Kalanga. So if I say Kalanga, please differentiate it from Halaka. But it means one and the same thing. Yeah. It refers to that geographical space in the Zimbabwean highlands today.
Bang Wametwa,
Yeah.
Kiwa Kalanga.
Evaluate, yeah. Kalanga, Vuma, Kalanga. Welcome, General. We are at the stage of our proceedings where we must administer oath. Honorable Matthys.
Chair, sorry, just before we start, are you able to let us know how far we are with opening with Parliament opening the contempt of Parliament against Paul O'Sullivan?
Yeah, let's wait for Mr. Tejana. When he arrives, he can give that.
Thank you.
Can we go ahead, honorable members? Thank you so much. We are going to do the administration of oath, General Vuma. Let me say to you that you have been invited before this ad hoc committee, which investigate the allegations that have been made by the KwaZulu-Natal Police Provincial Commissioner, Gen Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi, with the hope that the information that you give here will help the committee in its oversight and investigative work. The allegations include, amongst others, one, the alleged unlawful disbandment of the Political Killings Task Team, otherwise known as the PKTT, or the NPKTT. Number two, alleged moratorium on the filling of vacancies within the South African Police Services, the SAPS. And number three, alleged corrupt relationship between senior leadership within the SAPS and members of the public. And lastly, alleged political interference in the work of the SAPS. In extending invitation, the chairperson of the ad hoc committee had indicated to you that you may provide such information to the committee if you so wish under oath in terms of the powers, privileges and immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act of 2004. General Vuma, please be informed that by law you are required to answer fully and satisfactorily all the questions lawfully put to you, or to produce any document that you are required to do so in connection with the subject matter of the inquiry, notwithstanding the fact that the answer or the document could incriminate you or expose you to criminal or civil damages or civil proceedings or even damage. General Vuma, you are, however, protected in that evidence given under oath or affirmation before a House or a Committee of Parliament may not be used against you in any court or place outside Parliament, except in criminal proceedings concerning a charge of perjury or a charge relating to the evidence or documents required in this process. Please be aware that in terms of Section 17, subsection 2 of the Powers, Privileges and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act, a person who willfully furnishes a House or a Committee of Parliament with information or makes a statement before it which is false or misleading commits an offence and is liable to a fine or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 2 years. You are required to take an oath or affirm that the evidence you are about to give is truthful. Which one do you elect, oath or affirmation?
Oath.
Thank you so much. You have elected to take oath. May you please follow me as I dictate. May you please say I and state your names in full.
I, Francinah Vuma,
Swear that the evidence I shall give
swear that the evidence that I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
And so help me God.
And so help me God.
Thank you so much. You are under oath. I'm going to hand over back to you and the evidence leaders to proceed with the presentation of evidence. And I want to take this opportunity and wish you all the best. Thank you so much. Can I check, Advocate Aremse, how much time do we need to conclude the presentation of evidence?
Until lunchtime, 1 o'clock, Honorable Chair.
Will we be done by 1?
I believe so.
I'm going to plead with my honorable members to make the list of interjection so that by that time we should be done. And they have enough time. We have one witness today. If we use our time frugally, each one of us can have adequate time with the general. Yes, thank you so much. Advocate Aremse and General Vuma, it is in your hands.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. My colleague, Advocate Mkhize, will lead the witness. Thank you.
Good morning, Lieutenant General.
Good morning, advocates.
General, we are paragraph 1 of your statement. Could you please tell the committee what your role, what your employment history is within the SAPS, including when you joined?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I'm an Irish female who was employed by the South African Police Service from the 28th of July, 1987. I've worked through the ranks in the SAPS over the years, and up until in 2017, December, I was appointed as the Deputy National Commissioner in the South African Police Service, and I held the rank of a Lieutenant General since then. Safe to say that in order to not to dwell too much, I was suspended by the current National Commissioner on the 8th of July 2022. The suspension, which was never uplifted for a period of 3.5 years up until I retired by the 1st of February 2026. Following my suspension in July 2022 by General Masemula on the 13th of July, to General Masemula together with the head of counterintelligence, Brigadier Moyane. They raided my office and they took all the documents that were in my disposal in my office. I think that's my background.
Okay. Thank you, Lieutenant General. You say that you were employed at the SAPS until you retired on the 1st of February. But on the date of your retirement, you had been on suspension. Were any disciplinary proceedings instituted against you? And before you answer that, what were you suspended for?
Okay. I was suspended by General Masemula on a matter of IPIT, where in 2017, December, I was called by the National Commissioner, by then it was National Commissioner General Ketla Sithole, to a meeting in Courtyard Hotel. And I must also say that earlier on that day, I attended a meeting at GCIS where the National Commissioner was supposed to attend, but he called me that he's got another meeting to attend at Courtyard Hotel in regard to intelligent matters. So he attended that meeting. On my return to the office, the National Commissioner called me and inquired whether I was back. And I responded, yes, I was back. He said to me he was trying to get hold of General Tsumane, who at the time was the Deputy National Commissioner.
Perhaps, General, I don't mean to interject. We will get into the details.
Okay.
We'll get more into detail regarding your suspension. Just the question relates to what was the charge? What were you suspended? What was the reason you were given for your suspension on the charge sheet? What were you charged with?
Okay, thank you very much. The charge was based on the Judge Davis court judgment where it was said, myself, General Sithole and General Tsumane, we have breached the IPAD Act by not providing IPAD with information in regard to the investigation they were conducting.
Thank you, General. Were you then disciplined?
The National Commissioner appointed Lieutenant General to take me to an expeditious process. Okay, I was never, the case was never.
Okay, thank you, General. We'll again get into more detail later. We are now at paragraph 5 of your statement.
Okay.
Can you outline the progression through the DNC roles starting from 2017?
When I was appointed during December 2017 as a Deputy National Commissioner, I was appointed in a position of being the Deputy National Commissioner for Management Advisory Services. That position was the office that was directly in the office of the National Commissioner, which was responsible for strategic management, corporate communication, audit management, risk management, statistics, research, amongst others. Those were the components that were directly responsible, together with the CFO function and inspectorate. Then I was later moved from that position to a same Deputy National Commissioner, however, responsible for asset and legal management. In that position, I was responsible for the function of the CFO, which was still called Division Financial and Administration Services. I was also responsible for supply chain management. I was responsible for technology and management services, as well as legal services. By the December 2020, there was a new structure that was approved in the SAPS. The purpose of that structure was the National Treasurer was cutting the compensation budget as a result that it was said SAPS was top heavy. In other words, we had too many Deputy National Commissioners and other Lieutenant Generals in the senior management level. So it was becoming difficult for National Treasury to fund South African Police Service at a lower level because the structure was top heavy. So part of the compensation budget was eaten by senior managers. So a structure was designed and which streamlined the Deputy National Commissioners. At the time, there were 6, they were cut into 3. So most of the functions were condensed into these new 3 Deputy National Commissioners. So National Commissioner appointed me in the position of support services, which took almost all corporate services divisions, as well as the same functions I was responsible for in the management advisory services, the same functions I was responsible for in the DNC for asset and legal management, as well as human resource management, which before that structure of 2020, those functions had a DNC directly responsible.
Thank you, Lieutenant General. You have now covered both paragraph 5 and 6 of your statement. At those paragraphs, you attach your curriculum vitae as annexure F NV1, and those can be found in the paginated bundle from page 2 up until 19. That is where your CV is contained. So at paragraph 7, now that you have detailed some of your responsibilities within the 3 different departments that you oversaw from the period 2017 up until 2022, from paragraph 7 of your statement, you deal with the reasons you deal with the issues relating to the instructions by General Sithole. Who is General Sithole?
General Sithole was the National Commissioner of the South African Police Service, who was appointed, I think it was November 2017 up until end of March 2022.
Okay. At paragraph 7, you specifically say that, did you take any investigations before your suspension? Did you take any investigations within SAPS? And if so, on whose request? What was the nature of those investigations?
Thank you. I was tasked by the former National Commissioner, General Ketla Sithole, to conduct a number of investigations against mostly senior officials who were suspected of wrongdoing. And part of those investigations emanated from audits that were conducted in different business units. And as those audits get conducted, there will be irregularities that have been identified by the audit team. And the National Commissioner also delegated me to work directly, even though in terms of the audit charter and the other legislative framework, internal audit is supposed to be reporting directly to the Office of the National Commissioner. But in this instance, in the SAPS, as I said, that those responsibilities were delegated to my office as the DNC responsible for support services and corporate services.
Okay.
So there will be those investigations that we have, I have issued mandate for them to be conducted under forensic investigation audit. And then there will be those that we receive recommendations either from IPET and other related investigative units, which required a further disciplinary process to be taken further.
Okay. At paragraph 8, you mentioned that the matters that you wish to bring to the attention of this committee relate to investigations you were part of and the various protected disclosures. Can you explain what you mean by protected disclosures? We are now at paragraph 8.2 of your statement.
Thank you very much. The protected disclosure is a process where you submit, you highlight certain challenges or certain, when you conduct a certain work and you feel that you are being harassed or victimized as a result of the work that you have done, or you suspect and you foresee that there might be such an attack, you submit a protected disclosure in order to avoid being occupationally, to avoid occupational detriment as a result of the work that you have done.
Okay. Yeah. Who, in this instance, in your particular case, who was victimizing you? Why did you have to make these protected disclosures?
I had to make a protected disclosure at a time during 2022 July, because there are a number of things that are observed were happening to me. For example, when the new National Commissioner was appointed, General Francinah Vuma, from the 1st of April 2022, I had to brief him in regard to the work that I've been doing. Amongst others, I briefed him on the number of cases that I was handling and a number of cases that I have investigated, and also briefing him on the stages where those investigations were at. So there was, I compiled a certain report, which it will be found as part of the annexures, where I highlighted the high-profile issues that I deemed it necessary for the National Commission to be aware of. Amongst others, it was about litigation, civil claims. There were also some of the high-profile cases of the lieutenant generals that were pending in the SSBC. For example, there was a case of Lieutenant General Shezi. There was a case of 2 cases of Lieutenant General Jacobs. There was also a case of General Patlane, although General Patlane's case was not in SSBC, but it was in the Labour Court, pending in the Labour Court. So as and when I explained to the National Commission about those cases, he responded to me that, oh, are you still busy with those cases? Why are you not dropping these things and leave them, not continuing with him? I explained, of course, the importance of them and why they needed to be finalized, to be taken further until to their finality.
Thank you, General. We will get into the specifics of the cases. It was just the question had more to do with the specific individuals that you say you had to make this protected disclosures for.
Okay.
And we were at the time specifically at paragraph 8, and then we will take it. Yeah.
I made that protected disclosure and I addressed it to the President of the Republic of South Africa. I addressed it to the Portfolio Committee Chairperson. At the time, it was the late Tina. I addressed the other one to the NPA, the other one to the ID, IDEC, which is now IDEC. It used to be ID, under Johnson. The other one, I addressed it to IPIT, and the other one to the State Security, the then Memajola.
Thank you, General. We are now at paragraph 10 of your statement. So the questions will be related to that section. You say at paragraph 10 that you believe that you possess knowledge and information that can assist this committee in its mandate. The question is, specifically, in what ways do you believe your testimony can assist the committee in determining whether there has been systemic governance failures, oversight lapses, and wrongdoing? We are at paragraph 10.1.
Thank you. I believe that I have information that will be able to assist the committee as it is investigating the allegations that were pronounced on the media briefing on the 6th of July by Lt Gen Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi, the Provincial Commissioner of KZN. And interestingly, looking at the General Mkhwanazi's date of the 6th July 2025, I equally on the 6th of July 2022 also wrote this protected disclosure. Now it's 3 years down the line when I wrote a protected.
General, what must we make of that, the coincidence in the dates? Should we make anything of the dates that you highlight?
I believe that when General Mkhwanazi maybe had that media briefing, he knew about my protected disclosure that I did 3 years ago. He might have been aware that since after I made that protected disclosure, I received a negative treatment from my organization, which is the same organization that General Mkhwanazi is working on, where I was victimized by a number of cases being leveled against me, but not being taken for final conclusion. Where they are taken for final conclusion and I get the ruling in my favor, I was never given an opportunity to go back to work. So that is the significance I'm trying to highlight, that there is some similarities in regard to our date. It's 3 years down the line when I made my protected disclosure and General Mkhwanazi 3 years conducted that media briefing statement, which highlights some of the irregularities that he might have observed.
So is the date coincidental or when you say there are similarities, is there anything that must be made of that, or you've just observed similarities?
I just observed the 6th of July.
Okay. So now, General, we are at paragraph 11 of your statement. At these paragraphs, you now deal with the protected disclosures that you had mentioned earlier. If we can then deal with the first protected disclosure, can you describe the circumstances surrounding your first protected disclosure? Specifically, when did you receive a briefing from supply chain management regarding the Telkom Towers building?
When I was appointed as the DNC in the position of being a DNC for Asset and Legal Management, I had a discussion with the Division Supply Chain Management where I wanted them to give me all the briefings. So some part of the briefings related to the Telkom Towers that was purchased by the South African Police Service, obviously through Public Works. Now, in December 2017, when the National Commissioner was still new in the position, he equally wanted to know what has happened to the building of Telkom Towers since it was purchased in 2015. And according to those plans, by the 2016 SAPS should have already started to occupy the building, because part of the challenges that we experienced was over and above the building that has been purchased, there are other leases that are going alongside where head office divisions are hosted, which is a duplication in terms of the financial constraint, because there is this building that has been purchased, which is not yet occupied. At the same time, SAPS continue to lease these buildings, while the main objective of purchasing that Telkom Towers was to alleviate the lease portfolio. Now, as they were briefing me, I realized that in their briefing, there is over and above the money that was paid for purchasing of Telkom Towers, there were other monies that were being requested by the Department of Public Works. There was also some of the money that was spent by SAPS in the installation of the infrastructure on the IT cables, etc., in order to make the building ready for occupation, so that when SAPS occupies the building, at least there are not going to be some delays waiting for the IT equipment to be installed.
What was the value of this contract? We are still at paragraph 11.
Okay, the purchase price was 695 million. And according to the documents available, there was 41 million where Telkom Towers bought back one of the buildings because they regarded it as their national key point. Now, over and above that money, there was a sort of an agreement with Public Works that Public Works will undertook to do certain minor repairs, such as repairing the lifts and the air conditioning systems and all those things, utilizing their budget. But as and when time progressed, they kept on requesting more money from SAPS in order to do those minor renovations. For example, during December, the National Commission called the DG and part of their officials who were responsible for this particular matter, where they agreed that firstly they will make one tower ready. I think it's 9 towers in that area. So they will make one building ready for National Commissioner to occupy. They wanted 10 million in order to make that particular building ready for National Commissioner to start occupying from the 1st of April. That was the meeting in December. Now I was involved interacting with that. Come April, the building was not ready.
You may proceed.
Okay. Come April, the building was not ready. Now, National Commissioner, and they never communicated to the National Commissioner that the building was not ready. So by May, we occupied the building, National Commissioner and DNCs and many others. But when we checked, we discovered that they only utilized 10 million I think it was for 2 floors that were bathrooms and only 3 floors where we occupied. And they are very, very small, those floors. It wasn't a lot of people that were there. So we occupied in May. What we were occupying those, that building, Public Works issued us with a certificate that that place is not occupational ready. We cannot be sitting in that particular building. Now they wanted also another. There was a certain stage they wanted a 95 million rand, which 95 was before tax. It ended up becoming 105 or 108, something like that. Thereafter, they wanted 460 million for them to make the buildings ready for us to be able to occupy, not even all the towers. Now, based on that, I requested a supply chain to compile a full presentation, a full report, full-scale report, so that we provide this information to the minister, so that minister understands the circumstances that and the challenges that we're experiencing with Public Works in regard to this.
Where can we find that report? Okay, we are at paragraph 12, General. We're taking it one paragraph at a time.
Okay.
Yes, and at paragraph 12, you annex FNV2. What is that is contained in FNV2? It starts at paragraph 20 of the paginated bundle.
The FNV2 is the information note that I requested supply chain to compile with all the details, and right from the initial presentation by or offer by the Department of Public Works for a proposal to purchase this particular building to be occupied by the South African Police Service, and how much has been spent so far. All these monies that I'm talking about, they are entailed in that particular information.
General, is that the document that you are talking about is annexed, and it starts at page 20. At page 28 of the document, there's provision for 2 signatories. One for supply chain, Lt General Mkhwanazi, and the other designated for yourself, FN Vuma. That information note is unsigned. What should we make of that? Do you have any comments regarding the information note?
Okay. This is the exact report that I'm referring to, which made me to really get worried on all these requests that Public Works was requesting additional fund, these monies, while they undertook in other documents to say that they will be able to make the building ready utilizing their own budget. So these monies went up to
the question
1.6 billion. So I'm coming to your question,
yes,
Honorable Chair. The first signature was the compiler of the document, which was the Divisional Commissioner for Supply Chain Management, Lt Gen Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi. And the second one was where I recommended, I wrote my recommendations in that particular space for comments, where I recommended that the matter, having realized all what is happening, I recommended that the matter must be referred to the TPCI, to the Hawks, for further investigation, so that maybe there is clarity in regard to why the Public Works is not committing or doing what they committed to do. They keep on requesting more money. And at the same time, even after they utilized 10 million to repair that building, they still said the building is not ready for us to utilize.
Yes. Lieutenant General, the question had to do specifically with page 29.
Okay.
And before we can get to the contents of the document, we need to ascertain whether it's a document that was finalized. It has provision for your signature, and you have annexed it to as support to your paragraph. And the question is, should we make anything of the fact that this document is unsigned?
You should, because it is an official document, even though it is not signed. The signed documents are supposed to be in the archives of the South African Police Service. I requested this document from supply chain, and I thought they will give me the document that was signed, because all signatures that appears there were there, even up to the minister. There was a comment by the minister, there was a comment by the National Commission. Unfortunately, when I requested, they gave me the unsigned document. I don't know why.
Okay. So at paragraph 13 of your statement, we are still on your statement. Following this information note, what did Minister Cele request? What did Minister Cele do according to your statement?
Okay. According to my statement, as I said in the info note, I recommended that the matter be referred to the Hawks, as well as the National Commission supported my recommendations. Now, the minister, before he even dealt with the document, he organized a meeting where he called the DG from Public Works together with his DDGs and all other relevant officials who were responsible for this particular matter. He also called, at a time when the purchase happened, the DNC for Asset and Legal Management was Lt General Skete. He was also invited to the meeting. He also invited the Divisional Commission Supply Chain and the entire team that was responsible for facility management. He also invited Lt General Mkhwanazi, because the reason why General Mkhwanazi was the acting PC at the time of that particular meeting in KZN. He was not yet appointed as a full PC. So he invited him because during the time when Lt General Mkhwanazi was the acting national commissioner, he was suspended for a year. When he came back, he was placed under the where division supply chain was divided into two. So he was placed under facility management. So he was part of the team that was engaging with public works during that time of the purchase.
All right, Lieutenant General, at page 30 of the paginated bundle, as a supporting document, you attach a letter addressed to Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, and it's from Public Works, and it deals with the proposed acquisition of Telkom Towers. Is that what you are referring to?
Yes.
Explaining. And that was in his capacity as Divisional Commissioner, Facilities Management.
Yes.
Now, moving on to paragraph 15. What did you subsequently do to protect yourself from personal and occupational detriment?
I must say that the recommendations that were on my information note was read in that speaker meeting by the Minister, Peggy Cele, and he obviously wanted to ascertain and find out what has happened. So Public Works explained themselves and SAPS officials explained. And as SAPS officials from facility management explained, the minister got seriously concerned that so much money, over R1 billion, has been spent on a building that we are unable to occupy, and we continue to sit in different buildings and spending a lot of money in terms of leases. He then said, no, General Vuma is right, this matter must be referred to the Hawks for further investigation. So immediately after that meeting, I started to receive some threatening telephone calls asking me, or some people saying to me, I must stop that nonsense. Why did I say that matter must be referred to the Hawks? Some of the people will send me the very same information note in my comment. So realizing the risk and the exposure that I was now experiencing as a result of me recommending that particular matter to be referred to the Hawks, I decided to submit a protected disclosure to the National Commissioner at the time, who was General Sitole.
Before you did this, you mentioned that Minister Cele distanced himself from the process. Can you elaborate on what you mean by that?
Yeah, the minister concurred when the meeting was dismissed, but something strange happened when the file was received back. The minister, instead of concurring as he concurred in the meeting, he wrote a comment that the National Commission must see to finish how he handles that matter. So that was a very strange comment that was made by the minister.
Lieutenant General, where would he have concurred? Are you talking about the information note that you circulated?
Yes.
That information note that you provided the committee with is unsigned. So how would we verify that the minister did not concur? Or just to corroborate what you are saying, how does, because we are dealing with a document that would have been a copy, but there's no activity on that copy.
I believe this Parliament, because they are investigating these matters, which are very serious matters, have got the powers. They can be able to request those documents from supply chain. And I will understand why officials from supply chain did not give me the document that is signed, because I was on suspension. I requested this document when I was still on suspension. They were afraid that they will be fingered, because some of the people who were communicating with me were targeted. Some ended up resigning because they were regarded as being close to me.
Thank you, Lieutenant General. We actually moving at a very slow pace at the moment, and I'm worried that we might not cover your evidence. So if we can just stick to the paragraphs and then we'll lead it that way. We are now at the second protected disclosure at paragraph 16 of your statement. You state that on the 5th of March 2022, Minister Cele sent the leadership of SAPU. Can you describe the event involving the minister and SAPU at paragraph 16?
Okay.
And you, in your answer, you can also deal with the specific exchange between you and the minister.
Okay. On the 5th of March, in the afternoon, I was at home. I was called by the leadership of SAPU, who wanted to know where I am. And I told them I was at home. They said they are coming to fetch me. They are coming from the official resident of the minister, who has instructed that they must come and fetch me. So I went with them. On arrival in the residential house of the minister, they sat outside. I sat in the house with the minister, where the minister was highlighting, amongst others, complaining that because the National Commissioner appointed me at certain stage to investigate the circumstances of Lieutenant Colonel Kine, the circumstances under which he was killed, because his protection was withdrawn, as well as the investigation that I conducted with regards to the crime intelligence having utilized the Secret Service fund to purchase PPEs, where in those two investigations that I conducted, I recommended that Lieutenant General Jacobs must be disciplined. So General Cele was not happy with that, and he was saying, why did I finger that, or I recommend that Lieutenant General Jacobs must be disciplined? And I tried to explain to the minister that it was not me, it was the facts and the statement and the information that was presented to me that led to me making those recommendations. One other issue that we discussed, there's a lot of things that we discussed, but I'll just mention a few, is the fact that he said before General Mkhwanazi was appointed as the DNC, he had a very a better relationship with the National Commissioner. They used to meet on a bi-weekly basis and discuss issues. Since General Mkhwanazi came to head office, those meetings are no more happening, and General Mkhwanazi is even boasting in some instances, saying, "Yeah, it is clear manje ukuthi ubani ophethela." He also complained where he says that the National Commissioner was requested by him that he must take his Chief of Staff, who was a Major General at a salary level 14, and take it to salary level 15, where the National Commissioner refused. And while National Commissioner was submitting other recommendations for him to approve. And I explained to him that the issue of the Chief of Staff, I knew about it because the Chief of Staff was appointed in terms of the Public Service Act. So all Public Service Act officials, if there's any request for any situations such as this one, it needed to go to the Department of DPSA.
Okay.
So I explained that the matter was referred to DPSA. Okay.
Thank you, General, Lieutenant General. It was just to list those various things that you discussed. Was it usual? Did you have an appointment with the minister on this day?
I didn't have an appointment.
And when he then sent Sapu to fetch you, had this happened previously, or was this the?
It was for the first time, and being worried and concerned that this is happening in this fashion. The minister used to call me to his residence, but he will either call through the Chief of Staff or the National Commission, where he might have wanted me to come and discuss submissions from the Office of the National Commission. But this one got me worried to such an extent that I decided to record that conversation.
Okay. And you then say that on or about May 2022, you experienced, you were being targeted and prejudiced by General Masemola. What was that in relation to? Can you explain the nature of the prejudice that you talk about at paragraph 17?
This is with regards to what I, amongst others, alluded earlier on, that report that I submitted to the National Commissioner, where I highlighted some of the outstanding disciplinary matters for senior officers, where the National Commissioner was saying, I must just leave these things, don't continue with them.
Okay. At paragraph 18, you have already given your testimony regarding who you addressed the second disclosure to, and those are set out at paragraph 18. However, you annex FNV 3, and that starts at page 101 of the annexures. At paragraph 19, you then say, so before sending the second particular disclosure, had you submitted similar disclosures to other law enforcement agencies besides the ones that you listed at paragraph 18?
Yes, I have submitted other protected disclosure over and above this one that I submitted on the 6th of July in 2022.
Which law enforcement agencies?
I submitted one to NPA and also to the State Security.
And what is the status of those matters?
I never received any feedback, honestly.
Yeah. At paragraph 20 of your statement, you say that you brought it to the attention, your life was under threat, and you brought it to the attention of the security state agency to whom you disclosed to that your life was in danger. And you attach annexure FNV 4.
Somewhere during 2021, I think is, there were incidences that were happening around my house. My children will call me that there are cars standing around, and I was receiving some of the threats from telephone calls that I didn't know. So as a result of that, I was even at a certain stage called by Matebula, who said that there was a meeting that was organized by Minister Cele, where they wanted to implicate me on the PPE that I have committed some irregularities. And when they realized that that particular matter was not going to succeed, he told me that they have decided to appoint a hitman to kill me. And I asked him, but he said, please, General, take this thing very serious. These matters are very serious. So I reported the matter to the National Commissioner, and the National Commissioner requested me to put a statement, the statement which I put, and I was called to some place where I had an engagement with people from State Security who also confirmed the information that it is true. National Commissioner needed to make sure that he put certain measures to make sure that at least I'm not exposed to that threat that existed at the time.
Lieutenant General, the protected disclosure that you made, the second one, which is dated 2022, July the 6th, and you addressed it to the persons listed at paragraph 18. Did you receive any response from any of those persons listed at paragraph 18?
I never received any response from any of those that I mentioned today, except to say that somewhere, I think it was in late 2022, I think, the chairperson of portfolio committee did engage me, and she told me that she was planning to have a meeting to discuss that protected disclosure as a portfolio committee. She wanted to know whether I wanted to be there in person or she will do a virtual meeting. Then I said a virtual meeting will be fine. Unfortunately, she passed on before she organized that particular meeting.
You deal with this later in your affidavit, but now that we are at the relevant annexure, perhaps we can deal with the specific disclosures that you had made. These start at paragraph 105 of your protected disclosure. So if you can just deal with the topics high level.
Okay. The first one is investigation into the 2010 procurement of accommodation, followed by the coercion to procure PPEs from certain suppliers. The investigations that was tasked by the National Commissioner to conduct, the threat to my life, which I've already alluded to, the GREPA investigation, the IDT matter, the RT15 contract, the illegal instructions which I received from the CFO. And I equally at the next page list a number of the forensic audit investigations I was engaged on, which in my statement I highlight their final outcome as well as who they were implicating.
Okay. We're now at the section that you have, the topic of the section is political interference and undue coercion to procure PPEs from certain suppliers.
Paragraph
23.
Okay.
At paragraph 23, you say that during the state of the national disaster in March 2020, SAPS were expected to procure PPE. So from paragraph 23 onward, you deal with that. What role did the National Treasury play in identifying suppliers?
Okay, during the time when the state president declared the state of the nation disaster, the regulations were promulgated where the South African Police Service was expected to implement those regulations. Now, the National Treasurer had the transversal contracts of companies that were providing or were dealing with PPEs. Unfortunately, due to the demand at the time, most of those companies did not have stock available. Now, National Treasury also published a media briefing, where in that media briefing, they invited the companies and communities who can be able to supply PPEs to government to come forward so that they will be able to assist with the availability of the PPEs. And in their published, they also issued they attached the Treasury Instruction Note 8 of 2019-20, which was specifically designed for and issued for the procurement of PPEs on emergency delegations.
Lieutenant General, that note that you talk about, the Treasury Instruction, you have annexed it as if NV5,
Yes.
and it starts at page 122 of the paginated bundle. You may proceed.
Okay. So it was towards the end of the financial year because the state of the nation disaster was promulgated on the 15th of March. Now, most of in SAPS, let me talk about SAPS, we didn't have budget, for example, for those PPEs. However, I instructed that the CFO, together with General Nelson, goes and engage the National Treasury to assist us where must we get the money for the purchase of those PPEs. So the National Treasurer directed that we must look at the cost centers that are not going to utilize their budget by the end of the financial year. So we secured 140 million to purchase the PPEs. But unfortunately, the market was not, there was no stock in the market. Now, while I was, remember, there was an acting divisional commissioner at the time who was generally responsible for supply chain management. So while I was in another meeting with General Ngwenya, we were in the board of Polmet, representing the National Commissioner. And unfortunately for me, I was the chairperson of that board. While I was conducting that meeting, Lieutenant General Ngwenya kept on pushing papers and giving them to me, saying, these are the companies that come from Minister Cele, and the Minister Cele wants you to make sure that the orders are issued to these companies because these companies had stock.
Did you action out what you were instructed, that you must deal with just only those that were issued by Minister Cele?
I didn't. Because I realized that she was obstructing me in chairing the meeting. I asked her that she must talk to General Reid directly and submit whatever she wanted to submit to General Reid, which she did. Later on, I checked after the meeting with Reid. Reid did inform me. I even have one page here with me, which I couldn't, which was missed by mistake when I was scanning the annexures, where she sent a message to Reid that here are the companies, these companies manufacture the PPEs. Please make sure that you buy from them. She even told General Reid that those companies came from the minister. Now, General Reid, because he was frustrated since the PPEs were not available in the market, he went up to an extent of going to the China embassy to seek assistance. How can we obtain the PPEs? He told me that he did send his people to go and check the stock availability. The reason why now he was using that method of doing a due diligence before he even considered the companies is because out of this 140 million that I've just mentioned that we first used in issuing orders to the companies that were on the transversal contract, there was no delivery that was taking place, and we needed PPEs. Now there was no more money available because those orders committed that money.
What did Lieutenant General Reed do?
He sent his people to go do diligence to those companies, and they did not find any stock.
We are now at paragraph 26 of your statement.
Okay.
At paragraph 26, you state that Minister Cele berated you for not wanting to buy from the companies. How did this come about? You testified that the instruction was given to Lieutenant General Reed from Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi. How did you then end up getting involved and being berated by the minister?
Okay. The initial instruction that was given to us and General Reed was that we must centralize all the procurement of PPEs. Now, when National Treasurer gave those companies, General Reed and I realized that the provinces needed PPEs, and there were a lot of complaints, I must say, where members, when they were searching people out there, some people were refusing them to be searched by the police because they were not wearing PPEs. Now, we decided to decentralize, and we were busy emailing the letter to decentralization to all business units. General Mkhwanazi came and took us. We were in a meeting of National Steering Committee for COVID-19, which I co-chaired with General Mkhwanazi. He dragged us and said, the minister wants you. He took us to the office of the minister. And when we arrived at the office of the minister, we find General Masemula, General Libya, and General Mkhwanazi was there, and the chief of staff. It was myself and General Reed. The minister was very angry with us, shouting at us and saying, we don't want to buy PPE. We're saying there are no PPEs, but Mkhwanazi is giving us companies. We are not issuing orders. We explained what Reed has done, and I told the minister that we will not be coerced to purchase PPEs just because we wanted PPEs. There are processes that needed to be adhered. We received companies from national treasurers, and those companies we checked, they were not part of those transversal contracts. This is why, amongst others, we couldn't. But if they had PPEs, General Reed was going to follow another process of acquiring those PPEs from those companies. Then there was supposed to be a meeting thereafter. I'm sorry if I can elaborate.
Yes, you may, but we don't actually have enough time, General, and I worry that you elaborate.
Lots of information.
Yes.
So there was supposed to be a meeting thereafter, which I think is critical with the National Commissioner, because the National Commissioner was not called in that meeting. So I called the National Commissioner and I told him that he must quickly come. We are not going, myself and General Reed are not going to attend to that meeting anymore. He must come and attend on himself because he was supposed to be in that meeting. And I explained to him what happened and that we were shouted by the minister as if we did not want to get PPE, and the fact that we decided to decentralize. So we went back to the office to centralize again, to issue another directive.
Thank you, Lieutenant General. At the next section, which starts at paragraph 28, the section is investigations are conducted as tasked by General Sithole. So you state that at paragraph 28 specifically, that during 2019, you were appointed to investigate allegations against Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi. What was the nature of those allegations and the outcome?
The nature of that investigation was that General Mkhwanazi is responsible for human resource, which included HRM and HRD, human resource development. She was responsible for all colleges in the country. So she took a child to a college who obtained license utilizing resources of the police. And there was a complaint regarding that. So I investigated that, and General Mkhwanazi was suspended as a result of my investigation. However, even though finally she was never found guilty by the chairperson due to the fact that they said there is no rule in the police or any other policies that says public officials cannot utilize resources, but that was an unethical conduct that was done by General Mkhwanazi, because you cannot bring your child in the environment where you are working and make them benefit while others in the country are not benefiting. However, she was later dismissed.
Is the problem, sorry, General, you've just said that you cannot make your child benefit while other children in the country are not benefiting. If the other children in the country were benefiting, would her conduct be okay or permissible rather?
I'm saying even if there was no policy, but the fact that I am responsible for colleges and I am bringing my children to benefit, it can be correct. The point I'm trying to say is that I did not agree with the decision taken by the chairperson in that hearing.
Okay, but that investigation ultimately led to the report that you attach at FNV 6, and that starts at page 128 of the bundle. We then move on to the next question. At paragraph 29, you state that General Mkhwanazi subsequently was dismissed for matters relating to blue lights. Would you like to comment on that? What does that have to do with the investigation that you did, which had its own report and was finalized?
Here, I'm just mentioning that She was a DNC responsible for human resource management, but she was later dismissed on a matter that was not even under her responsibility, but she was involved in that particular matter, which was a blue light matter that was under the DNC Asset and Legal Management. In other words, while she was HRM, she was encroaching in my space and doing certain works behind my back.
Nice. General, at paragraph 30, you deal with the various, you detail the investigation that you conducted regarding Lieutenant General Jacobs. And can you comment on the outcome of what was the investigation? What were you investigating, and what was the outcome of the investigation? And how did Minister Cele become part of this investigation?
During March 2020, Lieutenant General Jacobs purchased the tools of trade or of crime intelligence, which they utilize in their execution of their duties at the value of 120 million, which was coupled with the vehicles where those two tools were going to be installed. Now, I think it was in 2022, at the early, I instituted, because they were not utilized due to the fact that they did not obtain the exemption certificate that was supposed to be obtained. In fact, they should have, after they applied and everything was approved, they should have applied for the exemption certificate before purchasing, but they purchased before.
What were the tools of trade?
It was the interception equipment that they utilize in the crime intelligence environment, the grabber, so referred to as the.
And what were they supposed to have done?
They should have first obtained, after authorization to purchase, they should have stopped there and apply for the exemption certificate, but they purchased and requested exemption certificate later. So the equipment was.
General, that section is labeled investigations that you conducted against General Jacobs. When you say they, who are you referring to?
To General Jacobs. I'm referring to General Jacobs.
So he?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, when I discovered that those equipment are not being utilized, I was even taken on a tour by the crime intelligence officials when at a situation when I was acting on behalf of General Mkhwanazi. They were gathering dust. So I instituted a fruitless and wasteful expenditure because it was almost 2 years when they bought the equipment and it was not being utilized. Even National Treasurer wrote us a letter in that regard.
Were there any steps taken against Lieutenant General Jacobs for that waste of expenditure?
I was still conducting that investigation when I was suspended.
At paragraph 31, you say in October 2020, you were tasked to investigate the circumstances surrounding the killing of Colonel Charles Kine. What was the outcome of your investigation?
The outcome of that investigation led to Lieutenant General Jacobs and others, not him alone, to be disciplined. Together with the one on paragraph 32, I'm trying to now to push in order to. It led to those two cases. Led to General Jacobs to go through a disciplinary process, which he took it to the Council SBC. And at the same matter, which I referred earlier on that meeting of the 5th of March, is when General Cele was not happy with me, saying, why did I recommend that General Jacobs must be disciplined, etc., etc. However, interestingly, those two cases, as we speak, I think it is last year, General Masemola has withdrawn them.
Okay. Before they were withdrawn, you attach a document at page 155 of the bundle in support of your paragraph, and that is a report. Would you like to speak to that? Yes.
155 deals. It is the investigation that was tasked by General Stoll emanated from the report he received from IGI, which my reports in this regard where I couldn't. Yeah.
You may proceed. And then just move on from that paragraph. What you say in paragraph from the document, what you say in paragraph 33 is that you were summoned by Minister Cele regarding this investigation into General Jacobs.
Yes.
What did he summon you for? And
he was querying that why did I recommend that General Jacobs must be subjected to a disciplinary process? And I explained that it was not my own doing. It was based on the evidence that I gathered, as well as the statements that were provided, and on also what was expected of him, Jacobs, in the matter. So he did not do certain things, or he omitted to do certain things. Hence, my recommendations fingered him in that particular report. And it was not only him and others.
When he summoned you, specifically in respect of Lieutenant General Jacobs, is it common for a minister to get involved in matters, in operational matters?
It is not common, especially in regard to disciplinary matters. And a few weeks thereafter, after that encounter with the minister, I was also approached by a team of investigators from IPED, which was accompanied by a prosecutor by the name of Mr. September. So interestingly, they were investigating the criminal matter, because after my report, I caused for the case to be opened referred to IPED. Now they were investigating that particular case. Now, interestingly, is the same line of questioning and that I received from the Minister also came from this team, which was a surprise for me. But I suspected that they had a meeting before they came to see me. And I did not investigate that matter alone. I had two other Major Generals who were assisting me in that matter. So we were all interviewed and we all stood by our findings.
What was the minister's, what was he hoping to achieve by calling you into a meeting specifically regarding General Jacobs? Did he inform you exactly what he was expecting of you in that meeting?
I think the minister wanted, my understanding at the time, wanted me to recall my report and change recommendations against him.
Thank you, Lieutenant General. We are now at paragraph 35 of your statement. This is the investigation regarding the removal of Major General Mkhwanazi, whom you say was removed as the chief executive chief audit executive. Can you comment on that?
Yes. Major General Mkhwanazi was appointed as a chief audit executive. So during his appointment, the panel that appointed him, there was a complaint which was investigated by the Public Service Commission, and Public Service Commission discovered that when they appointed her, she did not qualify, she did not have relevant qualifications as per the advertisement to be appointed, and the panel that appointed her was recommended that disciplinary steps must be taken against it. The General Mkhwanazi also, the Public Service Commission report recommended that she must be demoted to a brigadier. However, SAPS decided to keep her in that position and be given an opportunity to acquire those qualifications while acquiring experience at the same time.
So what was Minister Cele's stance on this?
She was appointed in 2012, but up until in 2022, there were still those reminding us from Public Service Commission to find out has she completed those qualifications, but she hasn't. So the minister was not happy with the removal of Brigadier Major General Mkhwanazi as the audit executive, because she was moved to a position of the same level, Major General, because SAPS felt that she has been in that position for a very long time. And even though she failed to acquire the qualifications as that was what was required of her, but it will not be human to demote her.
What was the outcome of that investigation?
The investigation was that, as I said, General Mkhwanazi was supposed to be demoted, but SAPS took it on a humanitarian reason.
Yes, you state that you investigated it. What was your outcome of the investigation? What did you find upon the completion of your investigation?
That was not my investigation. It was the Public Service Commission investigation.
Okay. We can now move on to paragraph 36 of your statement. At paragraph 36, you say that around March 2022, there was a committee meeting. What of the Minister and MEC's committee meeting held in Durban? What instruction did Minister Cele give you at this meeting regarding the IDT?
During the MINMEC meeting that was held in Durban, the minister gave me a directive that I needed to engage with the deputy minister, and we look into the possibility of utilizing the IDT in the infrastructure to assist the SAPS with the infrastructure development, which is the building of the police station, in order to fast track the backlog of the building of the police stations. The process, which was based on a particular treasury instruction note. So I did the work together with the DM and the team, and after finalizing the work, we compiled a recommendation and information note to General Masemula, which he needed to approve. Now, during the next MINMEC, which was in June 2022 in East London, I presented that outcome of the project, and the meeting was happy with the presentation, and I even indicated that the information note for rolling out that particular project was with the National Commissioner, which needed to be signed off. Now, when we came back from that particular meeting, the National Commissioner said to me he wanted me to change certain paragraphs or sentences. For example, one of the things he wanted me to change was that I must not say that the directive that I received was given to me by the minister. And I said to the National Commissioner, no, it can't be, because this was in the open meeting. How can I say it was not him? And he also wanted, can't even remember now because I'm talking from my head. Then he said, you must be careful of Mr.
Lieutenant General, you don't have to talk from your head. You can actually go to your statement. We are at paragraph 39.
39, yes.
And there are relevant annexures, so you can just read from your statement.
Yeah, and then he said, yeah, you.
No, Chair, you can't say we're at paragraph 39. She was going to talk to paragraph 37.
37, yes.
What had happened, Honourable Member, is that the witness spoke about paragraph 36, then she jumped to paragraph 40 to talk about the second meeting, and then she went back to 37, but I'm now bringing her back to where she was starting. And the purpose of that is to take her to the annexure that she relies on. So she, in her evidence, had just moved a couple of paragraphs. I was intending not to disturb her, her train of thought, I'm keeping a mark of where she is. You may proceed.
Okay, I also wanted to say that General Masimula made a comment to me that I must be careful of DM Castle Matale because he want to use this exactly a process to swindle funds in order to find the AFF. And I said to General Masimula, which is what made it strange because he wanted me to say the instruction never came from General Delegate. So in other words, he wanted it to look like it came from Mr. Matale. Then I said, no, I'm not aware of what he was insinuating and I don't want to mix my responsibilities with the politics that you are telling me about. I will not change that. And he made it very clear to me that your stubbornness is going to cost your career. Then I said, so be it, General, because there are witnesses that were there in the meeting.
You then state that at paragraph 38, what was your response to General Masimula's insinuation?
I told him that I'm not aware of what he was insinuating, and I also don't want to mix my responsibilities with what he was politicking about, and I will keep those paragraphs as they are because these matters and directives were given to me in an open meeting.
This suspicion that General Masimula had regarding Deputy Minister Matale's intentions, was there anything to support those allegations?
There was nothing except that he said those things to me.
So in the conversation, did you probe further to ascertain why he was involving politics in a meeting that had to do with contracts and infrastructures? Where was the suspicion coming from?
I told him that I didn't probe further except that I felt that he threatened me that your stubbornness because he wanted me to remove that particular sentence that I received a directive from the minister. And he was trying to convince me that by saying that the statement that I must be careful of Mr. Matale. But there was nothing to me that was projected by the Deputy M that he had certain interest in the matter. And the task was given to us with the minister, by the minister, with the DM and the officials that I worked with from supply chain were responsible for facility management.
Okay.
Now,
So,
I felt threatened. I didn't further. He said, your stubbornness will cost your career. So be it.
Okay. The information notes that you rely on, which you then subsequently submitted, is annexure FNV 11, and that can be found from page 269 of the bundle.
Let me correct it, Honorable Chairperson. It is not, what I attached here is not the information note because the information note was in the office of the National Commission. What I attached is a relevant document of how we engaged in order to arrive at that information.
Okay. We are now,
And if I may, if I know you are running for time, if I may, on that very same day when we discussed this with General Masimula, we were at Limpopo, and that was exactly on the same day when we arrived back from that meeting in Limpopo. We had another meeting in the evening until after 9. That's when he informed me that he is under pressure to suspend.
to suspend who?
Me.
Oh, okay. What was your reaction to that statement?
I asked him, he said it was people from above, others from outside. I said, who? He couldn't give me the names.
Okay. We are now at paragraph 41 of your statement. There you deal with unlawful contracts and instructions. You start with the RT15 contract, and you say that in April 2022, Minister Tsale accused you of having approved and awarded a bigger part of the cell phone contract to MTN at the behest of Deputy Minister Matale. Can you give details of what was of this accusation? What led to the minister accusing you of awarding the contract to MTN, and why did he believe that it was at the behest of Deputy Minister Matale if you had not actioned out what he had asked you to do earlier, this Deputy Minister?
RT15 is a transversal contract that is entered into by National Treasurer. It is a cell phone contract. Now, this cell phone contract, the National Treasurer identified 4 big companies of cell phones and escalated it to all government departments to do their own processes according to their needs. So there was a process that was engaged here by supply chain together with TMS, Technology Management Services, in order to come to the conclusion. And they finally recommended for approval the MTN. Now, the minister was accusing me with regard to that why was the contract given to MTN? Because MTN did not have infrastructure as compared to what Vodacom had. Then I explained to the minister that it was not me, it was the process that the 2 divisions were engaged in that came up with those recommendations. And finally, it went to the BAC, who approve it. But I also mentioned to the minister that not everything has been finalized as yet, because there was it's called voice on call, where there was a pilot project where all these 4 service providers were given an opportunity to do a project concept. And I told him that they still need to evaluate that. Now, he said that this particular one that was given to MTN, even them, so he was called by Mr. Jonas, Nthabisi Jonas, who was also confirming what he was saying to me, that even though MTN got it, but they don't have sufficient infrastructure. Now, as this was proceeding and I was informing him about work that is still needed to be done, he said, I must make sure that the team that is evaluating that project is not finalizing that matter until he says so. I must keep on giving him feedback, constant feedback.
What was Mr. Nthabisi Jonas's role at Vodacom? Why was he complaining?
According to general information I have, Mr. Jonas is the chairperson of the board of MTN. So the way Minister Cele brought this in my own analysis, I think he was trying to convince me that even the very same people who got contract do know and understand that they don't have sufficient capacity to deal with the contract. That was my assumption.
What was your explanation to Minister Cele regarding the process followed for the contract at paragraph 42?
I explained to him what the process followed by Treasurer, and that Treasurer submitted all 4 companies and said that a department can utilize any of the contracts or they can go through their own processes. So there was a process embarked on by TMS, and after TMS finalized, there was an evaluation committee based on the requirement of the service. And from there, it was escalated to the division supply chain in terms of a BEC. Thereafter, they brought it to the National Commissioner for approval.
In your paragraph, you say that Minister Cele instructed you to keep him updated and to finalize the matter, and to keep him updated until the matter was finalized. What steps did you take to action this instruction?
The minister will, on a frequent basis, call me to his residence. For example, he will be calling me to explain certain submissions that came from the Office of the National Commissioner. And in the process of that, he will be asking me, how far is this matter? At times, when I go to his residence, I will find a lady by the name of Nhlanhla, whom he said I must also provide feedback to her with regard to this particular contract. Now, it became this lady was calling me to such an extent that I decided to ignore some of the calls. Somewhere there was a WhatsApp where she called me saying the minister is not happy with me, says I'm moving slow with this matter. And there is an attachment of my response to her that a due process is being followed, etc.
Who is Ms. Nhlanhla, and what was she to this contract? What was the relation to this contract?
Miss Nhlanhla is a person that I will find with at Minister Cele's residence. I believe that she was a relative to Cele. How she came into the contract, I didn't know.
Okay. You say that on June 30, 2022, what specific instruction did the minister give you? Did you action that instruction? You said earlier you ignored his interaction. Did you keep ignoring?
There were many.
How did you react?
There were many missed calls that when she calls, and at times she will call just to check, how are you, General Vuma? Because now I will always find her at the minister's residence. But when she asks me about, at times I will deliberately ignore these calls because I will know she will be asking me. But she, at certain stage, she will send me the WhatsApp where once I responded and explained that the full detail, the process is being followed. Maybe slow is fine, but this is the process. It's not me.
Did you escalate this to the National Commissioner?
Yes, I did.
Did he take any steps?
The National, my pardon, I didn't, because this was at a time when the National Commissioner was General Masemola. I didn't inform Masemola on this one.
Can you comment on why you did not? Because you've testified that Minister Cele put a lot of pressure on you to a point where you had to ignore because you felt that he was interfering in you executing your duties. And he even involved a civilian by the name of Ms. Nhlanhla, who had no dealings in the SAPS. And you now found yourself interacting with this Ms. Nhlanhla, sometimes at the minister's home or telephonically when she would regularly call you. Why did you not escalate this with to Commissioner Masemola?
I did not escalate this to Masemola because I knew that Masemola was not going to do anything. Masemola was listening to anything that General Cele said must happen. For example, the explanation I gave earlier on where Masemola, the minister gives me an instruction in an open meeting. And Masemola comes and says, I must not say it was the minister. So I knew that the same Masemola was not going to help me.
So what must we make of that comment that the National Commissioner instructed you to do something that was not accurate and reflected what happened in the meeting? What do you wish to tell the committee by that statement?
I am saying to the committee that at times as officials, we find ourselves in a very difficult situation. You find yourself working as if you are between the rock and the hard surface. And when you are there alone, you don't know what to do in order to get out of that particular situation.
At paragraph 44, you deal with instructions that were by the CFO of SAPS, Lieutenant General Dimpani. Particularly, you say that General Dimpani approached you seeking approval of urgent payments of over 8 million to the SIU. This was on or around 22 June 2022. Can you comment? Can you comment on that, on the paragraph?
Thank you very much. Yes, I was approached by General Jempane, who did not come in person but sent his staff officer to me that there is an urgent file that needed my approval. They wanted to pay SIU an amount of plus 8 million for the work that SIU was requested by SAPS to conduct. Now, I looked at the file. There was only one document in the file. The document was an engagement letter, which was written by SIU, and it was even unsigned. And it was I can't remember. It was saying SAPS requested an investigation on the 12th of November, and the SIU started to work on the matter on the 15th of November. It was also highlighting the resources that SIU was going to utilize in conducting that particular matter. Now, I called immediately the CFO, and I asked, but where is the letter of request by SAPS? Where is the where is the response by SIU? Where is the report, final report? Because when we pay, we must pay on the basis that the work has been done. We don't pay in advance. And I also wanted to know where is the invoice, all the necessary documentations, and the approval, of course, by the National Commission, because we cannot commit an organization to by the external, even though it is an institution, but the National Commission still must approve that, or authority rests with the National Commission. She said she requested those documents from the CFO of SIU. She's still awaiting those documents. I said, no, obtain all those necessary information, including the final report, outcome of the report, before I can sign those documents. Yeah. So interestingly, in that particular document that she compiled, it was her signature. I was going to approve, and General Masemola was supposed to concur after my approval, which I also regarded as irregular, because I cannot approve in a document where General Masemola is also going to endorse his signature. I must recommend and he must approve.
To that end, you rely on FNV 13, which starts at page 295 of the bundle. That is an information note that you addressed to the commissioner, it's unsigned, so it's unclear what your reaction would have been regarding this information note at 295. The recommendation there is that it is recommended that the Divisional Commissioner, Supply Chain Management, consider the content of the letter engagement, in particular paragraph 9.2, and provide financial and functional approval to the estimate to the cost to be incurred. Can you speak to this document? This was signed by Dimpane. Is this the request?
This is the
request for 8 million. Okay.
This is the document I'm talking about, and the attachment is only this letter of engagement, which was sent to Masemola. Now, what I've done also, because if that request came from SAPS on the 12th of November 2021, it means the National Commission should have sanctioned the previous National Commission, General Sithole. So I even I made an effort to call General Sithole that, did you ever sanction any investigation by SIU in regards to the PPEs? He said, no, he has never sanctioned any such. So it was questionable, this to me.
At paragraph 45, you say that the CFO informed General Masemola and Minister Cele of your position, your refusal to sign, and they were not impressed with your stance. Why do you say they were not impressed?
I'm saying they were not impressed because when I looked closer to this SIU content, I realized that this was the very same investigation that was being conducted by SIU, where I was called by Mr. Matabata on the 20th, same month of June, to be interviewed about. And I realized that this is too soon and there's no final outcome of the report. Then I told General Dimpane on the 30th, I was making a follow-up. Remember, the info note came to me on the 22nd of June. So on the 30th, I sent a WhatsApp message to Dimpane that, please make sure that I receive all the necessary documentation in regard to the file that you brought to me. So when they came back, they were in Durban, I was in Pretoria. We had a meeting late in the evening. While I was discussing, it was a day that Masemola issued me with intention to suspend. While I was discussing with Masemola mentioned also about this matter that you even did not want to sign the money that must be paid to the SIU. The minister was not here. Masemola said to me, he told me that.
What was the nature of yours and Masemola's, Commissioner Masemola's working relationship?
My relationship with Masemola has been a very good relationship, I must say. Even before he became the National Commissioner, we had a very good relationship. I remember, if I may, one example, when General Patlane was the acting National Commissioner, General Masemola was the DNC, and I was still a Major General by then. there were certain discussions about me. There are many projects that I led when I was still a Major General. One of the projects that I was leading was the Police Music and Cultural Association in the SAPS. So in their discussions, they will be saying, I'm too autonomous, I'm doing things, etc. on my own, etc. So Masamela will come and tell me and say, hey, be careful when you do these things, brief General Ngwenya, because when we are in our DNC's meeting with the National Commissioner, she doesn't seem to be talking good about you, and we know you're doing a good job. So I regarded Masamela as even, I must also say, even now, when he suspended me, when I won the case of my case was finalized of the iPad on the 23rd, if I'm not mistaken, during June 2023. I went to see Masemola, so they sit down with him to say, my case has been finalized, I want to come back to work. Masemola said he was studying the judgment. Come the following day. The following day I went. He said he was going to have a meeting with the minister. I must wait for him. I waited for him in the office until late, about 6, 7 in the afternoon. Then he said, no, come back tomorrow. I came the following day. When I arrived, he also went to have a meeting with Kele, and he came back and he said, go home, state attorney will write you a letter. But our engagement and discussion was friendly. We were talking and laughing. I was even saying to Masemola, but tell me, what is the problem? What is it that I owe you so that I pay you? Why are you doing these things to me? He said, no, it's not personal. So I really don't have any bad feeling between us. There's no bad blood between us.
So you say that you had a good working relationship up until the point at which he made comments that you were not wanting to cooperate. And this issue had to do with Minister Cele. What was your working relationship with Minister Cele like?
My working relationship with Mr. Cele was official. I think when he wants me to do certain things that are like this pressure of RT 15 and this issue of the PPE where he berated me, I stand my ground. I respected him as my minister. And secondly, there wasn't a good work relationship between him and the former National Commission. Now, when there are submissions submitted to his office, instead of him calling the National Commissioner, he will call me to explain those submissions. And part of when you look at the transcript that I said I did record him, you will hear where he says in one of those things that he complained to me about, that at certain stage, they used to have those bi-weekly meetings with the National Commissioner up until General Mkhwanazi came in. And in one of the meetings, he says he is aware that there was a meeting which was between DM Matale, General Stole, and Mr. Malema of the EFF. The next thing I hear, Mr. Lima insulting me on television as a result of that meeting. He was telling me all those things. And in the very same, I said, but General, why can't you resolve your issues with the National Commission? He said, it's too late. He's going.
Lieutenant General, the question had to do with Minister Cele, and you then moved on to the former National Commissioner. It was quite unclear who you were referring to when you were dealing with the section of, other persons who were not party to that meeting were being brought, particularly Mr. Malema. If you can just maybe for the purposes of clarity, so that I understand whether you are still speaking about the minister as the question had asked, or you are referring to the former commissioner and what was particularly said, just for the record.
I am saying when there were submissions from the Office of the National Commissioner.
Which National Commissioner?
Or General Sutwell.
Yes, okay.
The minister, instead of calling the National Commission.
Minister, which minister?
Okay.
Okay.
He will call me to explain those submissions as such. But in the process, while we are doing the work, he will be ventilating on the frustrations he had with General Sitole. And I will not comment because Sitole was my boss. Part of it will be, Sitole is not even attending funeral of the members. And all those comments that I said earlier on, also with regard to where he said he was surprised while he is named as being idle on television by Mr. Malema, but he realized that there was a meeting when he is being discussed.
What meeting?
Trio.
And who is the trio?
He said he learned that there was a meeting where Mr. Malema, General Stole and Matale were discussing about him. After that meeting, he started to hear negative comments about him from Mr. Malema. So those are the things that he will say to me. This I'm saying because it is also...
This is what the minister would say to you.
Yes.
The question though to you, Lieutenant General, was what was the working relationship between you and the minister? Up until this point, for the past, say, 45 minutes, we have dealt with evidence where the minister seems to be interfering in your operational day-to-day work. With every single contract that you have mentioned thus far, the minister was unhappy. The minister was involving civilians. So what was your relationship like? There were threats that followed after you had taken certain actions. And the question stems from those particular submissions that you have made.
I did respond that the relationship was official.
So it was one of
an official relationship because he was my superior. And when he calls me, I will go and I will respect. And if he gives me legal directive or instruction, I will comply. But if I feel this one is not like the ones of swerving the investigations, I didn't. So it was official.
So there were certain instructions that you were complying to. What type of instructions did you comply to, and what did you refute, so that we are clear on what we are dealing with?
I mentioned that the submissions, he will call me so that I explain the submissions. I will go and explain the submissions. When the minister now, when he wanted me to continue to explain the details of this RT15 to Mato Madlala and saying I'm moving slow, I said the due process is being followed. I can't push people to do beyond what they are supposed to be doing. So I will explain. I will even explain when he wanted me to change recommendations for Jacobs. I refused and I said, but this is the investigation that, based on the information that was presented to me, statement and interviews, I came up with this recommendation. I can't change those so that Jacobs cannot be disciplined.
Okay. We are now at paragraph 46 of your statement. There you list a number of investigations that you conducted whilst in your role. You list a number of 20 investigations. Do you want to just perhaps elaborate on why you listed these investigations and what would you like to say about them without going into too much detail because of time?
Okay. I listed these ones, and I must say that they are not the only ones, but these are the ones that I listed in my protected disclosure. When I said that during the time when I was suspended, I was still busy with amongst this. Part of the business here had to do with, these were the outcome of the forensic investigations from internal audits. So we needed to continue finalizing their disciplinary matters. And obviously, as the DNC for support, I was the one who had to write to different business units, and I was equally appointed as the disciplinarian of the organization. I was responsible to oversee the entire discipline of the SAPS. So where there are issues of discipline, it was my responsibility to communicate with relevant business units to say, institute the disciplinary matters on the following. When there were delays, I will intervene and ask for progress reports. Okay. So these were 46.6. It was with a contract with regard to the filming system, where the final outcome of the investigation implicated the following members. It was Lieutenant General Patlane, Brigadier Devet, Brigadier Smith, Colonel Hannibal, and Colonel Makuban. The next is a digital capturing system. I'll just jump the numbers just to save time. And the enhancement of latent prints implicating members from TMS and forensic services, where it named Lieutenant General Patlane, Brigadier Mulwane, Brigadier Devet, Brigadier Smith, and Colonel Nguban. The next one is a crime scene protecting stepping plates, where it implicated and named General Patlane, Major General Kuno, Major General Mangale, Major General Manamela, Brigadier Devet, Brigadier Baloyi, Colonel Hannibal, Captain Mamabulu and Captain Kuna, Major Mkhwanazi and Lieutenant Mulot. The next one is a contract with regard to crime scene lighting system for indoor and outdoor lighting of crimes scene implicating SINA. Members from forensic services named Lieutenant General Patlane, Major General Manamela, Major General Kuno, Major General Mangale, Major Brigadier Baloyi, Brigadier Devet, Brigadier Diko, Brigadier Reddy, Colonel Hannibal.
Lieutenant General, you've listed all of them and they are there, but you don't elaborate on why you list these various investigations that you were involved in. As a Lieutenant General, very senior in the SAPS, you would have conducted investigations, and all you do there is you list them. Is there anything that you want this committee to make out of the investigations, those specific ones? What should we make of those investigations?
As I said, that these were not the only one, but these are the ones that I mentioned in my protected disclosure, and I attached the detailed report. They are very detailed what has happened in those circumstances. I may not have crammed everything inside those investigations, but if you want, we can go through the detailed report where I can be able to explain the details of what was uncovered. For example, there was also one which I now remember in terms of, now the one that I'm looking at now, 46.11, if I may elaborate on it. Because
was this part of, with these investigations that you were conducting in your day-to-day work within SAPS, or were these specific type of investigations where you had seen involvement of seniors, whether it is the two seniors that you had been mentioning, prior to getting to this paragraph. So up until this point, you have specifically set out that Minister Cele was unhappy about my actions here. Minister Cele was unhappy about my refusal at this point. General Mesumula warned me to not refuse and to remove the minister's name. At this point, you just list the investigations, perhaps not without going into detail about the outcome of each investigation. You say that it was part of the protected disclosures that you made. Are you alleging interference in these investigations? What is it that the committee must make of these?
Okay.
Because there's no paragraph to elaborate.
Okay. What I am saying here, I mentioned these investigations in my protected disclosure due to the reason that as I said, that in the execution of my duties, I worked with internal audit. I will dispatch internal audit to certain business units to conduct audit. And as and when they discover some irregularities, I will sign the mandate for the in-depth forensic investigation so that they go deep in finding what are the issues that need to be uncovered under those particulars. Some of them, for example, were as a result of the contracts. The contracts will be, for example, in one of these, the contract for cabling at Telkom Towers, as I said that. So there will be detailed information. Now, the reason why I put these in the protected disclosure, I said I put this because I was busy with them in ensuring that the outcome of these investigations, disciplinary steps are being instituted and made follow-up on them, on the people that are named on this, which I'm saying maybe because General Masemula, for example, in the briefing that I attached there, where I was briefing him with litigation and other issues, there were 4 cases that were pending at the SSBC and some in courts. So when I mentioned those, he said, why are you not just leaving these things, not attending to it? So my suspicion was maybe because I was busy with these things and making follow-up and ensuring that disciplinary steps are instituted in relevant business units. It might have been one of the reasons that they decided to remove me from the office.
Okay, thank you, Lieutenant General. If we can then move on to the next project that you investigated. It is the mandate to investigate Project 1000 recruitment process. There you say that you had an intake of new recruits in the different academies, and some of them were at the training facility at the South African Defence Force in Kimberley. What were the complaints that you say you were receiving? What were they pertaining to?
During 2022, we were given an opportunity as SAPS to employ 10,000 members, and majority of those members, we had to take them from the current, at the time, reservists who were in the reservist program. So because of the capacity we have, we could not accommodate all these students in our academies. Part of the students were accommodated at Kimberley in the SNDF training college. So while the students were there, they complained about the accommodation, they complained about, they were hosted in tents, they were the food they were eating, they were not happy with it, and some were complaining with regards to them not having passed all the processes, especially the reservists, but they were left, they did not attend the training.
What steps did you take once you became aware?
I went to the to Kimberley itself to find out, to experience, because they were even in the media, all these complaints. I went to Kimberley to find out what were the challenges, and I could see that they were sitting in tents, being accommodated in tents in their training. Even the mess was congested. It wasn't big enough to, even the men and they preparing food. So I came back with a team. I wasn't alone. And I recommended to General Masemula that we needed to remove those students from the training institution in Kimberley. And General Masemula agreed and said, myself with the team must look at alternative venues. While we're looking at alternative venues around Gauteng as well as in Mpumalanga, we went to see a facility in Bedford View. We also went to see a facility somewhere in Mpumalanga. And when we came back to brief the National Commissioner, it was also on that day of the 30th, when the National Commissioner informed me that he is under pressure to suspend me. Now, so finally, on the 8th of July, he suspended me.
You attach a report FNV 52 in support of your recommendations and the steps you took after the Project 1000.
Yeah.
And that can be found at page 1405. Of the paginated bundle. You then deal with threats to your life after all the various investigations that you listed. You state that from around February 2021, you began to receive intimidating messages, which you reported to General Sithole. So this would have been before, under General Sithole was General Sithole the commissioner at the time when the threats began?
Yes.
In 2021. Okay,
yes.
That's why you read. And he instructed you to write a statement for the purpose of conducting a threat assessment on your life. Was that threat assessment conducted?
Yes, it was conducted by crime intelligence.
What were the findings?
The findings confirmed that there is indeed a threat to such an extent that General Stole wanted to beef up my security at home as well as give me the protectors. But I rejected it. I must say that I said I'm comfortable with the one driver that I had. I know God will protect me. There is something I omitted, and I know we are running for time. To mention in
Lieutenant General, if it is your statement and your evidence, at the point at which we reach the end, the time, it will end, our testimony will end. So whatever time you take, just be cognizant that, you know, we haven't dealt with all the evidence.
Okay, there is something critical on this project, 10,000. That is why I think I put it on here, because the mandate that I signed produced a preliminary report on the 8th of July when I was suspended. It was a preliminary report which highlighted discrepancies in regards to what happened in that process of recruitment. Now, after my suspension, the final report was never produced because General Nkosi was taken back to the post of being the chief audit executive.
Okay. So you say that okay, if I could just maybe deal with that last part. You say that the final audit was never produced, and that Major General Nkosi then was taken back to the audit
chief executive.
What is the relevance of that?
I'm saying the reason why General Nkosi was preferred to be the chief audit executive to such an extent that even the minister fought for his removal is because she was able to do anything they asked her to do.
Okay. Going back to paragraph 54, which is where we were, once the SSA conducted the assessment, they made recommendations, but you refused to take additional security. At paragraph 54, you say that you were also informed by Brigadier Matebula that Minister Cele, Lieutenant General Ngwenya, and others held meetings where they hatched up plans to falsely implicate you in non-existent PPE corruption. You mentioned this under the section that threats to your life. What is the relationship between that statement and the threats that you were experiencing on your life?
The relationship here has got to do with the fact that the minister felt that during the time of the PPE, remember when I said we were given companies, etc., and which General Reid tried his best, but he was regarded as refusing not to purchase from those companies. So when the information said they wanted to implicate me in relation to the PPEs, I believe that it has to do with that particular matter. So they wanted to deal with me as if I deliberately did not want to support the minister on what he wanted, but it was not true. How can they want to implicate me on false things?
Okay. Just for the sake of completion, at your paragraph there, you say that the plans were to falsely implicate you, but you go on further and you say, upon not being successful to make the charges stick, they resorted that you be killed. How did you come to know this?
Because
that the minister, these are serious allegations, that the minister and Lieutenant General Ngwenya would have wanted to kill you. How did you come to know that information?
The person who called me told me that he was in that meeting when that discussion took place. And he said, I must not take this thing lightly.
Okay. Did you ever confront the minister about it?
I never confronted him.
Did you open it?
I actually informed my immediate supervisor, who was General Stu, who also took those initiatives that a threat assessment be conducted at crime intel.
And as a result of the threat assessment, in the middle of the paragraph, you say a week later, you were called by state security officials who interviewed you and recommended that you be provided with state protection. And this would have been as a result of their investigation that the minister wants you killed. You then rely on FNV 10 for that statement. And FNV 10 is is a statement by you, which starts at page 256 of the paginated bundle. Yeah. For the sake of time, we will not go into it, but it is the statement that you would have filed
through the state security,
through SSA, requesting for intervention. Okay. Were there any criminal charges laid against the minister?
No.
And against Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi?
No.
No further steps were taken?
No.
Okay. If you can then proceed to paragraph 55.
Shall I continue?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, perhaps I can summarize. At paragraph 55, you say that on the 11th of May, 2023, approximately midnight, an armed robbery occurred where 3 men came straight into your bedroom and pointed guns at you, firearms at you, wearing balaclavas. They took all the gadgets and some items in your house. This would have been after the threat assessment would have been conducted, and you refused additional support for protection. And then subsequently to that, your home was, there was a burglary. Would you like to comment about that paragraph?
Yes, it is happening now when I'm on suspension. And I must say that my in my analysis, I think it happened as a result of, because we were exchanging paper. There was a matter, my matters that were pending in the SSBC, and a week thereafter we were going to appear, and a week before we exchanged papers. And I attached this transcript in one of those bundles, which is so long, where I had an engagement with the minister. So these people came to my house in the middle of the night, pointing me with guns, they first went for their gadgets, and then I created a conversation with them, I must say, with their leader. And they said, they confirmed, he confirmed to me that, yeah, we know that you are a police, we know that you have a firearm, we know you have a safe. And I said, how do you know that? He told me that, yeah, they've been sent to kill me.
Who did they say sent them?
I asked, they didn't say. So while they were doing that, saying, where is the safe? Where is your firearm? I just surrendered to them. I said, I've been dismissed by the police. I'm at home. I'm just an ordinary woman. I have nothing. The police took everything, all their equipment, which was true. They took everything. So I started to have a conversation with this guy, and he started, in fact, to protect me, to say to the other two, go away, go and do whatever, take whatever you want, leave Mama alone. Then when we were conversing with this guy, he said, yeah, these people, but he did not tell me who are they. They've sent me here because I am the one who's terrorizing this community around here. He even told me that 2 weeks ago he was shot at the back, etc., and all those things. I said, what exactly do you want? He said, we've been sent to get things, amongst others. We also were sent to kill you.
Well, you were seated on the witness seat. They obviously did not kill you. They harmed you anyway. How did that confrontation end?
They sat with me in the footage because I have cameras that goes to my bedroom for 40 minutes. Now, he said they also wanted some gadgets from who do I have in the house. I told him I'm just with children. Then he said, okay, they will go to the children. After they turned my room upside down. So they were searching for something, which I don't know what is it that we're searching, but they took all the iPad, iPhone, the laptops.
Were they ever recovered, those gadgets?
Never.
Okay. Lieutenant General, if we can just then move on. We are at paragraph 56 of your statement.
It is important to mention that they came almost 4 times. When they came for the second time, fortunately, I locked, there's a security gate that goes to the bedrooms, so they couldn't go through. Then they went down, they took TVs and everything, 3 consecutive times. When they came for the 4th time, we now knew they will jump one day and come the following day, maybe in the mornings of the following day with the police. So the police and the security knew the area where they are jumping towards my house. They waited for them and they shot one of them. The other one was arrested.
Did they ever reveal the person who sent them, now that they were arrested, the person was arrested?
The day when this one who was shot on the legs, walking on a crutches, was coming to point out, they said there was a confession statement.
Did you see the confession statement?
I didn't see it, but the investigator told me that they have a confession statement, and he called me that they are coming. He is coming to point out my house. So on that day, the guy was supposed to be taken to the doctor. The guy went to the doctor. And on their way back, when they were supposed to come to my house, the constable and the sergeant and warrant officer, they said they were called by a colonel who said they must go to Mamelodi police station. On arrival at Mamelodi station, they were told to go and verify the address of the suspects. When they arrived there, they found the criminals, a lot of them standing with firearms, who threatened them that they must leave these suspects or else they are going to be killed. This is what happened. And those constable and warrant officer were charged for that particular matter.
General, what I am unable to perhaps follow at this stage of your evidence is that a threat assessment was done by SSA. SSA offered you additional security.
Sorry. Chair, I know we're not interrupting. It's not a question of clarity. If the Lieutenant General can just explain that whole process again on what happened with the arrest and the shooting, because we missed a lot of it. Just, I don't know if I'm the only one. Please just again, slowly, Lieutenant General, step by step.
I know we are rushing for time, but there is a lot of information that I intended to share, which poses the risk that I enjoyed and experienced. That is why I was pushing for this. This one I really wanted. Now, these criminals came to my house 3 times and they got into my house. When they came for the 4th time, they are dockets. There is a brigadier and colonels who can attest to what I'm saying. They were shot. One was shot 11 bullets, and that person has since died in the cells because he was heavily shot. The other one, who was shot on the legs, was on crutches and made a confession. And on their way, when they had to do a pointing out at my house, he had to go and attend to the doctor first. They were going to come at 11. And they said to me they needed to make sure whether I must go away or I must stay in the house when he came for a pointing out. Now, on their way from the hospital or the doctor, the warrant officer and the sergeant were called by a colonel who said, go to Mamelodi police station. When they were at Mamelodi police station, they said they were called that go and verify the address of the suspect that you are with. They went to the address. When they arrived there, they said they found a lot of criminals with firearms who said, you leave this suspect or we should. Then they left the suspect. When they went back, they were subjected to disciplinary processes for losing the suspect. They, for whatever reason, one of those, I can't remember what is the sergeant warrant officer, happened to discuss this matter with somebody who knew me and requested to have an appointment to come and explain to me what has happened. That guy came to my house to explain that they are being subjected to disciplinary process for losing a suspect, which was not their doing. It was as a result of the colonel who called them to go to my Melody and verify the address. And the warrant, it was a sergeant, because he said the warrant officer was due for retirement and he is on stress. He's not coming to work because of this disciplinary process.
Okay, General, Lieutenant General, we don't have much time and you are deviating away from your statement. And my worry is that we will not cover all your evidence as you've presented in your statement, because we have to stay within your statement. And I understand that some of these matters you wish to elaborate on. What is unclear, as I was asking before, the honourable member requested clarity, is you were offered, an assessment threat was done, and the assessment threat came back positive, that indeed you are under threat, real threat. You also testified that the minister wanted to have you killed. And upon the assessment threat being done by SSA, this was confirmed. They offered you protection. This was before the 4 burglaries that you have now detailed in the past few minutes. What is unclear, General, is that protection is provided because there is a serious threat on your life. You refuse the protection and want to stay only with the your driver. And then the first burglary happens. You don't request the same protection that you were offered. The second burglary, I'm not saying the burglaries didn't happen, but I'm just struggling to understand and follow your evidence as somebody who was very senior, having been a DNC since 2017 and understanding the ins and outs of the police work way better than I do. Perhaps if you can assist the committee to understand your thoughts around why you would have refused this kind of assistance.
Thank you very much. I think you are missing the point. The protection was offered in 2021. I wasn't on suspension. I was still at work. The attack happened in 2023. I'm on suspension. So there is a gap between the two incidents. And I also want to mention that in as much as some of the information is not in my statement, but me and you agreed that I will be given a chance to elaborate on these things, because for the committee to be able to understand, I think it is important that I'm given an opportunity to elaborate on serious issues. Some of the others we can pass, but this one to me is very serious because I really enjoyed being paid.
I think that's helpful. What's helpful now with the testimony you've given is to show the difference in dates, that what you were testifying about earlier was 2021, and you then went into incidences that occurred 2 years later, which is where we were sort of like unable to follow. So you say following your suspension, then further threats and incidences took place even after you had left and whilst you were on suspension. And that's the evidence that you were giving in the last 15 minutes. Okay, I think we follow. If we can then perhaps touch the topic at page 23 of your statement, which is paragraph 56, deals with General Masemula's abuse of disciplinary process. When was this abuse? Which period are you relating to?
Chair, thank you, Chair. I just want to make double sure is the General finish with the point that she wants to expound on before we move on, because it's her statement. She must share how she wants to be led. I just want to make sure.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I wanted also to add something on this particular matter, because after the first, on the 11th, I was informed by the police who were in a meeting that there was a meeting called by the minister. And in that meeting, it was all provincial commissioners. It was National Management Forum. And an item, it was a special meeting for that matter. And an item for high profile cases was placed by the minister. But when that item arrived, only my case was discussed. And it was between the minister and the then provincial commissioner of Gauteng, General Mawela, explaining what has happened. After everything, they will continue to the agenda. And the minister said, let's go back, man, to that case. They went back to my case. And the minister asked a question, which I suspect that those coming after the 11th, they wanted to get at me. But because I locked my security gate towards the bedroom, they couldn't go through. I think that's all I wanted to add. Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you, Lieutenant General. We are now at paragraph 56 of your statement. And at paragraph 56, the topic is General Masemula's abuse of the disciplinary process.
Thank you. I don't know, because I need to explain whether you will allow me. Okay, firstly, I was suspended for the iPad matter.
You can explain, General.
Okay. Firstly, I was suspended for the iPad matter where the Judge Davis pronounced that myself, General Stole, and General Tsumane have breached the iPad Act by not providing documentation that was required by iPad for the purposes of investigation. And I went through the process and Triple SBC issued a verdict, a ruling in that regard. And after that ruling, that is when I said, I went to General Masemola to say, because initially in the initial suspension, he said I must not come to work until the case is finalized. So now the case is finalized and I want to go to work. Then he says, the state attorney will write me a letter. And the state attorney writes me a letter that stay at home until we are reviewing the matter. Okay. Now, while they are saying they are reviewing a matter, I'm served with other charges of the PPE, where they say I was a chairperson of the supply chain steering committee and I allowed a company, Red Roses, to be issued with a court order for the PPE without following the due processes. Now, in that process, I lodged for unlawful suspension of unfair labor practice with the Triple SBC. There were 4 cases. While we were dealing with those cases of unfair labor practice, I then withdrew one of the case because it went through the normal and the number of days that are in the discipline regulation, meaning I was suspended for 90 days and I was comfortable that it complied. The other 3 were out of the ordinary. Now I applied to Triple SBC that those cases, because there are 3, it means there must be 3 different commissioners appointed for them. And it is costly to go through that particular process. So I applied for them to be consolidated. Firstly, there was an application by General Masem say it does not restrict those. Reason being, according to them, I should have lodged grievances, internal process grievance. Now, how do you lodge an internal grievance process when you are outside? So there was a ruling in that regard. A commissioner was appointed to deal with that matter in terms of the point in limine. The ruling said, the challenge by Masemola was that Triple SBC does not have a jurisdiction. Now the ruling said no, they do have a jurisdiction to deal with those matters. So there was a ruling in that regard. Then I also applied for the consolidation. So that's because they all deal with the same matter, unlawful suspension. Let's have one commissioner to deal with it. Masemola opposed. While opposing, the Triple SBC appointed a panel and the approval was granted for consolidation. Now, when the 3rd sitting was in regard to dealing with the merits of those 3 cases, I dealt with the merits of those 3 cases over a number of days where Masemola was represented by his legal services as well as the senior national counsel in the hearing. When after presenting my case, Masemola was supposed to come and present his response. We sat for 2 days with those lawyers. When they were just reading every document they have. Do you see what is written here? Is written. Masemola never came. He never came while they were manufacturing this case. So this case came as a result of that. Because I rubbished amongst others that I was never chairperson of supply chain and I never dealt with issues of procurement. I advised the divisional commission on legal PFMA, what is it that they need to do? But the practical work is done by a divisional commission. I don't deal with that. So this was a case that came on an expeditious process again. And when this case came, I took General Masemola to court. When I took him to court, it was in October 2020, I think 4. When we were in court, Masemola brought and I will be touching as I explain this in some of the paragraphs. Masemola came with an offer in October in court to say he's preparing an offer. Then the court granted us an opportunity to say, now that your employer wants to give you an offer, let me give you time to go and deal with this offer, and gave us the date of February the 5th, 2025, so that they will make the offer an order of the court. October, November, December, January, we waited. No offer came. They were buying for time. Come February the 5th, we went to court. When we are in court, is only when we are in court they are producing an offer. So the offer, amongst others, proposed that I withdraw all my unlawful suspension cases that are pending in the Triple SBC. They will equally withdraw the 2 cases that I won, that they alleged they were reviewing it, but there was no record in the court to show that they were reviewing it, which we agreed. Then the courts, we agreed with them that the charges that they are giving, saying I have irregularly procured procurement, will be dealt with in a normal process, which is Regulation 9 and 11. It was an order of the court, as charges were articulated in the order. That was February 2025. We kept on corresponding, my lawyer, asking, when are you taking us to court? Because Regulation 8 has got time frames under which a matter must be finalized. But it never happened up until when the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Police, Honorable Cameron, wrote to the Minister of Police now in November last year to say, how far are you with the following issues? One of the issues was this matter. It was on the 19th of November. Now, when they do that on the 19th of November, on the 28th, they served me with papers. I must appear to the disciplinary hearing on the 8th to the 12th December. But the documents are over 1,000 and they start from 145. Other pages are missing. The documents were just mixed up. And I just had undergone an operation. But when we requested for the postponement, they said, no, you must go. I went on the 8th, but I connected virtually while the lawyers were sitting in the hearing. We presented the point in limine. highlighting all these discrepancies and the challenges and the fact that they have breached the court order, which said, the court order that said this matter should have been dealt in terms of the discipline regulation. And it is more than almost a year that they didn't deal with those matters. We presented all these points and the chairperson said we needed to exchange papers. They gave us time to exchange papers between ourselves. We changed the papers up until it was supposed to be the 12th of January, but it became the 9th of January when all papers were finalized. Then, in terms of discipline regulation, the chairperson of the hearing had 5 days to issue a verdict, meaning from the 12th up to date, they should have issued a ruling. But the verdict was never issued. When we inquired, she said she only started to work on the document on the 26th of January, which is fine. Even if she started to work on the document on the 26th of January, it was on Monday, 26th. So 5 days by Friday, she should have been able by the 30th to issue a verdict. It was never issued up until on the 11th of February, we received a letter from State Attorney that says, we have instructed the person not to issue the verdict because your client has since retired. In a summary.
The evidence that you have just given starts at paragraph 56 of your statement and it ends at paragraph 62. The relevant documents that confirm what you have testified are part of the bundle as annexure if NV 34 up to 36. The next section is starts at paragraph 63 and those are the IPID matters.
No, thank you, Chairperson. I don't know if...
Thank you, Chair. I see the evidence leader is skipping this, which I regard as very... You have got a PEE tender whose main allegation, whose main finding is about the inflation of prices, that Red Roses sold to SAPS, a PPP material whose prices were highly inflated to an extent or to an excess of 600 million rand. Now you get charged for that, but the only part you say you play is that you provide a legal advice in respect of the PFMMA. So you don't really tell us what role do you play in the process of actually awarding the tender. Or put differently, what practical role did you play in the awarding of the tender to Red Roses? I think it's a very critical part was you go further and say there were disciplinary processes wrongly used against you. But there's this, which is part of what they say they're disciplining you on. So it's incumbent upon us to know what is your role in that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I summarize because I was pushed that you are pressed for time, but I can explain, I can elaborate.
Yeah, although we are, but we shouldn't compromise quality.
Okay, thank you very much. Firstly, when this particular order was dealt with by SAPS, I was the Deputy National Commissioner for Supply for Asset and Legal Support Services. Yeah, it's 2020 for Asset and Legal. So there was a divisional commissioner who was responsible for day-to-day activities of the division supply chain management, which was Lt General Reid, who dealt with this matter. General Reid, from the document which I have even attached, received documents from National Treasury because of it was public knowledge that PPEs are not available in the market. Then he received this matter, and during that time, when PPEs were being procured, SAPS was using emergency delegation. Emergency delegation, which is coupled with Treasury Regulation 16A, where it says in circumstances when it is impractical or impossible to obtain quotations, the emergency delegation can be invoked. So during that period, SAPS realized that they are not able to get the PPEs and the price was escalation. So over and above that delegation of National Treasury or Instruction Note 8 of 2019 and 20, as well as Regulation 16 I've just mentioned, the SAPS applied to the National Commissioner to deviate from normal procurement process because of the fact that the market, they don't have stock, and which company, or how will you do a competitive bidding when there is no stock in the market? So to deviate from normal competitive bidding. Now, normal competitive bidding relates to a situation where it is divided in terms of trash values. The first value, it was an amount of 2,000 Rand, which is you just call and get a quotation and you buy. It's called PT cash. The next one was the 143 quotation. The 143 quotation, at the time, it was up to a delegation of 500,000. You can request a quotation or more and do a competitive bidding. The one above that is the one that is called where they advertise a tender. Anything beyond or above 500,000. A bid must be advertised. Those are three requirements of the competitive bidding. Over and above that, there is a fourth one in terms of a directive, which is called a sole service supplier bidding. So a sole service supplier becomes a supplier that is the only supplier in the country that supplies that particular service. And the fifth one is a process where a supplier himself, not now the department, who comes up with a unique proposal that has never been done in the country and propose, then they negotiate against that such. There are three types of competitive bidding. That's what I wanted to explain. Now, the emergency procurement, you only deal, because we wanted to save the life and limb, you only issue order to the company that can be able to supply immediately. So competitive bidding was not applicable in that regard. So the deviation was obtained from the National Commission for that. And also for the price escalation was obtained and approved that we can, for sake of protecting the lives of the police, because they were being infected by the coronavirus and they were dying. We needed, and they were implementing regulations. Some people were refusing to interact with them when they were not wearing the PPEs. So those were the directives that assisted supply chain to be able to deal with the PPEs. And all PPEs, I must emphasize that fact, all PPEs from the very first 15th of the declaration of the state of the nation disaster up until somewhere in April were procured exactly the same men. They did not do competitive bidding. So this one, REIT receives it from National Treasury. They say they can be able to assist the organization quickly to get the PPEs. REIT dealt with it. He purchased the PPEs from this particular company, and the PPEs were delivered. Now, I said earlier on that the first few months, the first few days, before the end of the financial year, this one was issued on the 1st of April. The others were before the 1st of April. There was money that was taken from cost centers that were not going to utilize it, and orders were issued, and those orders were committed. So we could not be able to utilize that money. But because those orders were issued under the emergency delegation, those companies were given between 24 to 48 hours to deliver. When they failed to deliver, we had to follow on the legal route of letters of demand and finally cancelling those orders. And it is only after you have cancelled those orders, you can be able to get that money that was already committed. So with regard to this one, the CFO function went to National Treasury to negotiate to get additional funding, because the other 140 million was already committed, and the deliveries were coming in very small quantities. Now, when National Treasurer gave SAPS money, and the CFO allocated 590-something million to this particular exercise to general REIT, they dealt with that, and they followed the very same directives that I've just explained. Deliveries were done. Now, what we have done also with the 140 million companies that could not deliver, we followed the legal due process, and the orders were cancelled. Even this one, there are some of the deliveries that they did not meet. The orders were cancelled. Now, those that were cancelled were not cancelled, they delivered. Now, there comes the audit. All those between March up until August were subjected to the audit process, all those procurement of PPEs. During that period of audit, there was a concern, of course. National Treasurer provided in that practice note an attachment, Annex A, of the prices, the range of prices that PPEs must be between this amount and this amount. Now, the 25-liter sanitizer was not included in that annex. It not being included in that annexure, this company delivered the 25 liters, quoted on a 25 liter. So General REIT went back to National Treasury to say, this company can only deliver 25 liters because we needed huge quantities. Treasurer said you can take. There are documents to show that how General REIT kept on asking for advice from National Treasury. And once National Treasurer gave the approval, even National Treasurer gave the approval to read that now we have checked all your documents, you can proceed. REIT proceeded. The audit, when the audit came, they queried that sanitizer against the 20 liter, not 25 liter, that the price was too high. It was against the Annex A of prices by National Treasury. But when they highlighted that no, there was no 25 liter on.
But do you have proof that what was procured was 25 liters, not 20 liters? So hence it won't corroborate with the pricing.
No, they purchased 25 liter, not 20 liter.
Yes, and the National Treasury priced the 20 liters. So did you have proof that instead of what the National Treasury said you must procure, you procured 25 liters of sanitizer instead of 20 liters, so that you are able to explain and mitigate the situation you found yourselves in?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. As I'm saying that anything that REIT was doing, he was communicating. There was an approval from Treasury that you can proceed with 25 liters because you needed huge quantities. Now, when the audit arrived, Auditor General came to audit the process to get, as well as internal audit audited. There was that concern, Honorable, that the price was high. Then National Treasury, there's even an explanation of that price. They calculated and they explained. They even wrote to Auditor General explaining that because this particular price of 25 liter was not in the annex, they provided a methodology of calculating, and they said the price was not above what was prescribed in their methodology. There is an explanation as part of the annex. Now, the issue with SIU, I think I need to explain it. The issue with SIU is when they were conducting their own investigation, they discovered that the company where they sourced these sanitizers, they paid, and I will make an example because that is not, they paid something like 1,000, for example, for that particular 25 liters, but they charge SAPS, for example, 4,000. So the difference between these two is above the required profit margin. It was 200 and something as it. So this is the issue for SIU, something that SAPS could not have control of. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Lieutenant General Vuma, my understanding was that you, as you set out in paragraph, at the beginning of paragraph 56, that you wanted to set out the abuse of the institution by General Masimola. I didn't understand your evidence to be going back into the merits of matters that have already been decided. So the reason why we didn't go into detail, Honorable Mola, is because those matters have been decided. And what the General was highlighting was that she was subjected to numerous disciplinary hearings, but not necessarily the merits thereof. If we can then go to the second section at paragraph 63, which is IPED matters.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. As I said earlier on, and I don't know if I will be allowed to explain this matter of IPED in detail, where is it emanating from? Because earlier on I tried and the advocate felt that we are not yet there. I wanted to explain the very same matter of Judge Davis, where it started. So that I'm able to come into this.
Yeah, General, I don't mean to interject in your evidence. Your evidence at earlier paragraphs, you said that you would be coming to testify before this committee that is investigating infiltration into law enforcement as well as by civilians, and that you had knowledge to assist the committee. My understanding was that in pointing out the various cases, you were doing it to show the abuse of the system, but not necessarily delving into cases that have been decided by judges. I don't mean to curtail your evidence, but I just need to check if that is the same understanding that you have.
Correct.
Okay, let's do like that. How much more time do you need to? Because the 1 o'clock has passed, and I thought I would get a signal. We are at the end of presentation of where are we and how much more time do we need. My members have been overworked in the last week and this week, and we need a sufficient break. How much more time do we need?
Chairperson, I actually am not sure how much time the General will still need. The challenge is that we aren't following the normal fashion of leading evidence, and it's quite challenging for me.
What we do is that we must break now for a minimum of 40, so that yourself and General Vuma can also have time to talk between yourselves and agree on the themes that you want to deal with when you come back, and agree on the time that you are going to need. I have been observed that the reason why I've been very quiet was because I wanted to give you time. She has not said it explicitly, but she has been silently calling for that time to say, allow me to explain this, allow me to explain that. So if you, during the break, you can meet and agree that, on her part in particular, if she can say, evidence leaders, please give me a chance. I want to ventilate on the following issue. It's not something unusual. Witnesses have come before us previously. Some we even said, we thought we will finish today. You will have to come back tomorrow. She's a senior general or a senior rank in the South African Police Service, and she needs to be equally treated like many other officers of her rank who have appeared before us. She must not live here with a feeling that she was differently treated. So I just want to appeal to both of you that go and find each other during the break. And when you come back here, the time that you give us, General, we are going to hold you onto it. Is that fair? Thank you so much. Honorable members, Honorable Matthys.
Thank you, Chair. Just some housekeeping. Andile is not here to be able to report to us. Is there any reason why you can't engage the Speaker on the status of opening the case and give us a report? Because it's like now 7 days, 8 days, just on that. So maybe after lunch you can come and give us a report, Chair, on just the status and more or less when the case will be opened. We're not putting pressure or telling the Speaker what to do. And then also in our meeting, you were supposed to, or you gave direction that letter regarding the forensic investigator from the Speaker must be circulated, and it's not there in the group. And I've been asking the Secretariat and we don't have it. So if that can please be made available, because you also said we must make submissions, and we'd like to make submissions. Thank you.
Okay. Delana and Andile are here. They will sort out the matters that you are raising. They are all ears. Can we break, Delana and Ramano, I'm sorry. Can we break, honorable members, and come back at 2 o'clock? Silence, Stelter and Hoff. Stelter. The honorable members, we are back. Let's welcome Honorable Sanguna. Good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon, Chairperson. Afternoon, honorable members. Afternoon, General Vuma. Thank you so much, Chair.
Ms. Delana Stakahali.
Afternoon, Chair. Yes, in terms of the report, Honourable Matthias, so I've spoken to Andile and I've also seen the documents. We have drafted an affidavit for Speaker to do a confirmatory affidavit. The Secretary to Parliament has also done an affidavit. Those are both completed. They are with the Office of the Secretary to Parliament for his signature. As soon as he signs and commissions it, he will walk all the documents over to the police station and then lay a charge. And these include both the Nkabindi matter as well as the disrespect or walkout in terms of
Mr. Romano.
So the letter that was sent to the Speaker has been shared in the group together with the response that got from the
Okay, that is the report on those items. Advocate Mkhize.
Thank you, Chairperson. General, you were just at the point of concluding your last section, and if I may direct you, we are at paragraph 62 of your statement.
Yeah, let's start by reporting on what we agreed on. What is the agreement?
Chairperson, you can
Let's tell us how you have agreed.
Chairperson, the General and I have had a moment to talk to see how much more time she would need in her evidence. A lot of the critical things that she wanted to be dealt with have already been, she has testified about them. And General thinks that we both agreed that she could conclude it in an hour.
In an hour?
Yes, Chair.
Okay. Yeah. Honorable members would have noticed that part of the witness statement has similarities to matters that we had to deal with when General Patlani came before us, labor matter. And we feel that we have allocated the witness enough time between 10 o'clock and 1 to share with us on those matters. And that we don't turn a blind eye to that if she feels that there are particular experiences which she may want to share with us on labor on conditions of service and which may help us in the legislative and policy reform. She can always, she's at liberty to raise those matters with us. I mean, one personal experience can help us to put in place institutional arrangements that can help future generations. So we are proceeding with that understanding, and both the witness and the evidence leader have said that they will try and make sure that in an hour, just after an hour, they would have concluded. Thank you so much. Am I representing you well, General Vuma and Advocate Mkhize?
Yes, Honorable Chair. Thank you very much.
So say the benevolent chairperson, because I have said everything that you said, I must come and say here. We can proceed. And we must thank the honorable members for their generosity and patience.
Thank you, honorable members, for your generosity and patience, for the General to be able to deal with her issues properly. General, we were at just concluding the last section that we were dealing with, and at paragraph 62 is where I would like to begin. At paragraph 62, in summary, what would you close off that section, which was titled General Masimula's Abuse of Disciplinary Process. What is your conclusion regarding General Masimula's actions in instituting disciplinary proceedings against you, especially considering your protected disclosures that would be at the paragraph I just directed you to?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and thanks for the opportunity. In that paragraph, I'm just highlighting the fact that the General has got the prerogative to institute disciplinary processes as and when he deemed it necessary. However, I'm highlighting that he is not entitled to abusive progress, to an abusive prerogative. That's all I think what is important in that particular paragraph. Thank you.
Thank you, General. So Lieutenant General Vuma, at paragraph 63, you state that on 4 August 2023, General Masimula issued a letter of the notice of the alleged misconduct. What misconduct was alleged against you?
This is a repetition of the misconduct that was initially issued during the first suspension of the 8th July. However, in this instance, they have now opened a case of defeating the ends of justice, but the facts and everything is the same of the iPad matter. And okay, 60.
When you say it's the same, could you elaborate on what you mean by that? You said it's very similar to one that was initially you were initially charged with, and now there's another one under iPad. Perhaps if I can give an opportunity to elaborate on what you mean by that.
I am saying it is the same because it is the same matter of Judge Davis, where the court said that we have breached the iPad court by not providing information to iPad. So the facts and the attachment and everything is exactly the same, except that here there is a case number of 571 January 2022.
You may continue. Paragraph 64 and 65.
On paragraph 64, I'm highlighting that that matter was ventilated at the SBC through the hearing process that was conducted, and a verdict was issued by a commissioner. However, it is coming back under the case number.
Okay. What was the verdict?
The verdict was that General Masemola of SAPS is precluded from disciplining me, and they have waived their right to discipline me
And you
on the matter.
okay. So what did General Masemola do the day after the ruling? That is now paragraph 64.
After the ruling, General Masemola appointed the General Nhlanhla to produce a report on the very same matter and to take me to an expeditious process. Through those recommendations from IPET, and those recommendations were dated May 2023. Yes.
Was the expeditious process initiated?
The expeditious process was halted due to the fact that IPET submitted recommendations to say that they have finalized the investigation while they haven't even started in terms of that criminal case number. On the 7th of July, the investigator of IPET approaches me to say that he is investigating. In fact, he approaches me before the 7th saying I need to submit a warning statement by the 7th of July. And I requested an extension to the 12th of July. On the 12th of July, I submitted the statement to Mr. Khanyi, a warning statement in that particular case.
By setting out those dates, what should the committee make of Mr. Khanyi's actions?
I think it should be made out of the IPET itself, because remember, the negative recommendations was signed by the IPET head together with the covering letter that outlined the fact that they finalized with investigation. Maybe they did not even intend to conduct an investigation, but later decided that because this is a criminal matter cannot be finalized until a warning statement is submitted to the prosecutor for a decision. I think they discovered that, then they started to appoint Khanyi later. I can only say of the institution, not necessarily the investigating office.
Okay. Once the warning statements were taken, did the matter proceed?
It never proceeded. The prosecutor declined to prosecute.
Are you aware of a decision of the reasons why the prosecutor refused to prosecute?
The investigating officer, Mr. Khanyi, informed me telephonically, and I requested him to send me the document. In that regard, he said his superiors refused. So I don't know what was the reason for the nil prosecute.
So in setting out this section called IPET Matters, what do you wish to highlight in this section of your testimony?
What I want to highlight here is the fact that institutions such as SAPS has got proper policies. We also have legislative framework like the Labour Relations Act and many others that are there for the organizations to utilize, even the discipline regulations, which are the policies for regulating the conduct or misconduct. However, it seems like the challenge is human being in the abuse of such processes.
Although we're not going to deal with the entire section, starting from paragraph 68, if you could maybe, for the purpose of the record, explain why you deal with this section. You start off at paragraph 68, and if you may just comment on that section.
Okay.
Without dealing with the specific cases.
Okay. Here I'm just demonstrating what I just said now, that SAPS, for example, as an organization of law and order, it is required to abide with legislative framework, directive, etc. But we find individuals who are abusing those processes for their own whatever gain or objectives. Now, as people get subjected to these other processes, there are rulings, for instance, here where all those disciplinary cases were leveled against me. I got rulings on them, but at the end of the day, they were not implemented. That can only highlight the level of abuse at the highest level. And these things, if I may also add, it doesn't come free of charge. There is a lot of state money that is being utilized because senior counsels, as I said earlier on, are appointed to deal with this matter.
And that abuse that you highlight, and particularly dealing with legal costs, you've testified at length that you had to defend yourself in these matters. How did you manage to deal with the legal costs pertaining to those, or were those because of your you were still employed? How did you deal? If you would you like to comment further regarding the legal costs?
I did apply it as it is allowed in terms of the policy in the SAPS that we may be assisted by legal assistance when we are being charged or in regards to matters or issues that we executed in line of duty. However, mine were never approved. And as we speak, I am sitting with a huge bill of legal costs, and I have even put my house on the market in order to downgrade my lifestyle so that I'm able to get the money to pay those legal costs.
And that's why is that the reason why you set out that section as abuse of the system?
Yes.
Okay. Lieutenant General, if I can then just ask you to turn to page 29 of your statement, starting at paragraph 70.
Okay.
There you deal with attempts by General Masemola to silence you by way of non-disclosure clause in a retirement package proposal. You say that on or around October 2024, an offer was made. What offer did General Masemola make to you in a case against him?
An offer was made to me that I must accept. An offer was made to me that I must accept to retire early on condition that they will pay me beyond my retirement period. Then they will withdraw all these allegations that they have leveled against me. And in that offer, I was supposed to sign a non-disclosure agreement, which I refused because my determination was to clear my name.
So you refused the offer?
I refused the offer. Yes.
Okay. How did General Masimula react to your refusal of the offer? That is at paragraph 71.
In reacting to that, they went to change these PPE charges. These PPE charges, I was charged it in 3 different forms, but it's emanating from the same thing. They went to change those charges and they subpoenaed me on another expeditious process, which is supposed to be chaired by Lt General Mkhwanazi of the Provincial Commissioner of Gauteng. That is the time when I took the matter to court.
As part of the proposal, perhaps before we talk about the new charges, you testified that you would receive a retirement package at a higher rate than what you would have expected in exchange for dropping charges against General Masimula, which you instituted.
I don't understand.
What the exchange that you testified about? You said that you were offered a much higher package in exchange for what were you going to do it in exchange for?
This package was offered to me because Masimula was supposed to come and testify in my 3 cases of unlawful suspension. So for me to drop that, not for him to come and testify, he had to give me this offer so that I cancel that particular process.
Okay. So the question pertains exactly to that. So those 3 cases that you'd instituted, in which forums had you instituted them?
In the SSVC.
Upon your refusal to take the offer, did those matters proceed? That's the question.
Those matters did not proceed because when I took the matter of the expeditious process by Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi to court, Masimula came with an offer of saying, which was finally made the order of the court on the 5th of February, where the agreement obviously there was reached that he will withdraw all his sort of review cases and I must withdraw this one. They were only reviewed by this court.
Okay. And what was the outcome?
The outcome was that
what did you agree on? Yeah.
The agreement was that I must withdraw these 3 cases. They will withdraw remember, I just shown the rulings. I just shown the rulings of the cases that I've won, which were not implemented. So he said they will withdraw those review because they said they are reviewing all those rulings. They will withdraw all of them. Then we agreed because my main determination was to clear myself. Then I said, let us leave this case and deal with it in a normal process, which was the order of the court.
Okay. In the next section where you deal with the court order of 5 February, you've now dealt with it. Is there any other thing that you would like to say on that section?
I think I've explained in detail that particular process.
Lieutenant General Vuma, we are now at paragraph 75 of your statement. And this section deals with the appointment of the Divisional Commissioner, TMS, and her termination of service. During General Sithole's tenure, who was appointed Divisional Commissioner for Technology Management Services, TMS?
Lt General Nhlanhla was appointed as a Divisional Commissioner for TMS during that time, and the minister was not actually happy about that appointment to such an extent that he wrote a letter to the National Commissioner to withdraw that appointment, which is attached.
Why was the minister not happy?
The minister said he wanted to appoint Major General Mavundla is the current Divisional Commissioner of TMS, which he was later appointed after this Divisional Commissioner was dismissed.
Okay. At the time that the proposal was being made for the then TMS Commissioner, where was General Mavundla? In which position?
He was a component head. He was one of the major generals under the very same environment.
Okay. You deal with the minister's reaction at Annexure FNV 59, and that can be found at page 1544. There, in the next paragraph, at 76, what was discovered during the finalization of her employment?
During the finalization of the appointment of this Lieutenant General, it was discovered that she was starting for the first time to declare that she was dismissed in 5 different employment when she did not disclose that information in the application form when she had to be shortlisted and interviewed, because there is a provision made for such declaration. So when that matter was discovered, the HRM highlighted that to me, and I engaged her. She couldn't explain herself why she did not do that in the first place when she applied. Then I appointed a Major General to go and conduct an investigation, not a Major General, pardon, a Brigadier Geninda, to go and conduct an investigation to ascertain and find out the full facts of that particular matter of those dismissals. And indeed, the report was produced and it was found to be true. Then I started to prepare the documentation, because when a person is appointed, there are conditional appointment. Part of the conditional appointment highlights that on condition that there are no illicit things found against her and there are no she or she passed the security vetting process. So I prepared the document, and when General Masemula was employed, I briefed him of all what has happened up to the status where we were at the time, and he was okay with it. So he had to sign the final document of the dismissal of this particular divisional commission.
Okay. To that end, you submit, you attach annexures FNV 59 and FNV 60. They can be found at page 1544 to 1545 of the bundle. At 1544 is a letter addressed to Dr. Tunzelana, and it's the termination of employment contracts that you have testified to, which was signed by General Masemula. That's the one that you are relying on. And then on the next page is the appointment letter of Brigadier Gininda to institute an investigation. What were the findings of that investigation?
The findings were that, amongst others, she was dismissed for absenting herself from work, for reporting late, for insubordination of her superiors, and many other reasons.
Okay. So, what difficulties did you encounter regarding her termination? And how did General Masemula respond to your requests to sign the final documents at paragraph 78? Just very briefly.
After I briefed General Masemula and he was waiting for the document and I needed for this lady to sign, I discovered that General Masemula and General Cele were meeting this lady on the sides behind my back, where the lady promised them that she can make them rich only if they can deal with me, utilizing the tenders that were being concluded at the division inspectorate. So she was advised to put a grievance against me, a grievance which was given to certain deputy national commissioner to investigate. And in terms of discipline regulation, and once that is done, it will be easy for them to get rid of me. Now, when I heard about that information, you know, I'm also in the police, I approached General Nchinga, who was given the grievance, who agreed and gave me all the information, amongst others, that yes, there is a plan to get rid of you, and I'm given this grievance. And I said, but a grievance is not dealt with in that particular manner. There is a grievance procedure. A grievance, even if it is about me, it must still be given to me to handle it. So there are no guidelines for you to do what you are doing. She quickly agreed and succumbed and said, I'm going to return the grievance back. I'm going to write them a letter. And she was due, unfortunately, for retirement that month. She returned the grievance back to Masemula.
How did you react to that? Did you confront any person who was involved?
Yes. When I was discussing this matter with Lieutenant General Nchinga, we were in Eastern Cape on the second mini-mac that I spoke about earlier on. When we came back the very same Monday, I approached General Masemula, highlighting this matter and many other matters that I've already alluded to that happened before the June. It was in June now. And I asked Masemula that if you don't see me as part of your future in your leadership, please indicate to me. I will freely leave for your incumbent to take up the post. He said, no, it is not true. And he wanted to know the reasons, as I already explained. And he started to also confirm that, yes, we are meeting this lady. Most of the time, the lady is meeting the minister. Then he reminded me in that meeting in Eastern Cape that we remember after lunch when that lady, because that lady came to the meeting and she was disguised like a Tsotsi, so to say. I wanted to serve her this document. And the minister came from the chair to tell me that, please, don't serve that lady the document now. Wait until after lunch. After lunch, the lady was nowhere to be found. He said, you remember after lunch, the minister was not in the meeting. He was in a meeting with that lady, and the meeting was chaired by the TM. So he said his response was, he is happy with my work. He doesn't have a problem with me. That was the mid-June. But unfortunately, by end of June, he's served me with the document suspended.
So basically, given your testimony, you have attested that at all times, General Masemula was aware of the complaints that you had and the treatment that Minister Cele, the manner in which he was treating you, and the manner in which certain persons were getting favors above you as being a senior official within SAPS. Did you ever take it any further, perhaps to the police portfolio committee at Parliament? Did you ever report this anywhere regarding this unfair treatment?
While I was thinking about putting a protected disclosure, that is when General Masemula served me with the document with the intention to suspend me. But I nevertheless continued to separate disclosure. That's the only time I reported part of the treatment that I was experiencing.
You testified earlier that you also wrote a letter to the president. Did you respond? Did you get a response in respect of that protected disclosure?
The president was the first respondent in my protected disclosure. I never received any response from that. But in the email, I saw it was, because you can see in the email if a document has been received, it was received.
Okay. We now deal with the next section, which is titled SIU investigation by Mr. Tabata and the team. At paragraph 80 of your statement, you say that on the 20th of June, 2022, you were summoned by Mr. Matabata of SIU on an interview about PPE issued to the Red Roses on 1 April 2020. Is this the same contract? Is this the same complaint as the one that you were explaining to Honorable Nhlanhla in the committee?
Yes, they say the content is exactly the same, what I explained earlier on.
So you've sufficiently dealt with that part. So at paragraph 81, what allegations, pardon?
Okay. It's the same continuation.
The continuation.
Matter up until it ends in paragraph 83, if I'm not mistaken, because it also covers this CFO thing that I've already explained earlier on.
Okay, so we should pick up at paragraph 84, or is that entire section dealt with?
It covers up to paragraph 86. We can pick up on paragraph 86. I've explained in detail those other ones.
So the section on paragraph that relates to paragraph 86 is handing over the report, National Commissioner of the SAPS, briefing on certain high-profile matters by the DNC Support Services, FN Vuma. After General Masemola became National Commissioner, did you brief him on important matters your office was handling, and when would you have done this? If so, when?
I did brief Masemola in May, and this is also part of the matters I touched on when I was dealing with another paragraph where I said General Masemola was not happy with those paragraphs that I mentioned today, 3.3, 3.4, 3.6, 3.7, and 3.8, where it highlighted the senior managers that their matters were at the council, and the Patlanes matter where he was saying, why don't you just leave these matters, you guys, and proceed with other responsibilities? But as I explained earlier on, it could not be done.
What was your reaction to the matters you presented? What was his reaction, General Masemola's reaction?
His reaction is what I just said, that he said these matters must just be left to die a silent death. And I said, no, we cannot, because these matters we have valid. For example, in one of General She's, it was on the following week. So I was supposed to go and testify on it, which I suspected that amongst others, when I was suspended this week, next week, the case set, and I couldn't go because when you are suspended, all powers are taken away from you. So I told the council who invited me that I won't be able to go, but I was subpoenaed through Masemola. Then I went to testify, and we won that particular case.
You attach an annexure, FNV 62, which is an information note on handing over the report. It is at page 1626 of the bundle. Is there any comment you have in regard to this information note?
I have already explained it as I was explaining this particular paragraph. That is the document I used to brief General Masemola with.
So the next section then, Lieutenant General Vuma, is the meeting between yourself and General Masemola. You say that on 13 June 2022, you approached the National Commissioner and had a deep conversation with him. What was the content of the deep conversation, and why do you label it deep?
It was deep conversation, as I alluded earlier on, that having highlighted the experience in which he was treating me, how he was dealing with my subordinates, but expecting me to account in the matter of this general of TMS, and many other issues that I highlighted to him. That's when I requested him that he can release me early, in an early retirement, if he doesn't feel comfortable working with me.
What was his response to that offer that you made to him, or suggestion rather?
He said he's happy with my work, and that's when he explained to me what happened when we were in Eastern Cape after lunch with regards to the engagement of the minister with the Lt Gen Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi. But he assured me that he's happy with my work.
This was on 13 June 2022, yes. And you subsequently got suspended 3 weeks later.
Intention was on the 30th of June, 2 weeks.
2 weeks later, okay. Although he said he was happy. Did you ever ask him regarding your suspension, the intention to suspend, what has changed? Because you'd spoken 2 weeks earlier, and he informed you that he was happy with you and your progress. But then 2 weeks later, he reacts in a manner in which would have been unexpected to you. Did you ever ask him, especially because you've also testified that you would have deep conversations?
I did ask him, and he responded by saying he's got pressure from above and external forces to remove me.
Did you ask what he meant by pressure from above?
Looking at the document that he was serving me on, it was the document with regards to this iPad matter, which I know General Kelly has always in every meeting. There's no meeting I will finish with General Kelly without him mentioning that. How are you going to deal with this matter of the iPad? The judge has pronounced on you, and I used to explain that. But when you deal with the disciplinary matters, it's just like when you deal with a criminal matter. Everyone is looked according to the role they've played in the matter. So that whoever will have to focus on my role. And I don't think my role, the little role I played in that matter, really can send me to dismissal. And I even told him that in the very same matter, immediately after the finalization of the Constitutional Court, and I'm sorry, maybe I might be jumping, IDEC did interview me with the prosecutor, and they did not prosecute me because of the role I played in that matter. I explained all these things even to General Masemula when he was serving me with those documents. So I knew that if he says from above, it should be General Kelly, because he has always been speaking to me about this matter.
So you drew that inference without necessarily clarifying with him. Is that, am I correct to understand that?
Yes.
You also testified that he would constantly remind you about the iPad matters. Would he do this in the presence of other people, or would he do this privately to you? How did he communicate? Or remind you that there's this iPad matter?
He will do that when it is only the two of us. And when he does it, I could see that he was trying sort of to make me feel that he is the only person who can protect me in this matter. So there was a certain stage when I asked him a question that I'm looking forward to know or to see who is going to charge me on this, because that person must take into consideration the fact that besides Judge Davis' pronouncement, there are other legislative framework, like the mandate for classification of document and handing over to iPad. That person must first prove to me that do I have such a mandate.
Okay. Lieutenant General, at paragraph 89 to paragraph 90, there you have a section that deals with the triple SBC agreement, 1 of 2020, regarding the SAPS organizational structure. Would you like to comment about those paragraphs?
Yes, of course. In a summary, this is the agreement where the new police structure was investigated, and it was consulted at the triple SBC, where the two organized unions that are recognized as SAPS approved it, and it was supposed to be implemented. And that is exactly where the National Commissioner appointed the 3 DNCs. Remember, I spoke earlier on that there were 6 DNCs at a time. Due to compensation budget being cut by Treasurer, they had to be reduced to 3, and many other divisions had to be streamlined and cut. So this was a structure that was being implemented. The National Commissioner appointed the National Matching and Placing Committee, which consisted of myself as the chairperson, all DNCs, plus the head of the DPCI, HRM Legal Services, to match and place people, where HRM was presenting the profiles of people and recommendations were presented to the National Commissioner. And National Commissioner engaged on an extensive consultation with those relevant senior managers that their placement were proposed. The reason is, when that structure was pronounced, all posts, in exception of the post of a national commissioner and provincial commissioners, were declared vacant, meaning the whole organization has to embark on a restructuring. So after those recommendations were submitted to the national commissioner, through all other processes having been adhered to, it had to be submitted to the minister.
Thank you, General. We are now at paragraph 91 of your statement. That section deals with Public Service Commission investigation on the appointment of Major General Nkosi.
So still there, the same issue I explained earlier on of Major General Nkosi. Even during the process of that particular matching and placing, the decision of that matching and placing committee was the same with what I'd done earlier on. So, which of course the minister challenged, that he was not happy, and he said we did not follow the due process in terms of the audit charter. But we provided all the necessary documentation and information, even to Mr. Mangugu at the time, who was the chairperson of the audit committee. And finally, Mangugu adhered that, no, they did engage me. But initially, Mangugu was also complaining with the minister.
Yeah. So this is the same Major General Nkosi that you testified about earlier this morning?
Yes.
Okay. So that entire section from paragraph 91 all the way up to 93, we have covered that, or is there anything else within those paragraphs that you still need to deal with?
In dealing with those, with that particular matter of General Nkosi, Minister wrote a letter to General Sithole complaining about 2 individuals who were in that letter of matching and placing, where he was not happy with General Jacobs, who was now being permanently placed. Remember, he was initially on a temporary basis at Division Inspectorate. So this time he was being placed permanently, and he did not have a problem, I must say, General Jacobs, to be permanently placed at Inspectorate and General Nkosi. So he wrote and he said, until these 2 matters are resolved, he is not going to sign that particular matter. He needed to engage with the National Commissioner, a process which never happened up until today.
So that now takes us, General, to paragraph 94. There you deal with the letter that was addressed to the public protector. that letter can be found as 3 annexures. Annexure FNV 67, FNV 68, FNV 69. It starts at page 1677 of your annexure bundle. So that's 1677, and it ends at 1683. But if I can just then take you to the contents of your paragraph, it's the last bundle, it's the third bundle. Yeah, it starts at 1677. Yes, but General, I actually wish to just take you through your paragraph.
Okay.
Yeah. At paragraph 94, you say that you reference the letter. And can you confirm that this letter was received by General Sithole, and what was its contents?
The letter was received by General Sithole, and its contents related to the very same matter of Lieutenant General Jacob's discipline, which General Nkele wrote to the National Commissioner that he must hold any disciplinary matters against General Jacobs. So it wanted certain documentation in regard to the investigation that it was conducting, which was submitted.
Okay. So who wrote? Was there a process on your end that was initiated to the public protector, or had the public protector out of their office written a letter addressed to General Sithole? If you can perhaps explain the context of the letter.
The letter highlighted that, I don't see it now, but I know for a fact that it highlighted that.
Perhaps you can take us through the actual paragraph.
It received a complaint, the public protector, okay. General Sithole received a letter from the public protector of the Republic of South Africa, wherein it indicated that they received a complaint with regard to Minister Nkele halting the suspension and disciplinary process of General Jacobs in the Division Crime Intelligence in connection with the personal protective equipment fraud, and thereby violating the sections as mentioned today. The letter of the public protector was dated the 3rd of June 2021, and the letter was seeking certain information, amongst others, correspondence between the two of them. The letter where the Sithole responded to the letter of General Nkele at a time where General Sithole put his foot down on being bullied by the minister in putting in abeyance all investigations and intended suspension of General Jacobs, which is hereby attached, which is hereby dated the 4th of December 2020. The copies, all those relevant copies, are attached as annexures.
Okay. Somebody's going to assist you to find the letter. It's in bundle 3, 1677, and the letter is dated the 3rd of June 2021, and it is addressed to Lieutenant General Nhlanhla Sithole, the National Commissioner. I suppose it meant General Sithole. And it's regarding investigations into allegations of violation of the Executive Ethics Code by the Minister of Police, Mr. Nhlanhla. And at paragraph 1 of the letter, it says, please be advised that the Public Protector is investigating a complaint from Economic Freedom Fighters, EFF, regarding allegations of a possible violation of the Executive Ethics Code by the Minister of Police, Mr. Nhlanhla. It then, at paragraph 5, if I may jump, it deals with the complaint being filed by a Member of Parliament, Mr. Mbuyiseni Ndlozi. And it sets out it lists the complaints which pertain to Lieutenant General Jacobs, specifically regarding the PPE contracts that you would have testified about. What was General Sithole's reaction? You testified that you were investigating the PPE contracts, despite that you were later investigated for them, but you were also investigating them. They are listed in your protected disclosures as well. Did this letter come to your attention? And what was the reaction of the Office of the Commissioner regarding this letter?
It came to my attention as a result that I was equally dealing with with correspondence on my personal or position as a DNC for support services, but at the same time, some of the work of the National Commission will be given to me to compile those responses, including the responses to the minister. When the issues that the minister wants a correspondence report in, I was dealing with all those matters.
Okay. You also testified that you were also investigating
this matter.
General Jacobs, Lieutenant General Jacobs as well. So the minister's reaction can be found at 1681, and the letter is dated. It can't be the letter that is attached to the minister from the police and from the minister, the Ministry of Police are attached as 181 and 183, which is what you rely on. But those letters predate the letter of the public protector, and they also deal with the same subject matter.
I agree, Honorable Chair. Remember, these were the documents that were requested by public protector in terms of what unfolded prior to this complaint they received. These are amongst others the documents that were forwarded to public protector.
Oh, so this is what the General Sithole would have provided to the public protector regarding the complaint, in assisting with the complaint.
Yeah, so here I'm only highlighting what is relevant to this, that General Sithole responded, General Nkele wrote to Sithole responded to him in saying, I will not stop this because in terms of other legislative process and policies, I'm equally responsible for initiating a disciplinary process.
Okay. And would you say that in Minister Nkele, addressing a letter to General Sole, would that have amounted to interference from a political figure in the operational issues?
Yes, I would say so.
Would you like to elaborate or expand on that?
Discipline is a line manager responsibility. There are policies that prescribe how discipline must be handled. So it was the responsibility of the National Commissioner to finalize matters of discipline for General Jacobs without the interference of the minister. The minister, if he needed information, he maybe should have called General Stolle and asked to be explained what is happening, etc., but not to stop. Thanks.
Are you aware of the Public Protector's final report pertaining to this matter?
I am not aware.
We now go to the following section, which is the meeting between Minister Cele and Lieutenant General Tunzelani. That section, you talk about meetings that took place. If I'm not mistaken, you have already testified about this section. Is there anything that we may have left out as you introduced it, because you dealt with it when you were dealing with your protected disclosures, perhaps for the sake of completion?
I think I've highlighted most of the critical aspects in that this might have been a duplication omission.
That now takes us to paragraph 99, the lost and found of my iPad.
And
yes,
you want me? Can I? Okay.
You can.
Here I'm highlighting that during that meeting of MINMEC in East London, when we finished the work on our way back to the airport, I checked in at the airport together with my iPad as well as the laptop. In the seat I was sitting, in the plane I was sitting with two protectors of the minister. The minister was somewhere in front, and I slept. Unfortunately, I was tired. On arriving at the OR Tambo, I alighted the flight, but these protectors remained in the plane, and I was wondering why, because we were taken by buses, and the minister was long gone. But I didn't realize that something wrong had happened. Now, on Tuesday, it was on Friday. On Tuesday, when I needed my iPad, which I use for Parliament matters, I couldn't find it in the bag, and I remember that I checked in with this iPad when I was handing over the laptop at the airport. Now, I requested the principal officer of Parliament to track my iPad through that functionality. They checked it, and it was discovered back where in Eastern Cape, between the guest house. I was never to. It was moving between the guest house and the hotel I slept in. Then on Wednesday, I requested them to activate that sound. They activated the sound, and the iPad was found at the hotel where I slept, at the restaurant, making noise alone. No one was attending to it. I don't know whether the person ran away or whatever happened. Now, the issue is I only went to the restaurant on arrival on Wednesday. I was never at the restaurant, and I used that iPad during the meeting, and I checked in with the iPad. How it went back, it was very strange for me. When I requested that they must arrange the hotel to bring it, it was brought to my office by the provincial head of crime intelligence of Eastern Cape. That was strange to me. I suspected those protectors took in the plane.
Although when you checked it under Find My iPad, it was in the Eastern Cape.
To Eastern Cape.
Okay. So your suspicion, you writing, dealing with those paragraphs, it's just to highlight that the minister's protectors may have taken your iPad, but it's also possible that you could have left it at the hotel.
I never left it. I used it. The presentation for the IDT that I'm talking about, it was in that iPad. I presented in that meeting on Friday.
Okay. Lieutenant General, we are now at paragraph 102.
Okay.
Before with that paragraph, you were the senior, you were the DNC in that period when your iPad was stolen, and you had access to investigators who could have assisted you in trying to understand what could have happened to your iPad. Did you ever initiate any investigation regarding its disappearance on the plane?
I never initiated that. As I said, that the iPad was recovered and it was brought back to me. And there were strange things that I was already experiencing. So I felt that it's fine as long as I got the iPad back.
Okay. And finally, when you received it back, was your information still intact?
Fortunately, majority of the information that iPad belonged to Parliament. There were only few presentations that I have put in, like the one I was going to present at that meeting.
Okay. We are at paragraph 102. Do you wish to deal with that paragraph?
This paragraph, just to highlight that my first encounter with General Cele happened back when he was still the National Commissioner. I will summarize it. When General Nhlanhla was appointed as the Divisional Commissioner for Crime Intelligence, he found me at Crime Intelligence, and I was working with Dr. De Kock in the Crime Research, Integrity and Statistics. Then he changed me to a support services function. While I was working for support services, there was a Colonel who was working at Colonel Ross, who was working at the internal audit for Secret Service account. That Colonel was conducting audits. General Nhlanhla moved that Colonel to my environment. And when that Colonel came to my environment, he started to disclose a lot of corruption that they were detecting when they conducted audits in the Secret Service account. Fast track, as he was paranoid, he was receiving some threats as well. Now, he requested me to organize a meeting with him to go and see the National Commissioner and brief him, which I did. Unfortunately, on that day, when I was to accompany him to the National Commissioner's office, which was General Gary, General Nguli organized a meeting 6 o'clock with us. So I had to be in that 6 o'clock in the morning meeting. He went alone, this colonel. He was, when he came back, he briefed me that he was made to see General Ngwe and brief General Ngwenya with all the challenges and problems that he was experiencing. A week later, I was called, a week or so, I was called by the Divisional Commissioner for Human Resources, Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, who informed me that he was at the meeting with the National Commissioner and General Ngwenya, and he was instructed to redeploy me. Fortunately, because there were many things that were happening there during that time, I already arranged with Divisional Commissioner of Inspectorate that I wanted to come and work with him. So this DIVCOM was asking me, I don't know, where do you want to go? I said, don't worry, take me to General Rasikhatla at Inspectorate. This is how I moved. I left crime intel. Thank you very much.
Lieutenant General, do you wish to make any further comment? What inference must be drawn from the submissions that you've just made, what you've just testified? Because now you take us back to the time that Minister Cele was the Commissioner of Police, and it seems that perhaps that's when your challenges would have begun. Do you wish to comment?
Yes, I would like to. That is why I had to bring this only aspect to say that maybe I was ignorant. I didn't realize that from that time up until when the minister was a minister, he did not take kindly of the fact that maybe I was exposed to certain things or that were being done at crime intelligence, etc., etc. I don't know, but I felt that it means this anonymity or whatever it is had always been with him in regards to me. Hence, I received this particular treatment because over and above, and as I said earlier on, I'm not saying I'm immune from any other processes, but when processes are instituted, there is policy, guidelines, there's act, it must be taken to its finality rather than to just keep them hanging and keeping you hanged without knowing whether we are going or we are backwards or forwards. So that's all that maybe I would like to say. And I also want to say that I'm not really coming here because I want to plead to be taken back to the police. You know, I looked at what some of the work I followed, not everything I was able to see that is happening here, but I felt that there is other part of the gap that has not yet been ventilated, which when the reforms of either policy or legislation are happening, must be taken into consideration. And one also of the thoughts that I had is that maybe the National Commissioner, as I heard in some of this discussion, is a very powerful position to be a National Commissioner, and it is autonomous. Maybe there is a need, like in the State Security SITA, a CEO there reports to the board. So maybe there might be a need that there be a board in the police that is independent where the CEO accounting office reports to, so that when there's things like this are happening, because it's unlike there is no proper legislation or policy, everything is there. It is just a human person who decide to break all these rules and do things in a particular, knowing that no one will tell me I'm the alpha and omega. Maybe there is a need for such a body, that the National Commissioner, so that when people get frustrated, and I'm saying this as a Deputy National Commissioner, there are many other people who are suffering the similar challenge that I've suffered. There is even a PC in Mpumalanga who's sitting exactly in a similar position like I have. There are junior people who cannot even be able to appoint a lawyer who are suffering the similar challenges. So I know time is against us, but thank you very much.
General, the last section of your affidavit, of your statement, I don't want to leave anything out because we are at the end. It deals with various topics relating to irregular transactions, and I don't wish to stop you. Just you're stopping short of just dealing with that section. At 110, you mention an official trip to Turkey by the National Commissioner. Do you wish to testify on that still, or do you?
I think they will read for them, so they can ask me questions about
on that.
The honourable members if they do. I think we've covered most of the most important aspects, and I want to thank the chairperson and the honourable members together with the evidence leaders for granting me this opportunity. I must say I might be lucky because I managed to push up until my retirement time. Some people don't even arrive where I have arrived. So definitely it may be a minor thing, an HR matter, a disciplinary matter, but it has got a very huge impact in the wellness of the organization and the impact of on service delivery. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you, General.
Kalanga.
Honorable Chair, remember I am a it is a borrowed surname, so I don't know all the details of the surname. So don't.
The oral history in African context is told by women because most of the men were migrant workers and things happened in their absence. That is why in most of our ceremonies, women are the ones who recite our praises because the men do not know them. They were at Toka Hostel in Tembisa or many other hostels that you know in the country. So that can never be an excuse. You are Kalanga. Thank you so much for the presentation of evidence that has been made here and the profound remarks that you have made at the conclusion of your statement that the attitude of the committee must not be that this is about you, but it's about lived human experiences in our state institutions. And it is out of these experiences that we draw relevance to how we can reshape our legislative and policy instruments so that we can serve our people better. But because we are human beings and also understanding the past we come from, even if we do not say it expressly or in any way explicit, the cries of a woman are not silenced and can never be in vain. And having said that, we don't mean that you are justified. We're just saying that when a woman cries, it's not the kind of a matter you can turn a blind eye to. It will need you to be circumspect and arrive at a decision that will make sure that if such practices were wrong, they never happen again. Thank you so much, Advocate Mkhwanazi. We want to thank you. Honorable members, I want to give you a 15 minutes break. I would like to give you a 15 minutes break. Okay. I wanted to hear that because I thought those were mamas of dissatisfaction. So the reason why I give you 15 minutes break is because we are now going into a marathon session, but also to give you a chance to converse each other on when you come back, how do you want to lobby the chair on time allocation? I have seen that Honorable Sol say when the matter was decided yesterday, you were still outed. You wanted Honorable Malema to explain why did he agree to 20 minutes. So I'm giving you enough time now to lobby each other. When you come back here, for sure, all of you will be presenting a united view. Is it okay, honorable members? Thank you. Honorable Skosana, 15 minutes break. We are coming back at 3:30. Get indication if you have a suggestion on the amount of time to be allocated per speaker. Honorable Breitenbach is...
Let's quickly finalize the time allocation, please.
Honorable Breitenbach is suggesting 10 minutes. 20 minutes. Honorable Breitenbach is suggesting 20 minutes.
Yeah, Chair, we're also fine. And also fine that we're concluding the time issue when Honorable Sols is outside the room. Thank you.
Agreed. Thank you so much.
Agreed.
So we will take 2 from the ANC and 1 from the MKP. Honorable Breitenbach has said there will only be 1 speaker from the DA. So
from our side, Chair, also it's only 2.
It's only 2.
Yes.
Okay. Can we start? We're starting from the ANC. Honorable Sokanyela, 20 minutes. So it's 20 minutes across the board.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Point of order, Honorable Chair.
General Vuma.
Honorable Chair, point of order.
No, I've started. It's 10 minutes for you. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Chair, point of order.
General Vuma.
Point of order, Chair.
Honorable Sokanyela, may we please hear what Honorable Sols is saying?
It seems like you are colluding with EFF, especially. We had an agreement before I left. I was pressed. I spoke to Honorable Malema. He promised me he's going to speak on my behalf. No, he said 10 minutes. He said 10 minutes. Chairperson, I wasn't here. I trusted him. I will no longer trust him. So now I'd like to please, I want my full 30 minutes. I was very clear to Honorable Malema. I want my full 30 minutes, please.
Yeah, I think what we should say is that the Honorable Sols could say, may I kindly get 30 minutes, Chairperson?
Honorable Chairperson, given that I'm disappointed by my Honorable Malema, may I please have my full 30 minutes?
Yeah, so that you don't appear like you are frog marching the Chairperson.
Never, Chair. I don't misuse your benevolence.
Honorable Novalo.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. No, let's apologize for being late. I guess we are on the receiving end of that. We would like to also kindly request for 30 minutes. Unlike yesterday, we took 10-10. So today, Chair, we are requesting for 30 minutes. Me and Skosana, respectively.
You took 2020, it was combined.
2020. But I didn't finish my 20 minutes yesterday. I only used 10 minutes.
Yeah, but the Chairperson is not a time bank. No, listen, we are going to exercise the principle of flexibility.
Thank you.
Yeah, so you have requested 20 minutes, Honorable Sokanyela. Yeah, I'm just saying that we are flexible in case there is one more question you may want to ask and your time has run out. The chair benevolently allows you to have that flexibility. It's now 24 minutes to 16 hours. You can start now and use your 20 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. General Vuma, in paragraph 14 of your statement, you reflect that your first protected disclosure Minister Cele exposed to those whom were implicated by your report by dealing with the information in a broader meeting, including the recommendations that you have made about some of the people who were part of in that report you have made. Now, do you think Minister Cele did this intentional to place your life in danger?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. At the time, I don't think he might have done it deliberately because remember, it was a stack of information and files, which he might not have been able or have gotten time to go through it on his own. And some of these reports are the experts' reports. And maybe the purpose of the meeting was for him to get clarity, which I support without any doubt. But the challenge I have with that open meeting was that he read my recommendations in front of everybody. And even before we went further with that meeting, everybody was looking at me as, who is this who wants to refer this matter to the Hawks for investigation? He might not maybe have been aware that that thing is going to expose me. But I felt it when I was receiving those calls and some sending the very same information out. And I was asking myself as to where do they get it? Because the file was still with him. From him, it went to the National Commission. So I may not really for sure say he did it deliberately.
Were you not part of the meeting?
I was part of the meeting. But the way he presented it, it was like we have a snitch here who want this thing. But after they explained to him what has been done, how much was spent, they say, he stood on his chair and said, wow, so much money has been spent on a building that we, as the police, are unable to occupy. General Vuma is correct. Thank you, Chair.
In the same paragraph, you indicate that after exposing your protected disclosure and placing your life in danger, Minister Cele distanced himself from the process. From which process did Minister Cele distance himself? As we have written here in paragraph 14.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. As I said, that Minister Cele stood and accepted General Vuma is correct. This matter deserves to be further investigated. We cannot spend so much, was over 1.6 billion, as you can see in the attachment. And we are unable to occupy the building. We're still told there's no occupation certificate, there is no electricity certificate, lift, etc. Now, what was strange was when he wrote in that information note, he said General Stole must deal with that matter. He does not want to get involved. That was what was strange for me.
So he was distancing himself from the information that he has agreed in the meeting.
Yes.
And yet, when it was supposed to be processed, he's distancing himself.
That's what happened, Honorable.
Then what did you do about your disclosure?
I gave my disclosure to the National Commissioner, who said I must just be careful and anything I receive, I must bring it to his attention. And if there is, for example, a phone number that we can be able to follow, but they were private numbers. So National Commissioner showed that he will make sure that at the time, of course, I was having a one driver that was driving with me. I remember he said I must get another one, which they gave me a certain captain here who was more experienced than this one I had.
Who gave you that?
The National Commissioner organized that as my driver.
But in paragraph 17, you indicate that you were targeted and prejudiced by General Masemula for refusing to abandon certain investigations. Who authorized you to initiate the investigations? If General Masemula saw that your life in danger and he assisted by giving you protection, and yet now he is refusing to abandon certain investigations. Can you elaborate on that?
Thank you very much, Chair. We are talking about two different individuals here. When in 2018, the National Commissioner was General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi, and in this time when I'm being prejudiced, it's General Masemula.
He said you must conduct some investigation.
The
Is it him or it was Nhlanhla?
The investigations that I was appointed by General Sitol. The ones that I was continuing with are as a result of the work of my portfolio, where I highlighted earlier on that through audits, when we discover certain discrepancies, we will go further in terms of forensic investigation. There is a leg section in the environment of internal audit where we are able to conduct forensic investigations. And if there are many, we are even able to outsource them to PricewaterhouseCoopers and many other audit firms. Those are the investigations I'm talking.
So you were authorized by the audit reports, or did National Commissioner audit you? Because I just want to understand it, because you are saying in paragraph 17, you were targeted and prejudiced by General Masemula by refusing to abandon certain investigation. Then hence I want to know who initiated those investigations you were conducting. And you are saying to me, some of the things you were investigating, they were from AGSA, and then some you can tell me. But who initiated that investigation, those investigations?
Thank you very much, Chair. These particular ones I'm talking about are the ones that have attached. There is a an attachment that I've attached are the ones that relates to the investigations that I was appointed by the former National Commissioner to investigate, which were continuing. Yes. So when I briefed the National Commissioner, the
new
new
one.
incumbent,
Yeah.
and I highlighted, I think there are 5 paragraphs where it was a case of General Shezi, 2 of General Jacobs, 1 of General Vieri, and the other one of General Patlane, where General Masimula was saying, man, leave these things. Why are you still busy with these things? These are the ones I'm referring to.
Also in paragraph 17, you allege that General Masemula threatened you. How was the nature of the threat and what did you do a threat?
I don't think there is a threat. I'm saying General Masimula served me with document and said he was under pressure to get rid of me.
Oh. In paragraph 18, again, regarding now the second protected disclosure that you sent to various heads, IDEC head of IPD, head of DPCI, including the president of the country. Did you get any response?
I did not get any response. The only response I got is I was engaged by the late Tina, who was the chairperson of Portfolio Committee, who told me that she is planning to have to call a meeting specifically to deliberate on my protected disclosure. And she wanted to know whether will I feel comfortable to be part of that meeting or be on a virtual platform. So while waiting for that, unfortunately, she passed on.
Do you know why your matter was not investigated?
I don't know. I will not know.
You didn't get any report from anywhere, not
There was
any person whispering to you that we cannot take this investigation of yours.
There was an SMS, I think it was an SMS I received from the just retired IDEC SMS that said acknowledged. So I wasn't sure whether she was referring to my disclosure or what she was referring to. So I cannot say it was acknowledged. And obviously, immediately thereafter, I was suspended. So when you are suspended, you are not in touch with the progress in the organization because you are cut off.
So before you made correspondence that you have forwarded to the
I didn't make any follow-up because I was suspended and all tools of trade were taken from me, including the telephone and the gadgets that I used. So they took even the safe and the firearms and the trolley bags for the document. I think they were 100% sure that this one is going forever. She's not coming back because normally it doesn't happen like that.
Thank you, sir. It's early.
Thank you so much, Honorable Nhlanhla. Do you want to come now or you want to come later with Honorable Skosan? You want to come now? Okay.
Immediately.
Okay.
Thanks, Chair. No, Chair, from me, it's just a few issues. Sorry. It was, I think, the statement by the witness is quite straightforward.
Yeah.
I think all we ought to do now is to cross-reference one of the things that the witness is saying with Gerald Masemula as he appears next week. So I think it has helped us a lot in some of the things. I think part of what I've noticed is that you're saying some of the issues you were investigating were finalized for investigation and referred to IPID and some to IDEC. And our experience since we have started here, we've received numerous testimonies of how both IDEC and IPID have been neutralized and compromised, weaponized in some instances to deal with the internal issues at SAPS. So what is your experience with both IPID and IDEC?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. In other investigations, I don't think they are all compromised, let me put it like that. But I also have experience, as I also mentioned in one of the cases where I'm saying I was interviewed earlier on after the judgment, and it was interestingly, Chairperson, at a time, it was still ID, and they had investigators from IPID that were seconded to them. They were not yet appointed permanently. So that team was a team that was involved when they wanted to interview us and General Sitole. Now they are in IDEC. After the court judgment, they interview me, they decline to prosecute. But a few months down the line, when General Masemula wanted to discipline me again on the very same matter, now there is a case, which was never there when I was interviewed on 571 January. They submit a report in May for me to be a negative recommendation, which is signed by the executive director, a report and a covering letter. But let's start investigating the matter.
I want us to do this.
Okay.
Is it your evidence that IPID, in respect to your matters, was compromised?
Yes.
Is it your evidence that IPID, in relation to your matters, is compromised or was compromised?
Was.
IDEC.
Not IDEC. IDEC, I never
You
had.
didn't deal with IDEC.
Yeah.
That's fine then. Let's go to unlawful instructions. I want us to be specific and clear. I heard you saying you got instructions to abandon these investigations.
Which one are you referring to?
Whichever.
Okay.
But as long as you got such an instruction, whichever particular case it may be, because even if it's mine, it's for Advocate Mkhize, it's for Honorable Sangun. But the fact is, there's only one law certainly applies to that conduct. So apart from the DC, did you get any instruction from either General Masemula or General Qele to appoint a particular company for a particular service?
If you look at the matter of RT15, General Qele
Which one is artificial?
The cell phone contract, the transversal contract.
Yeah.
General Kele wanted Vodacom. He told me straight. He did not chiga. He told me straight he wanted Vodacom to get that contract. And he was engaging me on a constant basis. And he wanted constant feedback of what is happening. He said that must not be allocated until I'll tell him what is the status of the process. Yes, it happened.
Okay. Did you, whether verbally or in writing, receive an instruction from both or either of the two to halt disciplinary investigation? Except that someone briefs you, you meet in the corridor, and all those things. Did you directly receive, whether in verbally or in writing?
To hold a disciplinary investigation.
Yes, that don't proceed.
General Kele said to me, why have I recommended General Jacobs to be disciplined on the two matters that I investigated, which I have explained earlier on. General Masemula, when I was giving him feedback on the status of disciplinary matters, he said, you guys are still busy with these matters. Though it was not a direct pronouncement that stop it, but he said, Ayman, you should leave these things to die a silent death. Those are the insinuation from me to say that he wanted me to stop their process.
But there is no direct instruction that says, don't discipline so and so. Okay, it's fine. Then there is you say I became a target in paragraph 28 of former Minister Cele's associates. Are these associates within the police service?
It is generally known in the police that General Cele was very close to General Ngwenya.
So the first associate is General Ngwenya. The second associate? Who's the name of General Ngwenya? You don't know the name?
Bonang.
Bonani. Bonang, not Mateba.
Bonang Mkhwanazi.
Okay.
General Masemula is a favorite of Cele, and I will say that with expansion. Just before the former National Commissioner left the police, the General Cele approached me several times and pleaded with me that I must not agree when I'm called to be appointed as a National Commissioner, because he wants to appoint Masemula just for 2 years. So to me, he preferred him more than me.
Okay. So you have two in your database.
Yes.
The associates.
So far, yes.
So far. Okay, that's fine. Ad-Hoc Committee is correct. You are not finishing this part of the risk in your life. There's this risk that is posed by all these things. Then you later speak about you met with SSA, but you don't really tell us then how was the arrangement. And later you tell us that in your house 4 times it was broken. So you had to stay with the criminals all night without any protection. And our understanding is that this happens after you have been through the risk assessment and all those things. What happened?
It is true, Honorable Chair, that the issue of the risk in my life is not totally out. It still exists. And I'll give you an example. On the 28th last month, I had an event, a church service in some venue. And when we left that venue, it's not far away from where I stay. My family and a few people came to my house. And while we were there, their cars were parked outside the pavement. One of the people who came to my house is a lieutenant colonel who worked in the police, who was my PA at a certain stage. When she was later going home, she discovered her car was smashed, just the window, but nothing was taken in the car. And we checked through the CCTV camera. A Suzuki came, SUV, and went straight in front of this car and came back and took somebody alighted from the left-hand side at the back seat and took something inside and hit this car twice. The window fell far away and just went away. So to me, I suspect that they were just sending a message. Now we called the police, the case was opened. On Sunday, they went to the house of this colonel to take fingerprints. But interestingly, on Tuesday, they sent a message that the case has been closed. They followed all the leads.
So you were not provided any security?
Nothing.
Were you not supposed to have a security as a Deputy National Commissioner?
While I was in employment. Now that I've retired, I don't think I do.
So you did have, in your capacity as the DNC, you did have your protection, but there was no protection reinforced on the basis of the threat in your life?
Yes, it was only on the transit, not static.
Okay, let's go to the grabber. I'm sure this might be the 75th grabber we were talking about here. I know there's always a story about the grabber when everyone is. When was this project? Which year?
The ones that of fruitless expenditure.
Yes. There's only one grabber you're talking about. Which year?
It was 2021.
2021. Okay. So the grabber is supposed to be valued at 7 million.
Sorry, Honorable. I think it was in March 2020. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the grabber is supposed to be purchased in a value of 7 million. Is it correct that it was then purchased at a value of 47 million?
That's a different one. That's why I'm saying there are many grabbers.
But they were purchased in one year?
The one that I mentioned, fruitless expenditure, is a separate one. The one that you are talking about where IPED ruled on it. That's why I was requesting the evidence leader to give me an opportunity to explain the way it started. And I want to explain it if you allow me.
And also when you explain, you must tell us what was your role.
Yes.
You make it as one of the central issues that made you dismissed. So when General Masemula is here, we know what would have been your submission to it.
Thank you very much for that. During 2017, at the beginning of the year, I'm providing the background. Crime intelligence was in a process of replacing their tools of trade. In this case, one of them was the grabbers, because they said their grabbers were operating at a 2G, and at the time the world was at 4G. Now, at the time, Major General Ngo was the acting divisional commissioner of crime intelligence. Now, while that process they were busy with, they say at certain stage they called a meeting with all provincial heads and the head office personnel, in some place at Hammanskraal, where they invited a number of companies who have the capacity to procure such an equipment, who presented to them. They said there were 8 or 10 who presented. And out of those presentations, they identify 1 or 2 who had the capacity to deliver on their requirements.
Was Paul O'Sullivan part of those?
Coming there.
Okay.
Now, while Ngobo was busy, so they were supposed immediately after that meeting they had in Hammanskraal to continue with the procurement process. But unfortunately, Major General Ngobo at the time was hospitalized as the acting divisional commissioner. So they had to proceed to Delta after. To fast track the record, then obviously, as and when they detect the threat, there was this ANC conference that was about to happen at Nasrec during December. National Commissioner General Zumane and the Ngobos attended different briefings in regard to the intelligence briefings. So on that day, which is the 13th of December 2017, as I explained earlier on, that I attended the meeting at the GCIS on behalf of the National Commissioner, and he had to attend to Courtyard Hotel on the briefing of intelligence. I don't know who else attended that meeting. So after that meeting, he calls me to join him in Courtyard Hotel, and he says to me, I've been trying to get hold of General Zumane and Ngobo, and I don't find them. Please call them. You all must come here. And we went there. On arrival, he was sitting in some room, and he briefs us and says there has been a presentation on the threat to the conference that is going to happen in Nasrec. And that threat will be highly risky because our president, the ministers, and other people will be in attendance. We are required to come up with the mitigation or rather way of neutralizing it. So they have been having previous presentation and interaction with National Commission, where I was not involved. Now, National Commission says, General Vuma, I want you to go with General Zumane to crime intelligence. When you arrive there, General Zumane must call operatives and explain this threat that has been identified at the Nasrec conference. If it happens that they will be the operatives are able to mitigate or to neutralize the threats, let them proceed. But if it happens that there is a need for them to augment their equipment, please, because the time is shortening. Remember, it's on the 13th and the conference is starting on the 15th. So while we are there, he said, go with them. But your role is to assist them if there is a need for them to acquire new equipment in terms of PFMA and treasury regulations, what processes they need to follow. So we went there, General Zumane called the meeting. On arrival, I arrived, the operative were already in the boardroom. General Zumane chaired the meeting. And after chairing the meeting, there were operatives, they explained this process I'm talking about, that they were in a process of acquiring their new equipment. And this operative says, out of all the people that presented, we don't have the equipment that can match those standards. It was like the intelligence from overseas. We don't have those equipment because we haven't been able to replace our tools of trade. So there was only one company that met our 1 or 2. They mentioned, I think they said there was one company who met. Then they named the company that there's only one company who will be able to assist us. Then I started to explain. Someone was here, who was the CFO at Crime Intelligence at the time. I explained to Hlongwane the processes that must be followed. They need to write an application to Treasury, which National Commission must sign, etc., etc. And as I was engaging Hlongwane, I discovered that Hlongwane understands what needs to be happening. Then I decided that General Ngobo and Zumane, your people knows what to do. I was still, it was in December. And when I got appointed as a DNC for in the Office of the National Commission, I was working at the Protection and Security Services. So I was still assisting in the major events. So I had to go to Nasrec to assist the team there that was dealing with the planning of the event. Now, I left with Zumane, he went on his own. We're all going to Nasrec. We left Ngobo with his team. General Ngobo had to facilitate whatever needed to be facilitated. Now, when we arrive at Nasrec, while we're still waiting for the meeting to happen, General Zumane was called by Mr. Sisoko of IP. Mr. Sisoko says to General Zumane, I've received information that you guys from Crime Intelligence want to buy the grappers. And these grappers that you want to buy you want to buy them from the company that we are currently investigating. General Zumane engaged with him, and he said thereafter he called the National Commissioner to say, hey, I just received information that the company that Crime Intelligence referred to as the company that can be able to mitigate the threat is under investigation. What do we do? National Commissioner said, no, stop everything if that is the case. Then inform Vuma to also stop assisting Crime Intelligence. Then General Zumane comes and informs me. So everything was finalized on that day. Now, as and when I interact with General Ngobo gives me this information to say, while they started with this process, Mr. McBride has been approaching him because he knew that they wanted to buy the grabbers. And Mr. McBride is using Hlongwane and Bamuza. Bamuza is a brigadier who was working with at crime intelligence. This is the brigadier that Hlongwane transferred money to her account, to whom he was charged for. Now, they say these two are being handled by McBride. They are taking out information from crime intelligence to McBride. McBride has approached Ngobo several times. They said
Just a moment. Hlongwane, is it the witness who appeared before us?
Yes.
Can you say that statement again on record?
Thank you, Chairperson. Hlongwane is the witness that appeared here in the Ad Hoc Committee, who was the CFO of the Secret Service account. Now,
you say he transferred money into whose account?
Remember, when he was here, he did mention that he was charged for transferring 50,000 to the account of a certain brigadier.
Yeah,
I'm just highlighting that. Now, Hlongwane informed McBride. McBride now is coming to Ngobo daily to say, hey, here's the company. Buy these grabbers from this company.
And McBride is still at IPIT.
He's at the head of IPIT.
And he's not supposed to involve himself
in those procurement
with the SAPS in case the matter comes to IPIT for them to investigate whether police conduct was proper.
Yes.
He would have been conflicted.
Yes. Now, while Ngobo is relating these things to me, because remember when I was working at VIP, Ngobo was head of VIP, so we're working together. So we discussed things. He said, McBride today is bothering me. He's coming here, right through. He wants me to buy these grabbers from his company. He's giving me a company. So it happened in the process. I think it was October, if I'm not mistaken. There was a passing out parade at the college, and I was there, Ngobo was there. McBride arrived towards the end of the program, and he went straight to sit with Ngobo. Yeah. So Ngobo reminded me, you remember when we were at the college, McBride arrived very late. He came and sat with me, and he was still insisting that I must ensure that I utilize his company to buy these grabbers. And then I'm saying, okay, no, it's fine. Time progresses back to the issue of the grabber in the Nasrec. Now, it has been stopped. Nothing has been. There was not even a paper that we compiled, unless they compiled the papers when we left to Nasrec. Now, IPAD, after that, in January, wants to interview us. They're sending us summons, myself, General Sithole Tsumane, Ngobo, and Bindwan. They want to interview us on the meeting of Nasrec. They even quoted another date. I don't know. There was also another meeting of the intelligence briefing, which happened somewhere in August. Now, the National Commissioner, when we were supposed to go for that interview, the legal services said you cannot go to that interview unless you have applied for legal assistance, so that if there is anything, your legal fees will be paid. You also need a counsel to advise you to go with to that interview. Then they wrote to legal services, wrote to IPAD to say the officers, and they gave us a short notice. I think the letter came on the 13th. They wanted us on the 15th of January. We had an engagement here in Cape Town for Portfolio Committee. The officers are willing to cooperate. They want to be interviewed, but they have this engagement, and they are also applying for legal assistance. Legal assistance, which was approved, it was sent to State Attorney. State Attorney appointed Mketso attorneys to assist us in the interview for IPAD. While we are preparing to go to that particular interview, comes the subpoenas. We're subpoenaed that McBride was in a hurry for us to go to that interview. How the subpoena comes, amongst others, there was an attachment of a case of common assault as part of the reason why they wanted to interview us, which when the lawyers looked at that and they said, no, but this is not it. IPAD cannot compel you to come to the interview with all this. So a decision was taken that we must take these subpoenas to court, because this magistrate has issued, amongst others, these subpoenas. Amongst others, there's common assault case attached, etc., etc. How did he issue it? Because the only thing we knew about is a meeting of the 13th of December in Courtyard Hotel. What is all these things? So that was the main reason we went to court. While we are still preparing to go to court, in one of the morning, 6 o'clock, National Commissioner used to arrive at work 6 o'clock. So we had a meeting. Then there was, I found in the office of the National Commissioner, Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi, the late. Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi came to see the National Commissioner to explain to the National Commissioner that they are involved in these investigations with McBride, and he is the lead investigators. And part of the things that they are investigating, they have targeted people who are a threat of becoming the National Commissioner. He explains the matter of General Patlane. He explains the matter of General Mutiba, but Mutiba was left because he didn't last for long. He says, now, here is the matter that has made me to come and discuss with you, National Commissioner, because the matter of the Nasrec, the narratives that was fabricated in a meeting with O'Sullivan, together with all those role players that were mentioned by Mr. Nkabinde. Now, when they manufactured those narratives, the aim was to discredit the National Commissioner, General Lt Gen Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi, because McBride wants to be the National Commissioner, and apparently he was promised to be the National Commissioner. Now, when that information is presented by Mahlangu, we know Mahlangu, he works at iPad, and he spoke also of these Mabula investigations and all that. He says these things were manufactured in a house in, is it Bedford View? I can't remember the name, which he used to be. So this is information that is related to the National Commissioner by Mandla Mahlangu. Now Mandla Mahlangu was saying we were going along with these investigations, but what we have realized is that Mkhwanazi is targeting black people who are appointed as the National Commissioner. Now, can you give me an opportunity, please? Otherwise, I'm obstructed.
Yeah, you're given. That's why I'm quiet. It's me on the podium.
And there is a sound that's...
Just ignore it.
Okay. Now, when Mahlangu relates all these things, National Commissioner then took a stand also that then it is giving us strength to go to court to challenge these subpoenas. Amongst others, that was one of the reasons that we said we're going to challenge these subpoenas to court. Then the National Commissioner instructs me, because I'm office bound and I sit in the office, there is even a statement attached here. I must sit with all the relevant role players and we compile an affidavit with the lawyers, founding affidavit that I submitted to court. Because he said you are easily available when they need to sign things, there won't be problems. That's how we went to court. While we went to court, still dealing with Mandla Mahlangu's matter. There was a day when National Commission organized a meeting. We even went to State Security to see other friends together with Mahlangu. If I'm not mistaken, I can't remember whether Nkabinde was there as well, but it was General Mkhwanazi, DJ, myself, Tsumane, National Commission. We went to other Fraser to brief him about this matter, and he committed to look into the matter. I may not know the outcome because obviously he was liaising with the National Court. Then we went to court. When we are in court, there is answering affidavit and all that. When the answering affidavit came from iPad, it indicated that this is not the only thing that we wanted from the police. They highlighted that from 2015, 2016, we were requesting other information from the police. It was information about KBG, or I can't remember, a captain who was sort of appointed from crime intelligence and resurface who was an agent. They listed all the information that was requested prior the National General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi became a National Commissioner. So it came with that information, and all that. Some of the information was requested from General Patlane, etc., etc. So it came with all that information. This is not the only thing we wanted from the police. These are other information, and they also listed the cases, but it was prior 2017. Then, hence, the court, based on that information, said because there is also this information, the court did set aside those subpoenas for the meeting of court at Hotel, based on the information that we provided. But the court found us guilty on not providing the information on those previous cases. One of the cases was Fees Must Fall and others. Now, that is how the matter of the GREPA.
So the company Mr. McBride is engaging for is Paul O'Sullivan's company, which was suspiciously under.
I suspect so. And, we were 5, né? But as time progresses, because General Ngcobo knew the main reason why we find ourselves in this situation was removed by iPad to the court document, and only us remain who were blind, not knowing what was happening.
So the final procurement of this, do you know the name of the company?
iView. This is the
Can you spell it? Huh?
It's iView, because it was listed in the court document.
Okay.
Yes.
That's what I wanted. Chair, I'm sure be done by now. Thank you.
Yeah, Honorable Nomvalo, until 16 hours 53.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Long live the Chair. Good afternoon, General.
Afternoon, Honorable Member.
Am I correctly summarizing your version if I say, if I am to follow the sequence of events that you have outlined in your statement, which details how Minister Cele interfered with the work of the National Commissioner? Am I correct if I say his interference was extreme and was more deeper than what appeared in our eyes? And there's a lot that he did not tell us when he appeared before this Ad Hoc Committee.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. It is true. And for the fact that I was the responsible for administration in the police, in a day, these are just few examples that I've attached. In a day, we will receive 2 or 3 directives that says, I want response by 4 o'clock, or I want response by a certain time frame. Now, National Commissioner was bombarded with this having, and now we must keep on researching. I must involve legal services to assist me in other instances. It was actually deeper than what we understand.
Okay. So, Mr. Hlungwani, is it Mr. Hlungwani or Mr. Hlongwana?
I think it's Hlungwani.
Hlungwani. Yeah, because the way I spelled his name here is HLUNGWANI. So that is Hlungwani. I don't know if that is the correct pronunciation. When he was here, he narrated the GREPA story and he associated it with the ANC conference in 2017. He says he was put under pressure to authorize and he refused. He refused, and one of the reasons why he refused is because there was a GREPA which was far lesser than the projected amount for the GREPA in question. Because he said the GREPA for which he was persuaded was around 46 million, whereas there was a GREPA, I can't remember the specific amount, which was cheaper than that. The result of which, he did not authorize that grabber, and the grabber was finally not purchased. But even after the grabber was not purchased, you persuaded him, you General Vuma, to pay for the services that were not rendered. Meaning, even when the grabber was not finally procured, but you persuaded him to pay the service provider you intended to purchase the grabber from. So what is your reaction to that?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Very interesting. I'm sure the grabber that he was conversing for whatever that amount was the one that he was told by his handler to persuade. But as I said, my involvement was only in one day. On the instruction of the National Commission, would go and assist these people. If there will be a need, give them guidance, because I don't want people to go beyond the relevant prescript. And that was there. I ended up with the briefing by the General Tsumane when he said, the National Commission said we must stop this. And the National Commission instructed Tsumane to ask it in writing from Sisoko, which a letter came from Sisoko in writing. Now, there is a Deputy National Commissioner responsible for crime detections where crime intelligence resort under. There is an acting divisional commissioner. There is even a Major General under Brigadier Hlongwane. How can I pass all those people and go and give instructions in an environment that is not mine? It is not true.
So your final position or the conclusive response you are giving is that that is a pure lie. You never persuaded him, even after a decision not to continue with procurement was taken, to pay the grabber. Because the question that I asked to him was, did General Vuma explain to you the reasons for paying for services which were not rendered? And the response thereto was, you said to him the service provider was already approached and there was a need to pay, I think, if my memory serves me well, an amount, I can't remember if it was 7 million or what, but you persuaded him to pay for that amount. And the question was, for which service? Because the service provider in question was finally not appointed. So it's a pure lie. It's a pure lie. It means if what you are saying is anything to go by, Mr. Hlongwane misled this committee. Is that your evidence?
That is my evidence, Honorable Chair, because if he says he paid, he should have produced document. When you pay the transaction, there's invoice, there's all these documents that are compiled and they are on the system. I did not do that.
And he also told this committee that he was advised by General Sithole that Minister Mbalula instructed him to consider the grabber in question. Can you comment on that?
Remember when I say that Pamuza, who was a brigadier female, together with Hlongwane, they were being handled by McBride. I don't know such any information, and I was never involved in their intelligence briefings. I was only involved for those few hours. I don't know about it.
Were you called in a meeting during the ANC conference, which was discussing about this grabber?
I wasn't.
You were never part of that meeting?
No.
Okay. Let's go to the PPEs, General. I want to understand you correctly here. You are saying initially there was a transversal contract, which consisted of companies which were compiled by the National Treasury. But because of scarcity of stock and high demand of PPEs, the National Treasury extended authority to appointment of a procurement in all departments to allow them or to enable them to appoint any company which can deliver services. Am I correct?
You are correct.
I want us to take it from the beginning and move to a particular point, which I want clarity on.
You are correct. They issued the National Treasury Instruction 8 of 2019-20 to all government departments that they can approach any company as long as the company is registered on that department's database.
Okay. Following that notice by the National Treasury, and then you now as a department had to dissect potential service providers, and Mkhwanazi came with his list of companies for which he claimed to have been instructed by Minister Qela. Is that correct?
That is correct. And he came with those companies when myself and he were attending a board of directors of parliament meeting.
So how many companies did Mkhwanazi present?
She was sneaking papers to me, and I'm sharing the meeting, and I said, please take these companies to General Reed. I'm not dealing with the procurement. So he took. I have one example here, if I'm allowed, of the WhatsApp that I got from General Reed, which proves exactly what I'm saying, where she sent the company to General Reed and said, here's the business card of this man of this company, and this is the company I was trying to give to General. I have that. And that company, interestingly, is, the name of the company is the over and above. It deals with skin and body care.
Okay. Yeah. And then somewhere in your statement, you are saying ultimately you did not appoint those companies because they had no enough or adequate stock.
Due to the fact that we were approaching, generally it was approaching any companies. And out of desperation, he did send people to go and do a due diligence in terms of they wanted to see the stock.
Okay.
But there was no stock.
So you appointed other service providers?
Other service providers.
How many service providers did you appoint?
There were many.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, SIU investigates you following the proclamation that was issued by the president in relation to the procurement of PPEs. Now, you are saying I think you were responding to the evidence leader, Advocate Mkhize. You said to her, the issue here that is in question is the pricing of the PPEs. And you are saying you had no control over that because you appointed companies because there was a scarcity of stock. Two, there was high demands. There were high demands. Now, the question that I want to, or the aspect that I want you to clarify me on, General, is you exclude companies presented by Mkhwanazi on the basis that they don't have adequate stock. You appoint your own companies that you appointed within the, and I assume that if you use a point of inadequacy of stock, then it means that the companies that you appointed are not going to have that shortfall. It means there will be adequate stock. Now, you are saying here, the reason why you overlooked or you had no control over the pricing of the PPEs in these companies is because, one, you were operating under pressure. Two, there was a scarcity of stock and there were high demands. Now, why is that a situation whereas you were using a criteria of adequacy and inadequacy of stock during the appointment process? Why do you still face the same challenge of a company that you appointed of the inadequacy of stock, whereas you excluded companies on the basis that they do not have stock? Now, the ones that you have appointed yourselves are having the same problem that the companies you excluded had. So I just need clarity on that aspect.
Thank you very much, Chair. The first companies that were approached who did not have stock had already committed the money, which what I explained. In the procurement process, when you issue an order for 100 Rand, for example, that 100 Rand will be fixed. You will not be able to use that 100 Rand up until that 100 Rand an invoice has been received or ultimately the order is cancelled. That money is released for real use. That's what I explained earlier on. And I said, these companies, if they had stock, General Reed was going to purchase from them, but they did not have stock. Up until General Reed received from National Treasury this company, which is Red Roses, to say they will be in a position to deliver. And I'm talking sanitizer. This message I'm talking about talks about sanitizer. These companies manufacturing sanitizer, maybe they can deliver. Now, when General Reed issued an order to this company, there was a price list which was named Annexure A, which coupled the treasury instruction that was issued to all government departments. And I did explain that in that price list of National Treasury, there was no 25 litre, but the price list made, the company was able to deliver the 25 litres. So there was this issue regarding how do they determine the pricing of a 25 litre, which is not on the price list of National Treasury. Then there was a methodology from National Treasury, which was provided in order to make a determination of the fact that the price that was charged by this company, is it reasonable and comply with the National Treasury price list? Now, and I even emphasize the fact that due to scarcity and all these challenges, prices were escalating, were going high. We applied for a deviation authority to buy even if the prices were above the prescribed price, because we wanted to save life of the members of the police. And immediately after that, I instructed General Reed that go through your list and check which companies did not comply with the price list that was provided by National Treasury, and let us report to those companies to the Competition Commission, which we did. There was a recourse to be undertaken after the situation subsided.
Okay, no, let's move to another question, General, because I have many questions. I wanted to take this further because still I'm not satisfied, but I still have a couple of questions. So when you conduct your investigations, how do you conduct them? The investigations that you conducted, do you rely on complaints? Are there any complainants who submit complaints? And upon receiving those complaints, do you unilaterally conduct investigations, or you formulate a team that conducts an investigation collectively with you?
The investigations that I've highlighted that I conduct is as a result of the mandate in line with my responsibilities. And I said we firstly conduct the audits, and from the audits, when there are signs of irregularities, we go further and deeper. And I appoint a team which is already there from forensic audit investigation, who conduct those investigations on behalf of the office. And constantly, I sit with those people and they give me feedback, and I'm providing guidance as to where they must look, because most of these challenges are experienced in the environment of procurement. And safe to say that we even had a strategy that we designed for contract management strategies due to the fact that we realized that there are serious problems. There was a contract management strategy that was designed, which we were implementing, and we were meeting on a quarterly basis, and I chaired that particular contract management strategy. Among others, challenges that we experienced was the fact that when a contract has been concluded, the operatives or end users, they will stay with the contract without checking when is the contract expiring. So in a contract management strategy, we will get presentations of all contracts and which ones are expiring when, etc. So from 1 year, we will continuously write reminders and remind the business units, depending on the complexity of such a contract. If a contract is too complex, we'll remind them well in advance so that they start initiating the process of compiling their specifications and initiate the process of renewing the contract or whether the contract needs to be re-advertised or not. You will find, I used to find that there are stacks and stacks of contracts that are on a month-to-month basis.
Yeah, no. My apologies, General. I think I've gotten what I was looking for.
All right.
So somewhere in your statement, you are saying amongst the allegations you were investigating is an allegation against Mr. Qele, an allegation that he was used money for his legal services. I think that money is 5-point-something million or 6-point-something. I saw it in your statement. Yes. So how far did you go with that investigation?
There was that particular matter where General Qele, when he was required by the Zondo Commission to come and compile a statement, he was assisted by a legal team, attorney firm. My pardon. Now, those legal fees, they already paid something like 5.5 million. And there was an additional invoice, which was 1.5, 1.6, somewhere there, which also required to be paid. Even the state attorney itself queried that particular invoice to say, hey, this is too much. What is this invoice for? So it required to be investigated, which is a process that I initiated. Unfortunately, I couldn't complete it because I was suspended.
Okay. So you don't know progress in that investigation?
I don't know.
You don't know if it was thrown out of the window or investigation is in progress?
Yes.
Okay. On paragraph 95, you are saying during your meeting in the Eastern Cape, you approached General Njinga. Is that the correct pronunciation?
Correct.
General Njinga, who confessed to you that there are evil plots, and she mentioned many generals here who were plotting against you. And she said to you, she is going to call General Masemula to tell him that she is withdrawing an investigation against you. And she also undertook to write a letter on the following Monday. I'm just quoting verbatim because I did not write it down, but I still remember what it is entailed. So she promised to write a letter on Monday. And I think you ended by only telling us about a call which she made to General Masemula. You did not tell us whether he did what she undertook to do. To make a call on the following Monday to write a letter advising Mr. Masemula, General Masemula, that she is withdrawing the investigation. So what ultimately happened? Did she write that letter?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. She did write a letter, as I said, that on that Monday, which was the 13th, when I had a deep meeting with the National Commissioner, we even deliberated on this matter. It's just that I didn't have time to give more details. We deliberated on it, and Masemula acceded that yes, he has received all the files and everything that was given to General Njinga.
You did not see the content of the letter?
I wasn't interested. All I was interested was they must stop doing the wrong things.
So after now, she gives you facts, or after she gave you this information, because she even mentioned the names to you of generals, didn't you see a need of either lodging a formal complaint internally or opening a case?
I didn't think of doing that because this is the information where my boss, the National Commission, is colluding with the group of people. And even on the day when this lady was supposed to come, I even said to Masemula on that meeting of Monday, because you are able to talk to this lady and I'm struggling, call her to your office and I will come so that she sign her final document. And when I went there, I found General Masemula with these people and this lady. Then I just make sure that she signs the document and my process is concluded. And I left them there. It's very difficult that I will complain. Whom was I going to complain to? I'm sure externally. Hence, these are the matters that's compared to me.
The plot was widespread.
Right at home.
Was widespread internally. So you had no shoulder to cry on. Okay. So you are saying General Masemula gave you an offer to which you did not agree. But ultimately, you reached an outside court settlement agreement, which was later reduced to a court order. Now, what is the difference between the offer that was initially given to you by General Masemula and the settlement agreement that you ultimately agreed upon? What was the difference between the two, and what convinced you? Because you said, you wanted to tell your side of the story. You wanted society to know the truth. So what ultimately convinced you to enter into a settlement agreement, whereas you initially refused to do so?
Thank you very much. There is two different offers. The first offer that Masemula enticed me on was an early retirement package, which was paying me my normal pay up until beyond the retirement period, meaning I should have agreed with Masemula that September was the last month. It was in October, but they wanted me to end in September, and they will pay me whatever. Thereafter, I will get my retirement, and that was the offer I rejected. The offer that they brought in court was an offer that was negotiating nigga. I had those 3 cases of unlawful suspensions that only him was supposed to testify, and the arbitrator issues a verdict, which he did not want to attend. Then there were those rulings that have highlighted that were ruled in my favor, where I was supposed to go to work. The other one said the case is finished, which he alleged to be reviewing.
Okay.
So those were the things that we agreed upon. But there was still a case of the PPE, which I said, this case must not go. I want to go through the hearing on this.
No, I get you, General. I'm rushing because my time is about to end. So then the public protector, you are saying there is a complaint which was lodged with the public protector. Who was the complainant?
According to the letter, they said the complainant was Mbuseni from EFF. No?
Or he complained to the
public protector.
To the public protector.
Yes.
So briefly, if you are to compare your relationship with General Sithole vis-a-vis your relationship with General Masemula, how would you differentiate the impact on your performance based on the relationship that you had with them respectively? Did it affect your performance at work? And if it did, how?
I worked with General Masemula, I think, for 3 months. Yeah. April, May, June. And in 3 months, a lot happened. I worked with General Sithole for a longer period. For example, when I was transferred by General Patlan from Inspectorate to Protection and Security Services, I found General Sithole there as a divisional commissioner, which I worked with him up until when he was a national commissioner. I may say that General Masemula made it difficult for me to execute my roles and responsibilities, but General Sithole gave me an opportunity to exercise my roles and responsibility with ease.
Okay. So far, I've only asked you 20% of the questions that I prepared for you. But the last one, because the chair here, I know you'll cut me. Then the last one is, you are saying General Cele sent SAPO members to fetch you, and they took you to his residence. Who are those members, and how did they fetch you? Did they just come uninvited to your house and grabbed you, or they called you, or you met somewhere and they advised you to go to General Cele's house? How did it happen?
They called me and they asked me, where are you? I told them I'm at home. They said, no, we are coming to fetch you. General Cele wants us to fetch you at home. Send us the location. I sent them the location. It was the president and the general secretary.
Thank you very much. I don't want to be cut by the chair. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you so much, Honorable Member. It will not be me cutting you. It will be the time that you said you want. You said 30 minutes and it has ended. Honorable Tauper, is it Honorable Tauper or Honorable Kalabanat?
Me, Chair. General, you were employed with the SAPS from 87, so really you've seen it all. Ministers came and they went, not necessarily voluntarily. National commissioners came and went, not necessarily voluntarily. So you were there when the then National Police Commissioner Becky Cele was fired, and that too involved dodgy property deals back then with Rusha Bangu, as I recall. Were you aware of those dealings as you went through?
I was not aware of those dealings because when those dealings happened, I was at Crime Intelligence.
Okay. What were your thoughts on the situation which saw him then return to Parliament as the Minister of Police, considering your dealings with him during his time as the National Police Commissioner?
In my own analysis and the experience, I felt that it was, I don't want to say, I think
Please don't censor yourself, ma'am.
For him to return back to the police, it was not well thought of because he still felt that he wanted to be the National Commissioner. So it made it very, very difficult for whoever was the National Commissioner. It doesn't matter whether it was Tole or any other person. And he felt comfortable with Masemula because with Masemula, he can do anything that he wants to do.
That, in fact, is what I was going to ask you. Would you agree that he never really stepped back from his role as the National Police Commissioner when he became the Minister? It just became one role, much of the same.
He never, because even when he arrives, the National Commissioner, out of courtesy of trying to show that his position now is above, he circulated a letter to say General Cele will be addressed as ministers. The fight started right there. He wanted to be called a general.
Yes, of course, that's why I changed the regulations. I was there through that. Are you able to pinpoint the exact moment when your relationship with Becky Cele soured and why it happened?
Beg your pardon?
Are you able to pinpoint that exact moment when the relationship with Becky Cele and yourself became very bad? Was there a particular incident?
I can't really pinpoint any particular incident because when we discussed, he was okay. But in some other instances, especially when he was querying me, obviously, in regard to those recommendations against Jacob, there I could still see that he was not happy at all with me.
Those contracts that you were literally instructed to hand to companies, hand-picked companies, from an outsider's perspective, there must have been kickbacks being paid. That's the only reason someone would go for a preferred supplier. Happens everywhere in every business in this country. So who would have benefited?
I will not know.
Yes, you do, ma'am. I believe you do.
I don't really.
Who would you imagine would? The very people ordering or signing off on the contracts, the accounting officer?
I'm sure you are referring which contracts specifically?
The ones you were referring to earlier when you said I was instructed to go for preferred suppliers.
The Vodacom.
You said a number of contracts.
I will not know where the benefit might have gone, but there was those preferences.
Okay, you referred a great deal to the former Deputy National Commissioner Bonang Mkhwanazi, who kept giving you the instructions you refused to comply with. Now, she of course was fired on November the 12th, 2024, corruption, fraud, theft and money laundering. So it's probably just as well you refused to comply. I remember her very well indeed under Becky Cele until 24 as the minister. She was his chief of staff when he'd served as the National Police Commissioner before he was removed from that job. So she was very close to him and she was fired for those reasons I gave. Do you think that because of the closeness that Becky Cele was involved in her corrupt dealings?
They were very close and I may not know what brought them closer, whether it was a personal relationship or it was a contract relationship. I may not say, but they were close.
Do you believe that your suspicion was related to your suspension was related to your recalcitrance in the face of the bizarre orders to appoint these certain preferred suppliers? You think they're linked?
I believe my suspension also included all other work that I was done. I think the main challenge they had with me was that I'm not easily persuaded to do something out of the relevant prescription.
You took General Masimola to court. Now, I'm correct, you paid for your own legal fees and that's why you're currently having to sell your house. Now, I've seen it happen before. Ria Piacha was famous for this. He obviously had full access to millions and millions in the police budget. And SAPS budget is often used to beggar people who dare challenge the status quo. Now, as I say, your home is on the market. It seems to me the incessant attacks upon you smack of desperation to get rid of you because you know where the bodies are buried, basically. You know where the bodies are buried. Would you agree?
I'm not sure if I understand when you say I know where the bodies are buried. But
it's a figure of speech, not literal body.
All right.
Yeah. I know of.
I think I agree to a greater extent that maybe I know a lot. And yeah. And I even applied and they did not approve my legal assistance. So, yeah.
As did so many in this country, you lived and worked right through the height of state capture, which some, of course, say is still ongoing. Did you ever lay criminal charges, go to the iPad, the ID? I mean, I know you made some moves, but was there something dramatic that could have actually turned them all against you?
I don't think so. I think maybe I picked because, remember, they all report to the same minister.
Indeed.
Now, they also find themselves between the mud and the rock surface. For example, the same investigating officer, when we submitted our warning statement, he was very friendly and saying, this is not necessary, but what can we do? We are told to do it.
Instructed by whom? By the National Police Commission, the very person you put the charges against. Fascinating. How much do you believe, I'm looking for a total here, was looted in the SAPS purchase of the PPEs during the pandemic?
I may not know in terms of what was looted, but what I can safely say is that all the PPEs that were purchased in SAPS were purchased within the legal prescription. What was looted at the back of it, I may not know, if there was any.
I'm sure you know that Mr. Phahlane, not General, came here over some days trying to explain how all the issues you've outlined, he was involved at least 6 of the cases that you listed in your affidavit. I counted 6, might have been more. You've given the case numbers, yet he came here to say he was totally innocent. Now, would I be correct in thinking that as we sit here, we've heard so many stories, all true from the speaker's perspective, but not necessarily true in reality? It's very difficult for this committee to actually tell when a person's lying through their teeth.
It is true. That is why I tried with my utmost best that where I am highlighting certain things, I must really attach some evidence to prove that I'm not just talking, but I'm supporting it with documentary proof. But if you talk just from sake of, from the face value, it is not easy for you to know whether a person is telling the truth or not. And in some instances, police can lie.
Really? Who knew? For the years I've worked that one out. Thank you. Paragraph 4612, you refer to the bulletproof vests. Now, that matter implicated Lt General Mkhwanazi, General Mokweni, Pile, Ramjalam, and Marima. Please just briefly run through the outcome of that investigation and clarify paragraph 46.16 about the procurement irregularities. This is about the procurement of the 200 bulletproof vests. I remember the matter well. I spoke out about it at the time. So we're talking about the recommendation.
Okay. The paragraph 4.7.
Yeah, the recommendations go from 6. So specifically the recommendations about the corrective action that must be instituted against Lt General Mkhwanazi.
They are recommending, there's a lot of things that the audit is highlighting. For example, the manner in which the need was created and the manner in which the budget, because normally in the police, bulletproof vest budget is directed directly at supply chain, is allocated to supply chain management. Now, this one, for whatever reasons, because of this particular need, was created at the division HRD and certain things. So there are a few things that are highlighted which need to be followed up in a form of detail. Because remember, each and every individual has got a specific role they've played, not that everybody is guilty of the same irregularities. So there was a need for in-depth further investigation.
Well,
So-
it says here corrective action must be instituted against him. What did that mean in literal terms? What is corrective action?
Corrective actions, meaning if certain irregularities that happened, maybe happened as a result of lack of knowledge or lack of understanding the procedure or processes, they may need to take a person for training and advice and read certain legislative framework that the person might not have
With
been.
all due respect, ma'am, this man had been the acting National Police Commissioner. The chances he didn't know are very slim indeed.
Then you also asked me to elaborate on the 46.14
Yeah,
or you.
indeed. You know,
Okay.
it was just going through what was suggested and what that meant for the Lieutenant General. You've tried to be very kind, but to suggest maybe he didn't know. But I remember there was a huge issue at the time, the huge cost of these bulletproof vests. Am I right that it was Mkhwanazi who was the accounting officer at that time of the bulletproof vest saga?
Yes.
Yes, I thought so. Paragraph 46.15, the irregular payment to cover the legal fees of Mr. Cele. You went through that earlier. Of course, he was the Minister of Police from 26th of February 2018 to the 17th of June. No. He was the Minister of Police, not the Minister of Police during the majority of the Zondo Commission. The Commission ran from 2018 to 2022, and he really was only a minister during the late stages of it. And he was implicated in corruption allegations regarding the Crime Intelligence Unit by a witness in 2019. So if someone's not a minister, not involved with the SAPS, etc., why are they paying his legal fees and not paying your legal fees?
I think the legal fees they paid, there is a provision in the national instruction also to pay for the minister. Now, because remember, he was the National Commission.
Yes.
Yeah, prior that. So that is why.
So when one leaves as the National Commissioner or one is fired as being a National Commissioner, are you saying that in perpetuity, should something happen that may be linked somewhere, that the SAPS have to pay the legal bill?
I think that they were not paying the legal fees for the tenure when he was there, but they were paying the legal fees because he was required to compile a statement in regard to what happened during his tenure as the National
And
Commissioner.
you're saying it was a 5 million rand statement?
I'm not saying it was that. That is why it's actually more than that.
5.5 million is what
Something with the money.
Okay, more than in your statement.
That is why it was necessary for us to ascertain, to find out what is this so much money for.
And
a
of course, you were
statement.
conveniently gotten rid of before they carried on with that investigation. Paragraph 54, this is most interesting. Upon not being successful to make the charges stick, quote, I'm quoting you, they resorted, I think you mean resolved, that I be killed. I presume this information came from one of the people in the room at the time. I can't imagine how you got it otherwise. So you went to the State Security Agency, you were advised to accept state protection. From this affidavit, would I be correct in deducing that the protection was to be protected from Cele, Brigadier Matabule, Mkhwanazi and others? The SSA found the threat credible, but then immediately after that, the robbery started 4 times. Do you have proof that the robberies and the threat to have you killed are linked? I mean, it seems to me obvious, but is there any proof to link the two?
I have proof because, as I said, that the leader of these people that came to my house, I happened to find a way of creating a conversation with him. And he told me, how can robbers know that in this house stays the police, wanting firearms, wanting all this? And there was a confession by this other member, and that confession has since vanished. But when the guy was supposed to be brought for a pointing out, the police was investigating case was very excited and said, "Hey, we have a very positive confession. General, that guy is talking." So I have proof to link.
So there should be, by rights, a criminal case against people who threatened your life, who presumably paid people to rob your house. And now the evidence, the confession and everything else has been buried because, of course, you're being investigated. It is being investigated by the very people. I mean, they're not going to investigate their boss. We've seen it 1,000 times. They see they're investigating their boss and they run for the hills. Do you believe that's what's happened?
I believe so, though I did not actually open specific cases with regard to those threats. At times, you find yourself overwhelmed by the situation, and knowing what you know, you decide to stay in your little corner.
I think you must understand, ma'am, if you so much as stub your toe when you leave here at any stage, we will know exactly where to look. So it's out there now. It's out there now. And you had a witness within who told you this. So a criminal case should be followed through. I absolutely believe it should. Chair, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you.
The EFF.
Thank you very much, Chair. Unless I thought the DA was going to be 2.
I know they said
What?
there will be only one speaker from them.
Okay.
Honorable Breitenbach has said that.
Thank you very much. Can I just ask what triggered the investigations of the telecom towers?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The Telkom Towers investigation was triggered to me by the escalating fees that Public Works kept on saying, they wanted funding to renovate. They renovated, for example, for us first the 3 floors plus the bathrooms and ground floor. And when I look at that 10 million and the environment, to me, I wasn't satisfied that 10 million was spent for those, because there was still dust, but we occupied the places anyway. Now there was 100 and something million which they wanted for other renovation. Then there was 460 million which they wanted. They counted not all the the towers that were going to be renovated. Now, amongst the documents, when you read them, there was an undertaking by them that they will utilize their own budget to deal with issues of lift, issues of air conditioning systems, those basic things, which were never done, but they wanted money from SAPS. I felt that they are taking us for a ride, and they will promise you things, never come back until you go back. Hence, December 2017, they promised the National Commissioner that 10 million, they shall finish renovation for the first few floors that we were going to occupy, and we went there in May. The next thing, they took us out with a letter that there is no compliance certificate for you to occupy. And of course, it was very, very problematic. At times, the lift will run from 25th floor down to the without stopping anywhere. So it was highly risky for us to stay there. So I felt that there's a lot of money that they want, but there's not even one tower that is ready for us to occupy. And over and above that, a lot of money is being spent. We are still utilizing rentals around the town when we could have been able to maybe build our own telecom towers with that money and be able to occupy.
How much did you pay to buy it?
The initial amount was, I think it was 695. It was negotiated up to 695 million, and the telecom towers bought one building back, which was their key point. So it was 605 or 600 and something there. Then there's these monies that they kept on requesting. And obviously, because we needed to make the environment ready for us so that when we occupy, we instituted, it was TMS had to install cables and those cables were being stolen when they've been installed.
So the overrun went to up to 2 billion. What were the reasons?
It was 1.6 billion. I just wrote an overall figure. Yeah. And I'm sure now it's beyond that.
It's beyond 2.
Because they continued to spend. Remember, they also went there and they were also taken out recently.
So you made the investigation confidential, and then Minister Taylor decided to make them public.
Public, yeah.
Why?
Like I said, when the honorable member asked me, I wasn't sure whether it was based on the fact that he just wanted information and he didn't take it seriously, that by speaking openly, it may put me at risk.
And then, you know, these officials from the public works who kept on, well, what are their names and positions?
At the time, it was DG Vukela, is it Vukela? Advocate Vukela. I was working close with Mr. Marucha. Then there were other people that were reporting to Mr. Marucha.
And that building is occupied?
That building is empty as we speak, from 2015.
After spending all of that money, the building is still not occupied. Has there been any investigation by Auditor General or any institution to that effect with regard to this matter?
I'm not aware of any investigations by Auditor General, but I am aware of the investigation that has been instituted by the new minister when he arrived there on the very same matter. I just don't know what is its status.
With regard to the issue of 2010 FIFA accommodation, you allege that in response to a subpoena from the Investigative Directorate, you collated and provided the relevant documentary evidence regarding the 2010 FIFA accommodation to the Investigative Directorate during 2022. Who were the subjects of the investigation? You can expand on that issue as well.
Okay. It is Mr. Pande, General Kele, as well as the provincial commissioner or the former provincial commissioner of KZN Mamunyi. But as I followed the case, there was, I think, General Taylor was removed from that case. I don't know for whatever reason.
Yeah, but just remind the country what was happening around that issue. What was the issue?
Well, it was with regards to the purchase of the buildings. There was a proposals where they wanted to buy a building in the center of Pretoria for head office head office. And I think that building was being purchased from Mr. Ru Shabangu. Etc. And there was also one building in provincial office in KZN that was in regard to that.
So you are convinced that the investigation on PPEs was characterized by political interference?
I believe so. I'm convinced.
And no, go on.
Because I was even called to the minister, dragged, in fact, to the minister's office, and the minister was not happy with myself and General Ruth.
So this list you're talking about, that you were given a list and they said it's from a minister. Who gave you the list, and what makes you convinced that that list was from the minister?
It was not easy, of course, to confirm whether that list indeed was minister's list. However, due to the relationship that General Ngwenya and the minister had, I believed, as a result, we were called today, and the minister complained that orders were not issued to those companies.
Did you report this incident to anyone, like the president or somebody else? Because you are given a list without a due process. You don't appoint, you go to a meeting, you get chastised like a child in front of other colleagues, which is in a way a confirmation that indeed this list comes from the minister. That's why he's so upset about it. That wrongdoing, have you reported it anywhere?
I reported this matter to the National Commissioner, as I said earlier on, that I called the National Commissioner who was attending the other meeting, and he was supposed, myself and General Reid were going to attend on his behalf. But because of this happening, I said he must come. We are no more going to attend that particular meeting. And we met the National Commissioner in the basement at Vages, and I briefed him in detail about that.
And then there was interference again on the Jacobs investigation by the minister.
Yes, Honorable Chair.
What were the findings in that case?
The findings in that case was that, for one, the PPEs that were purchased, for example, by the division supply chain, also supplied PPEs they were submitting their needs also to crime intelligence. Secondly, they purchased those PPEs utilizing Secret Service account, which according to the Secret Service Account Act, there is no provision that they can do that. And then those PPEs, they were, I'm sorry because I don't have the report now. There were also some captains and families and who were the companies where those PPEs were procured. There was even, I remember receiving the sample of a mask. It was like a box. The quality of the PPEs that were purchased, there was really out of the ordinary.
Were there politicians amongst the people who were providing those?
I may not know, but there were captains and some were former crime intelligence officials and some were internally linked to those ones.
So, General Mkhwanazi, what is so special between him and the Minister Cele? Because it looks like he was not happy with the outcomes of his disciplinary process.
Honorable Member, I wish I knew what is special that they are sharing, but it seems like they share something.
And following that dismissal, you became a victim.
Yeah.
And you believe that the minister is the one who was at the center of victimizing you?
I believe so.
You were put on leave suspension for how many years?
3.5 years.
Were you ever being taken to the DC?
The DCs that I went to is the one that I lodged at Triple SPC. For example, when we talk about the very, very last case, which we agreed with the court that they must take me for a DC.
So then they put you 3.5 years at home and pay you money?
Pay me money, and while they are paying me money, they are appointing other lieutenant generals to act on my positions, and they are paying them money.
So they are paying two salaries for one
in
position.
one post.
But there should be a problem there, some vacuum in law, because you can see that these people, by not taking you to DC, they looked at your age. They're like, we're not winning the case. We're just going to put her there and pay her. But effectively, they've dismissed you illegally because that's what happened. Am I correct?
It is correct. And they will pronounce. They will say, my legal attorney is the former brigadier in the police who still deal with some of the matters of the juniors. They will say, hey, those people, they don't want to see you. They say, as long as you stay at home, it's fine.
So when Masamala says Matali is going to give EFF money through, was it DTI or something? Did he produce anything to that effect, or he was just talking from his head?
He was just talking from his head. And in my opinion, I think he was trying to make me do what he wanted me to do.
And those utterances you made about minister complaining to you that myself, Matali, and General Sitole, where we met and discussed him and all of that, you must be rest assured that we don't doubt you, because he repeated them here in Parliament in one of the debates. It was a State of the Nation debate or something. And I said to him, you must go and repeat what you are saying outside, because here you're protected by privileges. You can say whatever you want to say. He never repeated it outside. If anything, he came back to apologize for those allegations he made, because there was no truth to that effect. I've never met General Stolle. Matali is my friend. I can't deny him, but Stolle, I don't know him. So there's no such a thing. I think my colleague here will be very happy to. And you're in the police. Talk. And Lieutenant General, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Lieutenant General, I'm going to...
Honorable Mkhwanazi.
Yes.
It's now 28 minutes past 5. And when does your time end?
Yeah, that's why he's my president. It's the clock.
No, it can't be. It is 2 minutes before 6. If it's going to be 30 minutes, it's 2 minutes before 6.
I won't use all that time. No. Thank you.
Okay.
Lieutenant General, I'm just going to pick up where Honorable Malema left off on former Minister Becky Cele. So when he came here, we asked...
Sorry, before you proceed, Chair, I think you must check. We must check through you with the Lieutenant General. She was behaving in a particular manner, suggesting she's uncomfortable.
I was just stretching myself for sitting for a long time.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
That check can be very difficult. I know it.
Are you fine?
Fine, we can proceed, Honorable.
Because I was asking Mr. Romano yesterday if there was some kind of divination on the chair. People who sat on that chair have behaved very strangely before.
This chair is hot, Chair.
But at least you have not reached a stage where you are scratching yourself. You are still fine. Can we proceed, Honorable Mkhwanazi? We will break. We are going to break at 7 if we will not be finished.
So we had asked Lieutenant General, former Minister Becky Cele, about your protective disclosure. And I quote that he said, I'm not sure that they were found guilty by a court of law of having purchased the grabber that was 7 million with 47 million What do you want to comment on that?
Thank you very much for the question. I think I did also, it was,
Sorry, I misread it. He said, I'm sure that you know that they were found guilty by a court of law, having purchased a grabber for 7 million, not that they were not found guilty.
yes, that is actually one of the reasons I felt that it is important that I come here in order to put that matter of the grabber into a correct perspective. Hence, I explained to the honorable member here how it went about, and there was never any grabber that was purchased. And we were never, I even attached the responding, is it an answering or responding affidavit, those legal terminologies of iPad head to the Constitutional Court, where she talks about they were found guilty, they were found to have breached the iPad Act by not providing information that was required by iPad for the purpose of investigation. There is no grabber that was purchased.
Okay. And then in his same response, the former minister also told the committee that the final document approving the interception equipment was signed by the then National Commissioner General Sitole. And this was after a presentation by the head of crime intelligence, General Jacobs, and that there was no signature or input from the minister in the procurement of this equipment. So just quickly, just so you can clarify to the committee, who signed or authorized the procurement documentation?
All purchases of any goods or services in the South African Police Service are supposed to be approved by the accounting office. The accounting officer is the National Commissioner. And if the National Commissioner cannot sign, he might have delegated such to his subordinates, not above.
Okay, so you don't, okay, I think we've got it. Also, again, on former Minister Becky Cele, we had asked him on that, and he said, if I wanted to kill her, this was in regards to the death threats and you getting a security assessment. He said, if I wanted to kill her, she would be dead. So she's not dead. Do you have a comment to this?
I heard it and I was disappointed to hear it. But I'm sure with the little explanation that I've provided today, you do understand that my life was and it's still at risk or at a threat. I'm just surviving by God's mercy. That's what I believe. That is why I did not even bother having security bombarded to me, because if it is your time to die, you will die. And even if I die, everybody is going to die. Thank you.
The chair's gone, but our secretariat is here. So you haven't given us a copy, or you don't have a copy of your security assessment that was done. Is it in the annexes?
It was never given to me. There was one from SASA. There was also one from crime intelligence, which when I requested when I was suspended, they refused to give me a copy, but there is one also in crime intelligence.
So I think as a committee, we must, they really, just to have the confirmation that supports your submissions here today. Outside of that, we also need to get a supplementary statement from former Minister Becky Cele, because he technically committed perjury when he was here in regards to the 7 million and the 47 million of the grabber. Lieutenant General, I just want to suggest something to you that, and just walk with me for a little bit. He said to you, if I wanted her dead, she would be dead. You also reported here that you had like 4 house break-ins. On the 4th one, they caught they caught them. One was arrested, one later on passed away. And on the one instance, you were in your bedroom for a long time with the leader of these thugs, and they kept on telling you that they've been sent to kill you. And then you also had a few people that reported to you the one meeting with the minister along with the national commissioners who were saying they want you gone, or, you know, whatever the status update was about that. You also had another colleague that reported to you, I think you said, that the minister doesn't want you here as well. So do you think it was actually intimidation, that he wasn't at that point? If it was him, let's just walk with me, and I'm not saying that was the case, that it was just aggressive intimidation, and that he actually, because we didn't ask him the question after that, did you threaten or did you intimidate? So he answered the question correctly by saying, if I wanted her dead, she would be dead. But he was actually intimidating you, and that's why you actually not dead, and that everybody came to tell you that this is what's going to happen.
When he responded that if I wanted you her dead, she will be dead, I equally felt intimidated, and I felt that he is also not respecting this forum. Because you cannot respond to such a high-powered authority in that fashion. I really felt, and I was not around, and somebody sent me a clip when I felt that I need to go to that committee to clarify my position, because I've been quiet for too long.
And I also think as a committee, that went under our radar, and that we didn't deal or respond to it as the way that we should have. And I think that must also just be noted. How do you think, or how would you suggest, just to wrap up? So we've got 2 investigating officers that were diverted to go to Mamelodi police station. So who was the officer at Mamelodi police station that sent these 2 that had one of the thugs? Do you have the name of that person?
I don't have the name of that person, but I believe that because the warrant officer said he is disturbed mentally because he feels that he's subjected to this disciplinary process when he is about to go for pension. I think I can trace this sergeant who can be able to give me the full name, because the sergeant find out from whoever and make sure that he comes to my house to explain to me what has happened. Now, they wanted me to intervene, which I tried. At the time of the incident, the colonel who was the station commander at Garsfontein police station was Colonel Solomons, who has since been promoted to Mamelodi police station. I called him and I spoke to him and I told him, please find a way, even if you withdraw the case of this poor sergeant and warrant officer, because I know what is happening. So he said it's not going to be possible, but he will call the station commander, because I wanted him who knows the facts, because even when these guys were shot, station commander was there inside.
So the reason I'm asking is that as a committee, we are able to request, we can request from both the two officers, and if you're comfortable to provide us with those names, even if it doesn't have to be on public record, and we can ask them to answer specific questions in that regard to support the story that you have in a sworn affidavit. We don't have to bring them here to the committee, and also the officer that was at Mamelodi police station, but also just to our technical team, that we even write to SAPS to explain to us the status of the two officers that were suspended. Are they still suspended from what you know, have they been released?
I don't know, because it's a matter of 2023.
Still such a long time ago. So we must also just get clarity on that, so we can follow up, and that would be evidence towards the issue of intimidation. Thank you, Lieutenant General.
Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Mkhwanazi. Thank you, Acting Chairperson. Good afternoon, Lieutenant General. My first question would be, did you actually join SAPS as a student constable?
Thank you.
And rose through the ranks?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I joined the police when I was still young, girl from school. I don't know of any employer except the South African Police Service.
Thank you, General. Did you watch Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi's press conference on the 6th of July?
I did not watch it in full, but I was called and I caught it in the middle.
What was your impression about his statements there?
My impression on that media statement was that it was scary when you look at the approach from me looking at it, that, this is a very serious stuff. But I saw a Lieutenant General who is frustrated. I saw a Lieutenant General who is bottled up, who has got a lot of issues that I believe, knowing General Mkhwanazi, has tried to voice them, and they felt that he is not being heard. And being heard does not only mean the listening ear, because you can hear a person but do nothing. But being heard in such a way that there is something that happens to what is being heard. Now, when I looked at that, I also coupled it with what was played as the portfolio committee that happened in March, where he related some of the issues that he spoke about there. And he felt helpless, so to say, because there was no initiation and there was no maybe direct action to try to his rescue. Now, having looked at that, I thought of my protected disclosure that I put on the 6th of July. And I said, probably General Mkhwanazi might have thought of it because he knows it. My protected disclosure was all over the media. Even now, when you Google it, you will find it. So I put myself in his shoes and said, probably Mkhwanazi, in his suffocation, in his trying to reach out or to get a hearing ear, decided that General Vuma tried to follow the normal processes. But where is she today, sitting at home? So to a certain extent, I felt that maybe he had reasons to do what he has done.
Well, thank you, General Vuma. So in your view and experience in SAPS, would you say that there is indeed substance in the issues that he raised that actually would worth the kind of process and exercise that you are involved?
Of course, there is. And of course, each and every human being is unique. But there is, because look at, and I will always refer it with my experience of the disclosure, only one that I submitted 3.5 years ago, which never received any attention. But today, here am I, getting an opportunity to vent out my own frustrations. If he did not do what he did, I wasn't going to get this opportunity, even though I've since retired. And part of what is happening currently, I think it is necessary, because I look at the South African police as a very important institution in our government, an institution of law and order, an institution that is supposed to ensure that the legislative framework that you enact here in Parliament is implemented properly and accordingly so, and is respected. But if it is the SAPS that goes beyond or against it, it becomes a problem. And it is the first entry towards crime fighting, Machin. So if the main entry has got these challenges and these problems, the whole other value chain will definitely have problems.
Thank you, General. In fact, I'm asking this against the backdrop of what one actually heard here from one witness who appeared before us yesterday, trivializing the exercise that he involved in. So I'm satisfied with your response. You see value in what Mkhwanazi was trying to do. You actually keep on talking about protected disclosure. Look, I'm a lay person out there. I have never been exposed in the internal operations of SAPS. And I guess our listeners and watchers out there at home would like to know what is this? What is protected disclosure?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. The protected disclosure is a mechanism, the law that was published by our honorable parliamentarians of 2000, which seeks to say in institutions or anywhere where there are issues of corruption, crimes, etc., as mentioned, and there are people who are able to raise those issues, those people in their employment must not be subjected to negative detriment, which is what I was subjected to for the sole purpose of them having exposed.
Well, thank you, General. I'm educated on that. In fact, I'm asking it. My next question would be, why then did you actually report the irregularities that you actually mentioned in paragraph 12 to the minister, not to your immediate supervisor, who is the National Commissioner?
My information, not when you read it, Honorable Chair, the National Commissioner, we were briefing him constantly, including the fact that I proposed that I think we need also to write a report to the minister so that when we escalate this matter to an investigative body, the minister should be aware and he should concur, he should work with us. So hence there was a space for the National Commissioner who supported my recommendation.
So in other words, you actually sent the original copy to the National Commissioner and CC the minister, or it was the other way around?
The whole file. Information note has got a space for the National Commissioner where he also endorsed concurrent to what I am highlighting.
It would seem that your troubles actually emanated from that information note, which you actually gave to the minister, as per your paragraph 14, because the minister just decided to discuss your recommendations and your report in an open meeting with your colleagues, when he knew that, in fact, in your recommendations, you are actually touching on their names. But why did you not forewarn him that, look, I am actually giving you this information with the hope that you will actually keep it within yourself because they are names of the people here? What did you expect him to do with the information rather than to table it in a meeting of that nature?
Honorable Member, I think I concur with what you are saying, that the challenges actually might have started on that very same day. However, had I knew that the minister was going to approach that meeting in that manner, maybe I should have forewarned him. Unfortunately, I was not aware that he will paint it as it appeared from the information note, because in all honesty, all these threats emanated from that meeting.
You recommended your paragraph 16, where you actually had a meeting at Peggy Minister Tele's residence. You made three major recommendations. Your three recommendations. One was a recommendation to refer Lt General Jacobs for disciplinary measures. And secondly, one was your recommendation of Lt General Mkhwanazi to be promoted as the DNC. And the third one was actually the increase in the salary of the minister's chief of staff. The minister was not happy that you actually you are recommending disciplinary action against Lt General Jacob, nor was he happy that you are refusing to increase the salary of his chief of staff. Now, what was the issue around the disciplinary action against Lt General Jacobs? And secondly, was General Mkhwanazi promoted per your recommendation? If not, why not?
Thank you very much.
Was it within the scope of your work to recommend promotion of certain people, as you were Deputy National Commissioner? Who appoints general? Is it not the National Commissioner?
It is the National Commissioner.
So why did you, what gave you the right to make such recommendations?
I did not make those recommendations for Lt General Mkhwanazi to be appointed as the Deputy National Commissioner for Crime at head office, because he was first appointed in my previous post for Management Advisory Services. However, the minister believed that I am the one who told General Sitole about General Mkhwanazi, who went to fetch him in Eastern Cape to appoint him here at head office as the Deputy National Commissioner. Because if you even look at that transcript that I have attached, you'll hear him saying, your DNC, you are the one who brought Mkhwanazi here. But this is not true that I brought General Mkhwanazi to head office. That's number one. Number two, there was nothing wrong with those recommendations for Lt General Jacobs to be subjected to disciplinary processes, because a disciplinary process is a process that seeks to establish whether the allegations that are leveled against any individuals are true or not, and you are given an opportunity to provide your evidence and there is even a possibility that you may come out of it without being penalized or without a negative sanction against you. And in regard to the top notch of the chief of staff of the minister, it wasn't me. A submission was given. The decision was supposed to be the national commissioner who dealt with it, but because the chief of staff is appointed not in terms of the Police Act. National Commissioner only finalizes matters of people that are employed in terms of the Police Act. But this particular employee was employed in terms of the Public Service Act. So her requirement had to be submitted to the Department of DPSA, who needed to take a decision. Unfortunately, a letter came back which disapproved the request.
Okay, no, thank you. In paragraph 17, you are actually saying that General Masimula actually pressured you to drop certain investigations that were in progress. And he actually even said that if you don't do that, and I quote, and he was under pressure from the top. He said he himself was under pressure from the top. What did you understand the top to be?
The only top I understood, Honorable Chair, was that we only have one executive authority that we report to, which was our minister.
So he could have been under pressure from the minister.
That was my assumption.
To drop the investigation, especially in investigation that relate to the misconduct of or alleged misconduct of Lieutenant General Jacobs.
Yes.
Then paragraph 24. Well, as a matter of internal, communication and procedure, should you not have reported your general, is it General Ngwenya, Noma Mkhwanazi? To the national commissioner that look, General Mkhwanazi is actually trying to sneak in a list of potential service providers and I mean illegally and unprocedurally, so that that could actually be investigated, then allowing yourself to be subjected to that kind of pressure. Why did you not report?
I did report this matter to the national commissioner, who said, "What did you do while she was doing it?" And I informed him that I referred him to General Reed. He said, "Oh, General Reed will deal with her." The national commissioner, General Sithole, he knew most of the caliber of the people he was leading. And if he was going to institute disciplinary processes or investigation against each and every matter that he received, he was going to end up not doing his work, because people always will make a certain mistakes. Even some may be regarded as serious more than others. So I did report in short to the National Commission.
Paragraph 30, you say that the interception device, which you actually was approached to buy, has never worked, and that is in your paragraph 30. Why was it not being utilized?
They couldn't be utilized because there was an exemption certificate that should have been obtained before the purchase in authorizing their utilization. Hence, I ended up having to institute the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, because here is 100 plus minus 100 million rand that has been spent, but the equipment are not being utilized by the organization.
Did you actually spend 120 million rand?
Yes, 120 million was spent, and if not 119, that's why I'm saying plus minus, because over and above those equipment, there were also high-powered vehicles that were purchased where those equipment were going to be installed, and it was a replacement of equipment for all provinces.
Now, as a result, you then instituted, investigations on fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and you are saying that you investigated them, and you say them. Who is them?
I meant the division crime intelligence.
Would Minister Cele be included in the them that you're talking?
Remember when that exemption certificate needed to be obtained from the Department of Justice, which involves also Department of Corporate Communication, State Security, and others. The minister was supposed to be instrumental in that particular.
What was the outcome of the investigations against General Jacob? In fact, in relation to the matter of the murder of Lieutenant Colonel Kinye, is it Kinye?
Kinye. The recommendations, what General Jacobs did not do, he omitted to do certain things that he should have done as the Divisional Commissioner for Crime Intelligence, even when he was informed that there was the constant pinging of the Lieutenant Colonel, which resulted in him being killed.
Paragraph 35, you are saying that Major General Nkosi was removed as the Chief Audit Executive due to not meeting the prerequisite qualification and irregular appointment. In fact, I was going to ask you, how was he appointed in the first place if he's now found not to be qualified for the position?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. That is why in my other explanation or concluding remarks, I was saying that at times we tend to downplay issues of human resource and labor-related matters because a panel was appointed and that panel was chaired by Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, and the panel aired because the panel was supposed to have a criteria for their selection process, which took into consideration the inherent requirement of the post as they were advertised, but they overlooked some of those things. Hence, the report highlighted that the appointment was irregular.
And paragraph 38, you are saying there, you informed General Masimula that you did not want to mix your responsibilities within SAPS with politics. What did you mean?
I was saying that responding to General Masimula when he was saying I must remove a certain paragraph in the submission that I submitted to him where the Minister Cele instructed me to do the work together with Deputy Minister Mat. And now General Masimula was saying I must be careful of Matale. This was his word because Matale will swindle funds from this IDT project that we were about to embark on, which was directed by Minister Cele. So I was saying he must not involve me. I don't want to be involved in politics. I felt that he was politics.
Are you in the position to tell South Africans exactly how many generals are out there in our police establishment? Generals in a collective term. I know there is Major General, Lieutenant General, and only one general. How many are all of you there? Would you be able to say that off the cuff?
I can roughly give. Thank you very much, Chair. At head office, depending on the structure that was approved in 2020, which is the last one I had access to, there were 10 divisional commissioners at the level of Lieutenant General. There were, and I'm talking about not incumbent, but the structure, which is supposed to be having an incumbent. 3 deputy national commissioners at the level of the same Lieutenant General. We have 9 provincial commissioners at the same level of a Lieutenant General. We also have the DPCI head who is at the level of Lieutenant General. We have a deputy DPCI head who is also at the level of a Lieutenant General. We have a divisional commissioner at the DPCI who also is at the level of a Lieutenant General. The only difference in these categories is the salary structure. They don't all.
So these are all Lieutenant Generals so far. You are still going to.
I'm still going to Major Generals.
Okay.
Major Generals are many. They are many because depending on the environment, in one division, you'll find that they vary between the minimum of 3 Major Generals, maybe to 6 or 7, depending on the roles and responsibilities in that particular environment.
Why I'm asking you this? Because from the start of this process, all that you are hearing is the fights amongst, and then you begin to ask yourself, where do they find time to actually wage this kind of war amongst themselves when crime is actually on the rampage? Could it be the problem of too many chiefs and too few
Indians?
I'm not sure about that one. That could actually be the problem. Could it not be the other way around? Deploy the whole lot of you to actually, to police stations where to be in the trenches where crime is actually taking place. I mean, what is your view? What should we do? What should South Africans actually do? What will it take for you to actually restore the confidence of the South Africans in what you are doing as the police service? Why are you fighting amongst yourselves, spending even the resources of the state in some instances?
Yeah, it is the Honorable Chair, and I may not have all the answers. I may only speculate. However, some of these positions are necessary because even when you look at the South African Police Service, it is a very big organization. At certain stage, it had 200,000 members. So due to a number of people retiring, some sick, getting, dying, etc., it has been reducing in number. However, the scope of the work of the National Commissioner is big, and it is practically impossible for him to be able to manage such a huge organization without the support structure that will assist him.
It would seem you're not assisting him because most of the time you are actually fighting amongst yourself or even fighting against him, undermining his authority. Well, I see that you've been involved in the investigation, in a number of investigations, and in particular investigations that, concern former General Pahlane. Are you a witness in one of the cases that he is facing now?
Thank you very much. These are not the criminal investigations. They are the departmental investigations which required the the disciplinary process to be initiated. Hence, I said in my presentation that where we saw that there is a need for a criminal, we'll refer them to the IDEC or ID, depending on because the IPAD cannot just investigate any case except for actions of the police or for prisoners who died under the hand of the police.
Paragraph 45 of your statement, you actually refused, you were reluctant, should I say, to pay SIU 8 million rand. The chair is actually giving me injury time for you to respond to that. What actually happened to that? Did you eventually pay the 8 million rand? Thank you, Honorable.
I did not pay it, but I'm sure it has been paid in the meantime.
You, Lieutenant General. Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you so much, Mpangazita. Let's pass the microphone to Honorable Sols. You requested 30 minutes, Honorable Member. We are going to work with you minute by minute.
Until, let's confirm, Chair, I don't trust you. You take my minutes. It's until quarter past.
Listen here, Honorable Sols. It's now 12 minutes past 6. Your time will start at 13 minutes past 6. Yes.
And then I go until 7.
Until 17 minutes to 7. At 18:43, you must stop speaking.
Why don't we make it 45? 18:45.
The time is running out.
It's still not 13, Chair. General, good evening.
Good evening, Honorable Member.
You worked for SAPS in service to our country for 39 years. Is that correct?
It is correct. It's 38. When you round it off, of course, it makes 39.
That's like an entire generation.
Yes.
And maybe I should start then by saying to you as a member of parliament on behalf of our country, thank you very much for your service to our country. You sound like a praying person, are you? A praying person. Pray.
Oh, yes, I am.
Are you a praying person?
I am a praying person. I believe in God.
Like those morning hour people pray.
Definitely.
You can smell the residue of morning prayer. What has God been?
No, but Honorable Sols, we had said to Honorable Skosala that he must get used to say, praise the Lord, hallelujah.
You see, Chair, that's 1 minute from my time. This is very significant and many people won't understand. You see, the reason why I say there's a smell of a residue in the spirit is because I am raised by a praying mother and we would be sleeping 5 o'clock in the morning. She would be praying. She would walk in our room and pour oil on our heads. And so there's a certain smell. And so I understand that. And that's one of the reasons why I'm sitting. Don't lose sight and faith from those experiences. So I'm going to ask you a question, which I don't want you to be ashamed of. It's my time. There is a shift in our country. No one needs to understand it. What has God been telling you about our country?
You're putting me in the spot. I think we have lost touch with the basics. That's what my spirit tells me. Obviously, spirit that is inspired by God. We have lost touch with reality. With the basics. If I may, without elaborating, and I don't want to go into detail because I don't want to offend the other faith.
No, it's my time. Okay. Give it to me. It's raw.
And
when I would give it.
When I say basics, we believe that we have the capabilities and capacities to do things on our own. When we did not create ourselves, we have a creator. Now, when you go to our schools, there is no more touch with their creator. We no more pray in our schools. We no more have religious education, etc. Now, part of the religion take into instill the culture of moralities. Now, our morals are out of the ordinary. They are totally no. And these are the challenges that we are faced as the community, as the country. When we were still doing those religious educations, praying at schools, we had conscience. When you must do something wrong, you will remember the things that you were taught as a child, or even when you grow. Hence, even the Bible says, teach a child while he or she is still young, below from 0 to 7, so that when he grows old, he will never forget what he was taught. So that was the foundation of our human spirit as South Africans. But where we are now, I'll pause it.
General, in his founding affidavit to the Concord, to which you are also an applicant, General Sithole states that on the 17th December 2017, the then minister called him about the threat at Nasrec. Is he correct?
It is correct, because that is what he also told us, that he only briefed us about the threat that he has been briefed. He did not specify as to where did he got that information, but I'm sure people from crime intelligence will know because they were constantly part of those.
Now, you said that you are not here because you want your job back or you want anything like that. It then tells me that you are no longer leading in SAPS. You went right up to acting national commissioner. So you are no longer leading, but you are still bleeding. And so I'm going to give my time for us to deal with what you want to let the country know about how you are bleeding and how that translates into many others in SAPS today who's standing up for what is right, how they too are bleeding. You see, I grew up in a community where you have a lot of gangs. And when you go to school, you get recruited and they offer you nice benefits in return for you to do whatever they want and whenever they want. When you describe the system of SAPS, it sounds something similar to what we've seen growing up, that you have a gang leader who's at the top. He has his people, and those people that he has, as long as they do what he wants them to do, they get promotion, they get benefits, they get treated like there's no rules for them. And those who wants to do right are the enemy. Is that how the SAPS system has become, based on your experience?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. It is more or less the same as what you just described. And when you look at it, it is actually very sad when you think about it and when you even observe and look at what is currently happening, because people who are principled, who can put their foot on wrongdoing, are being discarded and discriminated against or victimized, whatever the correct word is. And this goes actually deeper than what we see in the eye, because the system is so polluted to such an extent that we used to say, you say the criminals of today are not the criminals of yesterday. The criminals of today, they plan their criminal activities. They employ people to conduct research on a particular criminal activities that they want to pursue. And when they start to execute their plan, they know exactly what they want to do and how to execute it. So is the similar system of corruption that we have today. They plan, they sit down, they go deep, they go to their own post-parent. Hence, they come up with all those ideas. As they do that, part of their planning is the type of people they are going to employ or to appoint in key positions where they want to do whatever they want to do it. It's either people who don't have relevant qualification and skills to do the job, because
they
those people
question. Yeah, because they won't question. So you get an opportunity, you don't have the qualifications, you don't have the skill, because that is the only way the gang leader can control you. It's the same system.
Yes, exactly. That's it.
So that's why the people that gets promoted, that gets ranks, don't qualify, because the idea is not to get qualified members, it's to get control.
The latest ideas, of course, they will even look for, they rather have someone who has got a dent, because they know they can use that person. When you start to say, they say, remember, you have that matter for you.
So everyone has something against somebody. So even generals they will say they are doing things wrong, but they will always have something they have over each other. And ultimately they cover for each other.
Then they will be able to form a cover.
Then they use the law to then try and fight those that wants to do right. Like Regulation 9. Tell us briefly how they use Regulation 9 to purge whistleblowers, those that stands up for right in SAPS. How is Regulation 9 used?
Regulation 9, when it was put in the discipline regulations, its objective was good. It was to ensure a speedy processing of disciplinary cases in a fair and objective manner. However, it was turned a hangpal to deal with people that they want to get rid of. It has been used to such an extent that it's said that if you're coming to it, it does allow for legal representation, but they will tell you, don't come with your legal representation, only come with an employer, union rep, or your colleague. And those people, they are not legal funders. They will not be able to understand everything and support you in a way that you are supposed to be supported. They will not even be able to understand the charges. So this is how it is being utilized as a hitman. Now, I'm happy the union realized that there's something not right with this particular Regulation 9, which has since been interdicted, I'm told, when I was at home. But while there was that process, I was also summoned to it. Hence, all my court matters were as a result only of Regulation 9, because I knew that once you go there, doesn't matter whether you're right or wrong, you are dismissed. And they don't care. You will deal with your matter outside the police while they proceed with their business that they wanted to achieve.
Because on paper, it will look legal. They have fulfilled the legal process, but they know the motive behind it was to deal with those that are doing what is right. Am I understanding this? It's like a Joseph scenario.
That is correct.
Potiphar's wife screams, he raped me. He knows he didn't do it, but she lifts up his cloak and says, I grabbed his cloak. He can't argue that. Legally, because the cloak is there, he's thrown into prison. Is that what happened to you? All of these things put against you?
It did. For example, when I had to go to court in 2014, I had to attend such an expeditious process, which was chaired by General Mtombeni, the Provincial Commissioner of Gauteng. Unfortunately, I don't know whether to say unfortunately or fortunately, I got sick. I had flu. So that evening, I called my unions all over until late in the evening, trying to get someone who will represent me. Finally, I got one. They went, my lawyers must stay outside. Only the union rep got there. So they had a medical certificate. They discussed with the chairperson and they agreed. They even called me to look for an alternative date, which I gave. But when they went back after the employer rep, someone who represented the employer has reported to the accounting officer what is happening. They say the chairperson said to that person, I want her here, even if you go and take her with the structure. she must come here. It became a fight, I'm told.
Why were you targeted? What did you do wrong?
Is this PPE matters that I've just explained today?
Because you exposed corruption.
Mm.
You were the enemy and you had to be removed. You're not the first one. We heard about General Lincoln, who served this country with his life. He even ensured that our former president, Nelson Mandela, was not assassinated on the day of inauguration. But that man was framed and he sat at home for 15 years, not 2 years, not 3 years, 15 years. And they did this, false charges, because SAPS is run like a gang, whereas you need to fight gang. And he had to fight for 15 years and ultimately he won the cases, but his life was almost over. There's another man who I'm sure you would know, General. His name is Mr. Mbatu. Mr. Mbatu was arrested in 1991. This police officer at Stilfontein SAPS. He was arrested 1991, framed, threw him into prison for 18 months. No case. There's no case number to date. There's not even a prison number on the records of correctional services. The man was in prison for 18 months. They don't have a prison number for him. He comes out to date. He has not been in work for 36 years. He had hope in 2020 when you saw his matter and you approved for him to return to work. General, I don't know if you know, when he took the approval to his station in Stilfontein, they refused to re-employ him. As we sit here today, Mr. Mbato is without a job for 36 years. He is struggling in poverty. You know what's worse? They even took his pension away. Do you know about this case?
I know about Mr. Mbatu, and I remember we even at certain stage looked into a number of cases. He is not the only one where we requested the organized labor to look at such cases that they have. And I also instructed legal services to bring all the matters, because some of the matters are the members where they've won their cases, but the station commanders or provincial commissioners, wherever they are, they refuse to reinstate it. I said they must bring those cases and we must have presentations of the three environment and we look at similarities and we come up with a project to deal with those matters. Unfortunately, I couldn't proceed with that because I had to be placed.
Because the system is not run by the law, it's run by the rules of the street. Based on what you've gone through and what you've seen, is Minister Becky Pele corrupt?
I can confirm that.
Based on your evidence here, is that proof of corruption?
I suspect.
Is that a yes?
I suspect.
Is based on what you have, is the National Commissioner Masemula corrupt?
I also suspect so. I don't have confirmation, concrete proof.
You were at the point of death when they came to your house. You told us what has happened. I don't want you to repeat what has happened, but I want you to tell us, as a female senior officer, how did it feel to be betrayed by your fellow colleagues that wanted to kill you for doing what is right?
It feels sad. I felt sad. I felt disappointed. And I had to think deep about, I don't want to say I found myself fortunate, but I found myself blessed. Because when they arrived, I was holding the Bible, reading the Bible, waiting for 12. I think it was God's way to protect me in a manner that it happened. Then I had to think about other members that I know are going through the similar situations, and those who equally does not even have their spiritual tap where they get their strength. And I could see why most of them die of stress, why most of them end up getting mad, etc., because these things are very, very, they affect you in all aspects. They affect your family, they affect your children, they affect every area of your life. And at times you find it difficult even when you want to go freely where you want to go as a person in your own country, because you are feeling that you are being followed. For example, the captain that I said General Stole gave me, who was experienced, he used to drive General Williams when he was acting National Commission. At times when we were going to meetings, he will run and I will be fighting with him. Hey, I'm running late to the meeting. He will keep quiet. Up until we have arrived at the place, he said, no, there was a car that was following us. I was trying to dodge it. At times he will drop me where I stays and run quickly, and I will be surprised. Why is this person dumping me and running? While he saw something, he will come back and say, there was a car, he will describe the car that was following us. I was rushing to it, and I found it was a warrant officer and a captain. They said they work from the Hawks. And I asked them, why are you following us? Why? What is it that you want? Hey, we've been told there are cars in this area that are terrorizing the community. Hey, you were following me. He was very hard. And I think I thank God I got such a person. Maybe one of the reasons why I'm still here today is because of the people such as him. So I really think and I feel that there are many ordinary constable warrant officer who are going through hard time, who don't have anyone to talk to, who don't even know where to go. It's really sad and it's painful and it's really unwarranted. It needs attention.
General, this is a time and this is a season to be unapologetic about your faith. When you leave here, speak with authority that it is God that keeps you alive. They threatened you. They came to your house. They had the guns to shoot and to kill you. They did not kill you. You know why they didn't kill you? There's a scripture that says of David. It says, and David fulfilled his purpose and he died. Do you know what keeps you alive? It's your purpose. Your purpose is not finished. They will not touch you until your purpose is finished. And I think your purpose, General, in this season is to be part of that remnant that's going to reform and change SAPS around. You might not be in SAPS, but I'm telling you, there's a shift. Our country is no longer in despair. We are in repair. And God is raising a remnant of people that can read the times. Make your light stronger. Don't dim it. Encourage other whistleblowers to not be afraid. Like you, God will protect them. The evil in our systems, their time is up. I know they're protecting each other. They're using the law to protect each other, and some of the people feel hopeless. But God has entered the ring. The law might not judge them, but the Lord will judge them. You understand it. Let them laugh. Even now, me saying this thing to you, people are going to laugh and say, this is not church. But I've seen something. I'm not perfect. I wish God didn't tell me to say these things. I also want to be like everybody, just talk this stuff. But I fear God. And I look at you, I see my mother in the wee hours of the morning. Walk with that residue of glory. Prayers you've prayed in tears for this country. God will answer. I salute you. I thank you for your service. I thank you for your bravery. Your reward is great. Thank you, General.
Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Hallelujah. General Vuma, you want to comment on the sermon?
I think the congregations have listened and they got something out of this sermon. Amen.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Honorable Soils. Honorable Vessels.
Thank you very much, Honorable Acting Chairperson, and good evening, General. I'm largely covered, but just a few questions. I just want to go back and just fully understand what fell under you, what divisions fell under you when you were Deputy National Commissioner. Well, firstly, Asset and Legal, and then you became Support Services. But you can maybe just answer that. That was just a name change. So it actually entailed the same divisions. If you can just elaborate on what that entailed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. And the DNC Legal and Asset Management, I was responsible for the Division Supply Chain Management, the Division Financial and Administration Services, which is referred to as the CFO, the Division Technology and Management Services, as well as the Legal Services. Now, when I became the Deputy National Commissioner for Support Services, the functions of my first appointment as Management Advisory Services, the function of the Deputy National Commissioner for Legal and Asset Management, as well as the Human Resource and Human Resource Development Inspectorate were all combined under my responsibility.
So internal audit fell under you, but also supply chain management.
Yes.
Is that not a little strange?
Strange. It is not strange. Remember, as a DNC, you don't get involved in the operational activities of those environments. You only provide strategic direction.
Yeah, that makes sense. So investigate. So you just saw that the things were happening.
Yes.
Investigations did take place, but procurement took place under supply chain management.
Yes. And when I spoke of for example, the contract management strategy that I explained earlier on, now that you touch supply chain and internal audit, it makes me to remember this, which I didn't say earlier on. Part of our contract management strategy was that because there are many bid evaluation committees, depending on business unit and members from supply chain management, it is impractical and difficult for the BAC because there's only one BAC, bid adjudication committee. So we designed in the strategy that once the bid evaluations have finalized their process of evaluating tenders before they go to the BAC, internal audit will come in and go through the evaluation of those processes, whether it has complied, etc., where there are red lights, they will refer them back before they go to the BAC. So that was a mechanism that we put in place in order to assist the bid adjudication committee to make their life easier, because before they sit, they will receive stacks and stacks and stacks. And practically, really, it is not always possible for them to do correct the justice to that particular process.
But to be frank, and with all due respect, and I don't mean to be offensive with regards to this, but that didn't work, did it?
It was working.
Don't you think a lot of corruption took place
No,
during that period?
it was working. Remember, internal audit is an independent body. So we are taking an independent body who is the eye of the National Commission. They will zoom into those problems. The system was working. It was getting there.
Okay. But you will agree that corruption was and is rampant. And if one just looks at the reports that you included as annexures on internal audit investigations that took place, one shouldn't be shocked anymore with everything we've heard. But one is again shocked if you look at this detail. The Honourable Sols put up a certain analogy with regards to police being, to a large extent, like a gang. Is there another possibility, and I'm not saying everybody, but it seems to a little extent, or to a certain extent, that there's corrupt and there's other corrupt, and the one corrupt wants to get the benefit, so they expose the other corrupt. So it's corrupt exposing corrupt. And I'm not saying everybody, but do you think there's a certain truth in that observation as well? I
will not really agree with that notion, because I must say there are many good policemen and women in this organization. There are many. It's just that these that have got these agendas, they keep them in positions that are not key to what they want to do. But there are many good policemen and women.
In top management as well?
Yeah, there are.
Okay. General, with regards to you, I referred to the annexures for audit reports, and on all of them, there's obviously recommendations, and most of it is corrective action, and then criminal procedures that are recommended, criminal cases action that's recommended. On those corrective actions, do you know if those corrective actions were ever taken? Did your division ever follow up to see if those recommendations were actually followed?
Thank you very much. Like I said, that as the person who was responsible for support services as well as a disciplinarian of the organization, it was my responsibility to make those follow-ups. And this is part of the investigations. There are many. And it takes time to make those follow-up and to make sure that they are being activated and finalized. And part of the challenges that we experience as an organization, and we're even thinking about coming up with the disciplinary units that will be able to assist, because when you appoint people that already have their own responsibilities, and they will prioritize their portfolios because of the objectives that they need to achieve, as well as their bosses who demands of them. So it was giving certain challenges. So we're in a process of trying to establish disciplinary units with the aim of training them and making them deal with these cases, because there were many. But a lot were being initiated, and I even learned some of from forensic services. I heard that they were busy with such. They were happening. Maybe I was pushing too much.
I think we can all agree that one of the biggest problems is that there's no consequence management, and if there's these corrective measures or actions recommended, but it's not actually followed through, it's fruitless or futile exercise. General, there's allegations made, obviously, as you know, in against you with regards to many aspects. I just want to put just to for you to get the opportunity to answer with regards to that. There's an allegation that you met with the notorious Mr. Chetty. Did you ever meet with him?
I don't know who Mr. Chetty is.
Kashani.
I don't know.
You remember one of the investigations was on the Isimbali, the contract for Isimbali handcuffs.
Isimbali.
Yeah. Do you remember them? You remember Brigadier James Raman
Ramanjulam.
Yes.
I know Brigadier James Ramanjulam. He worked at supply chain management.
He alleges that you met with Chetty, that Chetty gave you money.
It is not true.
He also alleges that you used your position to then create the need for certain contracts through the demand management.
The creation of the need comes from end users, business units outside supply chain management.
So it's not possible for the Deputy National Commissioner to do that.
I can't even come closer because there is a divisional commissioner. There are also component heads, major generals who are responsible for those environment. And a need is not something that is created today. We create a need today to be satisfied the following year, because it must be budgeted. And you cannot have a need that is, hence in one of these that Honorable Collab not asked me that part of the recommendation was that the need was created now, the money was allocated, which is irregular in terms of our process.
Correct. He also alleges that he paid Tetiwe. I'm not sure if he was the legal advisor to the National Commissioner, you know him, Brigadier.
Brigadier Tetiwe, yes, he was the legal advisor to the National Commission.
That he paid him in cash and gifts because he convinced you to not go ahead with disciplinary action against him, and you just gave him a written warning.
So the person who convinced me was
Brigadier
Tetiwe.
Yeah.
Brigadier Ramanjulam was arrested on a number of occasions for a number of corruption-related cases.
Yes.
Now, as I said earlier on, that when you get suspended, you are given a letter that says, bring all the tools of trade that has been given to you. Now, it was difficult for the commanders of Brigadier Ramanjulam to retrieve those tools of trade. Because time and again, he was even denied bail. Now, when he got bail, I received a recommendation. There was a recommendation that we received from IREC, that says he stole a printer.
Right.
Yeah. When they said he stole a printer, a disciplinary process was initiated by the acting divisional commissioner at the time. Now, when that happened, I received a report in one day that said, explaining how difficult are they finding to obtain cell phone, firearm, as well as the laptop for Brigadier Ramanjulam. Then I remembered that there is a disciplinary matter that is busy for Ramanjulam, which related to the theft of a printer. Then I asked, but if you haven't retrieved the equipment from Ramanjulam, how was it possible that you came to the conclusion that he stole a printer? Where is that process? When I called, I was told that there was a Major General that was appointed from Free State, was there to deal with the matter. Then I called Brigadier Teti. On my own, even before I called the chairperson, I asked for the advice. And the reason why I called Brigadier Tetiwe is because he is easily accessible. I said, Brigadier Tetiwe, here is this predicament. The brigadier has not yet returned his tools of trade, but here he is alleged of having stolen the printer, and the process is on. Then he advised that if that is the case, he will win the case because he hasn't submitted any of his equipment. Then I asked, but how do you deal with the matter? He said the best thing to deal with that matter is to withdraw the case and maybe give him a written warning. Then I called the chairperson, I discussed it with the chairperson. After discussing with the chairperson, and the chairperson also agreed with that approach. Then I said, go and finalize it and postpone it. We'll wait. If there is any information that emerged that prove that he indeed stole the printer, then we can take the process further. Whether he paid at my back, 30, I don't know about. If he paid, it was on his own account.
No, thank you very much. That clears those allegations. It's fine. Thank you very much. Let me rest and let me just thank you, General Vuma, for your appearance here and for assisting the committee. It's much appreciated.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Vessels. Honorable James.
Am I allowed to...
Please hold on, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Chair, can I go to the ladies' room, please?
Okay. Yeah, you are allowed, General Vuma, you are going to be back at 7. We've agreed with the chair that we are not taking a break. There are only few people left at 7.
Thank you so much, Honorable Nhlanhla. General, are we good to?
I am ready, Honorable Chair.
We're left with 2 speakers. We're left with Honorable James and Honorable James. Can we start, my dear?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm not going to be long. Many of my questions have been covered, Chair. General, thank you so much for being with us today. I want to start by asking you, you made a loaded statement earlier on, and you said, pertaining to Robert McBride, and I'm not sure if this includes Paul O'Sullivan, that cabal, and you said they were targeting blacks in SAPS. Please elaborate on that statement.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. And as I was explaining that, I was relating it as it was said to us by the late Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi. If I may also elaborate, part of the things that he said, remember, as he said, he told us that from the politics, it was seen that by the colored community, that it will be impossible for them to have a president. Now, the best thing that they needed to do was to capture the criminal justice system so that they are in control. This is what was related to us by Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi. Hence, we took him to the farm so that these matters, because they were a serious security threat to the country. It's information that we received from Mkhwanazi. It was never from me.
And he was working with Robert McBride?
He was the lead investigator. If you listen carefully, when McBride was a sort of rubbishing Ngabinde, because who is this? Nhlanhla was working together with Ngabinde as the main investigators of those things that they were doing there with O'Sullivan. Hence, they say they have realized that the target that we are targeting are our brothers. That's what Nhlanhla said.
Because I posed this question to Mr. Paul O'Sullivan based on my own analysis, and that is why what I found, exactly what you have come and confirmed here today, from inside that cabal, that it was actually said. Thank you, General. One of the most revealing aspects of the testimony from many SAPS witnesses, including yourself, is the apparent culture of fear within senior management of SAPS. The impression created is that it goes beyond ordinary respect for authority, and that there's a real sense that even respectfully disagreeing with a superior could be a death sentence or even place one's personal safety at risk, and you've given us examples. Is that a fair characterization of the environment within SAPS from your experience? Because years back we had Life Esidimeni, and I could see the same narrative playing out in SAPS, where lives were lost, people knew the truth, and they didn't speak out. I see the same happening within SAPS. Am I correct with characterizing it like this?
You are correct, Honorable Member. Part of the issues that are happening within SAPS is if they see certain people who are relating well. You know, when you work with people, you end up creating relations with certain people that are regarded as being stubborn or not being able to be used. They target even those people. For example, there was a Major General who was at Legal Services. Legal Services was, to a certain extent, not all of them, of course, captured through this particular channeling, because all these documents for my disciplinary matters were being prepared today. There was a Major General who was very vocal and strict, Major General Grunewald at Legal Services. When he was telling them, but these things has to stop, these things that you are doing, hey, they are not right. She was threatened also with disciplinary measures, and she ended up jumping in the ship and resigning in order to save herself. So this is how we have become in the police.
General, would it then be fair to say that this sort of, I was looking for this fear of God culture may help explain why senior fish officers who can clearly see that something is wrong choose not to act, instead go along with decisions and instructions they know to be problematic?
I definitely believe that if you fear God, you will not proceed with those things. Your conscience will work for you, and the word of God will also work with you, that don't treat other people or don't do these things because these things are wrong. That is why I was explaining to Honorable Member that we have lost touch with our creation, with our reality, with our basic, what makes us as human beings.
In your opinion and in your experience, what can we do to end this culture? Because it is clearly deeply, deeply rooted and at the center of everything that is unfolding.
Yeah, in my opinion, there's a really need of conducting a self-introspection in that particular organization. And I think the people that are there really themselves need to conduct a self-introspection and ask themselves certain questions. But I think the Parliament can also come up with certain reforms, because many a times we like to, when we see a problem, we believe that the problem required a document or a policy or a guidelines. While the policies are there and they are doing what they are supposed to do, the problem is us as human beings who are breaking these policies, who are applying it wrongly, who are doing it in order to achieve our own evil desires, whatever they are. So there is a need for a serious reform. Hence, I even propose that maybe there must also be a board where the superiors that be are reported, for them to know that they are not a law unto themselves. Because the challenge is, once the head is complacent with this type of situations, everybody will follow suit. And it is even easier to correct the situations in SAPS, if I may, because you just need to send a message which one or two in the corrective measures. And once the head is right, everything will fall
You say that
into
we just need to make an example
yes.
of one or two members,
Yes. But it should be coming from above.
like maybe General Sipia, someone like that.
It should be coming from the person who's leading the organization. And he also must know that he cannot do as he pleases. He must know that he's got a board that is also watching how he performs.
So you say the establishment of a board
Yes,
is needed.
I
We take
believe so.
note of that. General, with regards now, some more questions. NASREC security procurement, I want to speak on that. During the 2017 ANC NASREC conference, what role did you personally play in approving or overseeing procurement-related security measures for that event?
My role during that event, I wasn't approving anything. When the planning of the event started, I was still the support services for the Division Protection and Security Services. So my role there was to provide them with all the necessary support that's required in terms of human resource, accommodation, arranging all the accommodation, transportation, and everything for people who are going to be deployed there. And also in the meetings, that was my role. So I was continuing with that during the NASREC conference, and I ended just before the conference started.
Who was the accounting officer or project lead responsible for the security procurement linked to the conference, and where did your role fit in with the decision-making?
As I said earlier on, that the issue of that particular matter was a matter that started earlier in the year from crime intelligence. It was crime intelligence who was responsible for their own procurement of the tools of trade. Now, because of that threat that was presented to the National Commissioner had to task the DNC, who was responsible for crime detection, including crime intelligence, to make sure that they have the necessary equipment to be able to neutralize that particular threat. So it was their own responsibility. My role only was very minimal, based on National Commissioner calling me to that after the meeting they had to brief, to bring General Ngobo and Tsumane, and for him to brief them of what were the threat that was presented. Even when you look, because I remember when there was a footage of that meeting, which was published in the media, and there was even the scribe. That scribe was my handwriting. It was talking about the briefing that we received from National Commission about intelligent threat. There was nothing about buying grapples, etc., etc.
And sorry, just to interject there. And you said that, I just heard you saying that crime intelligence was responsible also for securing the tools of trade, and they were using that crime intelligence fund.
Obviously, they were going
You said earlier on, because that fund is specifically allocated, the monies from that fund specifically for operations, for crime intelligence operations.
It was going to be those tools of trade that they intended to purchase before was part of, they had the capacity or the ability to be able to neutralize that type of a threat that was identified during the conference.
But I'm asking, was that slush fund, was that the fund meant to pay for tools of trade?
Yes, well, for
because the
intelligence.
slush fund, as far as we've been told by previous witnesses, that is for crime intelligence operations, like for your source, for information, that it is only for that. So how do you use this fund for tools of trade? How will you account? Because there's secrecy around that fund.
They use it even to buy tools of trade that when they utilize them for operating underground. Hence the grabber. The grabber is part of the tools that they use when they do their crime intelligence operation.
But is that allowed?
I think it is allowed, because here is the one that was purchased by General Jacobs. It was purchased on the Secret Service funds, the one that I just highlighted of 120 million, and there was never any query, and there was even some audits on it.
Because we'll never be able to track the monies. We'll never be able to track anything bought from that fund, because that is a Secret Service fund. So I don't understand why it's allowed. But anyway, that is for us as the committee to do more research and to probe that.
Maybe I may not have the details of the deep utilization. Hence, there was even this query for them using that money to buy PPEs while we were buying PPEs for them in the open account.
Sure. Okay. Political involvement. I want to hone in on that. Given that NASREC was a political party conference rather than a state event, were there any communications, requests, or instructions from political office bearers or government executives regarding the security arrangements? What genuine security concerns were present?
Normally, when there are even political parties, big conferences that are going to happen in a particular province, where they there are those committees that are formed even at a cluster or station level in order to ensure that whatever conference that is going to take place is free from any incidents. So that event is regarded as a major event, and there is a policy and guidelines in terms of major event because the presidents and ministers, members of the cabinet will be in attendance. So it becomes critical for the police to secure such an event.
So you say there's an over and beyond approach when it comes to that event specifically?
Not only that one and many others. I can even maybe believe that even with other parties, when they have to do them in any venue where they can make a determination, there is an assessment of the risk of that event that is conducted. And based on that assessment, the local precinct where the event is going to be hosted come up with a plan to ensure that they police that particular event.
So there's no additional pressure for additional resources, special favors coming in?
No.
There's a genuine threat?
It is a genuine thing. I became involved when I was there at the PSS, even with World Economic Forums. There are certain events that are categorized as major events.
We've heard from multiple witness testimonies that these events enjoyed larger than normal major event deployments, with the full top brass of SAPS having been at the January 8th celebrations, as well as larger than normal, I've said this, deployment at the ANC conferences. Now, you know, this grates me because only today we see SANDF arrive in our communities, but you have these annual political elite events enjoying such a grand security deployment. You've said the fact what justifies this. I've actually gone ahead of my questions. The fact that you have the president there, the fact that you have the ministers there, that justifies the additional deployment. And it is not like all other political conferences, General, I must just add in. I don't think any other political conference sees as huge a deployment as the January 8th, truth be told.
I haven't attended the January 8th and I don't know what happens there. Maybe this fora, as the parliamentarians, can look into how those major events where political parties are not treated equal and find a way to address it.
Okay, thank you. At any point during this process, did you or anyone in SAPS experience pressure, guidance, or expectations from political actors about how security or procurement decisions would be handled?
Not in the event.
They don't tell you who to use.
It is not.
You don't get those letters, use this one for procurement for this from any of the political office bearers?
No, during my involvement, I never experienced such. And I must say that when I was at PSS, I was solely responsible for ensuring that what are the things that must be done against the relevant directives. I ensured it.
Documentation and IPID, right? The Pretoria High Court found that certain SAPS officials failed to hand over information to IPID regarding these matters. Okay. Can you explain why the relevant procurement documentation was not provided to IPID when it was requested?
In regard to this Crepa matter, it is because there were no documents compiled, as I said earlier on. The very first day of the 13th, when NASCOM attended to the meeting and briefed us, and we went to brief General Tsumane to brief crime intelligence officials. It is on the very same day Mr. Sissoko called General Tsumane, and the National Commissioner instructed that the process must be stopped immediately. As I said, that when I left crime intelligence together with General Tsumane, no documents were produced. There was nothing. It was just a meeting. We left them in a meeting. If there were documents, it was the document that they might have compiled them on their own crime intelligence together, maybe, or before or after, I don't know. But on that involvement where it was General Tsumane, myself, and Ngobo and the National Commission, there was no document whatsoever. And this was explained.
Shocking. Responsibility for the non-disclosure. Did you personally make the decision not to provide those documents, or were there instructions given by someone else within SAPS leadership? Right.
I don't have the authority, even as the Deputy National Commissioner, to provide document to any outside institution except within SAPS. Only the National Commissioner can grant that authority.
Thank you. One more question. The raid on your office, in your affidavit, you state that General Fani Masemola and a team removed documents from your office shortly after your suspension, right? What types of documents were taken, and did they include records related to procurement or matters currently before this committee? Anything that was taken, that was said at this committee, that can help us with our finding?
They took all the documents that I was utilizing at the time, files, anything. I cannot even remember or be specific whether such document that we have here were also taken, but I was able, as I was preparing for this meeting, to request for certain information within SAPS. Hence, I have some of the information that is not signed.
So there was nothing specific there that you can say can tie to some of the evidence that the witnesses has given us that can support?
No, I cannot remember. The only joke I can remember was that my PA said, they said anything, as long as there's an ink on it, you must take it.
Thank you so much, General. Thank you, Chief.
Honorable James, thank you so much. The next speaker is Charlie, Honorable Skoshan.
I thought Honorable Sangon is going to be the first one, but it looks like she's not speaking today. So thank you, Chair.
You can stop and allow her to.
Okay.
Honorable Chairperson, I know that Honorable Skosana really loves the sound of my voice, but I will not be speaking today. I'm sorry to disappoint him.
I'm very much aware of that, and I second your statement.
Thank you, Chair.
And Honorable Nkosana, if she was going to speak, she was going to take the time that you are going to use.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Because it would have been you who said she must speak when the chair has recognized.
Yeah, no, thank you. It looks like we are going home early today.
You are worried.
Good evening, General Vuma.
Good evening, honorable member.
I'm not going to waste time today. I know people want to go home, but I have to ask. You know, there was this issue of Lieutenant General Jacobs, who was the Divisional Commissioner of the Intelligence, and Minister Cele purchasing an interception equipment to the value of 120 million. Where was the National Co-Commissioner here?
The National Commissioner did approve those requirements, I must say. And the entire process was followed by Lieutenant General Jacobs because he needed to apply to National Treasurer where National Commissioner endorsed his signature and supported it. The only challenge became when, after the authorization, remember you cannot request for that exemption certificate if you don't have authorization and approvals to purchase. Now, the process needed to halt there and they obtain those authorizations so that when they purchase, they are ready, when the stock arrives, they are ready to implement. Hence, I'm coupling both of them that the minister had a responsibility to facilitate those exemption certificates because he had to liaise and with the other state department in that regard.
Now, as a result, those equipment are lying somewhere unused. It's like it's a waste now.
They were lying somewhere, but they started to use them, I think, in 2022.
So
they lied from 2020-21 and almost 2 years, couple of months unutilized.
Now, what investigation did you conduct against General Jacobs?
I conducted the investigation against General Jacobs in regard to the circumstances under which Lieutenant Colonel Kine was killed and his protection was withdrawn. And I also conducted an investigation in regards to them purchasing the PPE utilizing Secret Service account, which is normally referred to as the sludge fund.
So what were the findings against him?
The recommendations recommended that he must be taken for disciplinary hearings for his act or omission in those matters, which I did not even attach them because they were classified, but I produced those reports.
Why do you then allege that there was a ministerial interference in such investigation? What happened?
The minister wrote in black and white to the National Commissioner to say he must put those investigation or suspensions of Lieutenant General Jacobs in abeyance until I don't know what he wanted to do. The annexures are here attached in that record.
Now, you told us that yourself, as well as an investigator, you became a victim. How so?
The minister called me to meetings and complained to me that, why did you recommend that General Jacobs must be taken to a disciplinary hearings? You should not have done that. In fact, according to him, General Mkhwanazi and General Libya should have been the ones who were taken to those disciplinary hearings. And I had to explain to the minister that, no, minister, when I conducted an investigation, I can safely assure you, there's no one who can coerce me to change my recommendation because I obtained statement, I interview people, I analyze documents. So based on that, this is why I came up with those recommendations.
Then what ultimately happened to that investigation?
Those investigations, General Jacobs took them to triple SBC for the matters to be allocated an independent commissioner because he relied on a document which was once submitted by Kine where he regarded it also as part of the protected disclosure. Now, while those cases set in triple SBC, since that time up until last year, I think it was in September, October, I can't remember exactly, the annexure is attached where the National Commissioner withdrew those cases. He never was subjected to a hearing in regard to those matters.
Now let's go to the removal of General Nkosi. What was the role of this position called audit executive?
The audit executive is the role, I'm trying to think now, my mind is getting tired. It is the tool in the organization that is used by mostly all organizations to have an inward looking of processes, prescribed, and amongst others, detect irregularities within the organization before an external auditors comes into an organization. It is a tool to assist the National Commissioner to ensure assurance within his areas of responsibility.
Now, I think there was an issue about General Nkosi. Was he qualified for that position?
According to the report that was submitted to the SAPS, at the time he was appointed, he did not have the prerequisite qualifications to be appointed in that post. As a result, the Public Service Commission recommended even disciplinary measures to the panel that appointed her. And she was recommended to be demoted to a level of a brigadier.
So why was the minister not happy about that?
The minister was not happy because General Nkosi was one of the close allies to the minister. As such, if there was an audit that was conducted at supply chain regarding the PPE, and when an audit is conducted, before a final report is submitted, the business unit that has been audited sits together with the auditors, because many a times some of these auditors are young people who are still at the internship program, who does not have experience, who does not understand some of the prescripts and policies. So there is that engagement to discuss the outcome of the audit, so that they are able to clear some of the matters and leave those that are genuine. So there was an audit which General Nkosi's office linked to the media for the SAPS. And that audit highlighted 1.6 billion irregular expenditure in the SAPS for PPEs. Now, it was leaked before, it was still in a draft format. And as time progresses, the auditors had an opportunity to engage supply chain, and almost most of those presumed suspected irregularities were addressed. Now, based on that media that was leaked, the PCOP for the police invited us to present to Portfolio Committee on that irregular expenditure.
Now, what step, because there should be some consequence management. Now, what step, if any, or mechanism which were taken against General Mkhwanazi for participating in this appointment of General Mkhwanazi, of General Nkosi?
I only became aware of that report of Public Service Commission when I was busy with the matching and placing in the SAPS. And I became aware because there was a reminder or a letter from PS Public Service Commission that wanted to know how their recommendations, up to how far have we been able to implement their recommendations. That is when I requested the report. Unfortunately, during that time, Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi was already dismissed from the service.
But who is General Mkhwanazi, in short? Because I think when we had Lieutenant General Sibia, her name came up as well here. If I'm right, I think she's got a baby or a child, if I'm correct.
Yeah, in as far as my information is concerned, they have a child together, the son, General Mkhwanazi and General Sibia.
So she was working in the province, or was in the head office? She was working with you?
She was a Lieutenant General who worked at head office as a Deputy National Commissioner. She was responsible for human resource management.
Now, when it comes to the issue of PPE, was she the one who authorized this procurement of PPEs at that time when we had that problem? As you said, the treasurer had to be involved. You had to go to the Chinese and to make sure that there was stock and that. But was she the one who was authorized to do this PPEs procurement and General Reid, if I remember?
I cannot say that she was authorized to do that because General Reid was liaising constantly with National Treasurer, and we had to implement the directives as was published and submitted to all government departments by National Treasurer. Hence, most of the suppliers came from them, even though they grant us a blanket authority that based on the shortage, we can explore.
Okay. Now, earlier you mentioned the issue of General Minister Begitele or General Begitele, but at that time he was a minister. Now, you said to us here that there were some names which were given to you and the other members. I think you mentioned one member, if I remember, the list of suppliers for these PPEs, and you were forcefully, in a way, inverted commas, pushed into a corner to accept that list. Do you still have that list, or the names? Maybe you can mention the few of those names, if you have.
I don't have a list, but if it is required, General Reid can be able to give it to me, even though he has since retired, but I'm sure he can be able to.
I guess that the records are still there.
Are still available, yes. I have one here, which I said earlier on, is a skincare and whatever. Body range. Yeah.
Now, you told us that you were victimized for not appointing these companies which were given by General Mkhwanazi. There was, and the minister as well was very upset, Minister Kele, because things didn't go her way, because apparently you, as you told us, that you wanted the processes to be followed to the T. Now, the issue of you being victimized, in your view, for you to sit home for 3.5 years, derived from you refusing to toe the line. Am I right?
Yes.
Now, what was the response from General Masemula and Dibia when Minister Kele berated you in their presence for not appointing those companies, the list which they gave it to you? And
No, it was a very bad and hectic meeting in the office of the minister. We were berated. It was not a nice meeting, I must say.
Did you take any step to report this matter or escalate it to the National Commissioner? Because if I remember, the National Commissioner was not part of that meeting.
Yes, immediately when we left. In fact, while I was still there, I sent a message on WhatsApp to the National Commissioner, please come and attend this meeting. Myself and General Reid were going back to the office. And fortunately, when I was driving in the basement at Vages, I met National Commissioner parking there, and I gave him a full detail of what's transpired.
Then what was the circumstances that led to the dismissal of General Ngwenya?
General Ngwenya was disciplined. She was found to have been involved in the contract of the blue lights with all the people that are appearing in court in that particular matter.
Now, on that, there was an allegation that Brigadier, I think, Ramjalan, that you wrote a letter exonerating him from the arrest. Is that true?
In the blue lights matter?
Yes.
It is not true because he's still appearing with them.
Yes. Hence, I want you to clarify, because there's a lot of things going on. You know, when we sit in the police portfolio committee, we are receiving so many complaints and yeah. Now, Minister Cele was not happy about you, in particular, the outcome which led to the dismissal of General Ngwenya. Am I right?
Yes.
This incident lead you to be again be victimized by Minister Cele, in your view?
In my view, yes.
Now, let's come to the issue of General Jacobs. What investigation did you conduct against General Jacobs?
It's the two investigations, the one for involving Lt Gen Nhlanhla murder and the one of purchasing PPE.
Then what was the finding, if I may ask?
The findings recommended that General Jacobs had a case to answer. He needed to be subjected to a disciplinary.
Now, before I close, Chair, I just want to find out from General Zuma that, Vuma, in your view, General Mkhwanazi press conference on the 6th of July, was it a milestone? Was it something which will help this country? And in particular, the security cluster, both the Department of Justice, though we had our own shortfalls in terms of bringing, magistrates, judges, we had prosecutors here. But in your opinion, in closing, do you think General Mkhwanazi, being a provincial co-commissioner for that matter, has helped this country to heal and to reset as well, in particular the South African Police Service, that we must maintain the integrity of men and women in blue, and to make sure that whatever happened must never repeat itself in this country? What's your opinion on that? Was he right of doing what he has done, or you have your own mixed feelings?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I think, as I said earlier on, that my analysis of what General Mkhwanazi did, I believe that to a certain extent, it has assisted the country. It was a moment of saying to the country, hold on, what is happening here? Especially in the criminal justice system, because we're seeing a lot of things. Some are very scary things. People are getting killed for testifying. We're seeing a lot of rot which we were not aware of. We were seeing certain minor things that we were exposed to, but the more we sit and look, we realize that there are bigger problems in the country than what we expect. However, I want to say that each and every person is unique. I also felt, like you said, in terms of the mixed feelings, that maybe the approach of the media briefing had an impact on the political sphere of the country as well as the government to look into the outside world as if they are not in touch with the criminal justice system. To me, it posed a particular risk, the approach. However, I'm not saying it is wrong.
No, I understand you, because really for some of us, some people felt that it was completely wrong, and they were even mentioning the uniform, which for me is childish and immature, for saying because he was wearing special task force uniform. There's nothing wrong with the uniform, the posture, but for me, from where I'm sitting, I must say that because of this country is facing serious issues, in terms of drugs. You go to our rural area, let me make a disclaimer, Chair. General Vuma, well, I came a little bit late in the police force, in 1994. Now, where you used to be at Sesterzoek, Sesterzoek.
I started today.
Yes, I was kept in that police station, Chair. I think it's a 30 square meter police station. Shacks. It's not something, I'm talking about shacks, Chair. You're sitting in a police cell. In 1986, I was kept in that. I will never forget that. And I've been transferred to other police stations. Today, when you go to Kamhlanga, when you go to Kwaggafontein, go to Siyabuso, in other areas, Jan Fes, Mtetema, you'll cry. In every street corner, there's children. Drugs has completely destroyed our kids. And we need men and women in the uniform to help. And the society as well. We are not blaming I don't blame the police, because as parents as well, we must take responsibility. We can't, delegate our responsibility to the police. We must work together. There must be social cohesion. Now, I'm saying, please, as well, you've been there for 39 years. Please encourage those young men and women who wants to be advised by you to make sure that the integrity of the South African Police Service is back. I thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you, Member.
General Vuma, you have been in the SAPS for 38 years plus. Am I correct?
It's correct, Honorable Chair.
In the many years that you have worked in the SAPS, because I think now you are not afraid of career limiting statements, you are a pensioner. In the many years that you have been there, can you say to us that I have not observed corrupt behavior within the system, or I have observed corrupt behavior? That is what we are investigating. We want to check if there are corrupt practices and some of them would be those that you would have alleged here today, which affected you personally. What is your response?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. In my career in the police, I have observed a lot of corruption. And I was exposed to corruption when I was a warrant officer. If the chairperson allows me, I can just relate a very short, it's a long story, but I can summarize it.
Yeah.
While I was a warrant officer, also working under the very same environment of procurement, I had a few members that were reporting to me who were sergeants and constables. Now I had to take a study leave. It was October, November. When I came back from study leave, I found, and I think due to my spiritual intuition, I went straight to the order form books that were utilized for corruption, unaware. And I started to conduct my audit and gave each and everyone their books. And I gave, for example, Honorable Sangwen. Okay. Her own corruption books. Unaware. He ran Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, all over. He was not coming to the office this time. The following, and I will ask, where is so-and-so? They say, yeah, no, we saw him, but he's not here. The following Monday, when we arrive in the office in the morning, we receive a call that he shot himself at Kwagafontein under the tree. He tried to hang himself with a tie. It couldn't work. Then he shot himself. I was still not aware what exactly happened up until I was called by the commissioner. It was still Gwandebele Police. When the commissioner called me, he said, man, go and check properly in your books. There's a lot of rumors that this person was carrying 40,000 checks, 30-something thousand checks. And those times, though, that was a lot of money. I'm sure it was like in a value of $1 million. Then I said, no, man, I've checked all the books. He said, no check. So we were not printing our own checks. We had to go to the Department of Finance to print it. I went there to check. What I found was amazing. More than $1 million in 1 month was spent by this guy. Now, interestingly, is when he died, he left a note. And the note was saying, in every successful of a man, there is a woman behind. Now, we assumed he was talking to his wife because he also had girlfriends. Remember, I was having Machankur. But as time progresses, we discovered that I am the woman behind his downfall because I discovered this. He thought I've already discovered the real thing, and it was not. Now, my life became a misery thereafter. It's a topic for another day. Thank you, Chairman.
So tell me, and I'm asking you not the details, but based on the story that you have just said. So practices like that could also have happened elsewhere in the police service, not only confined to the environment where you could have been a senior with people reporting to you. They could have also replicated elsewhere in the system. But to your knowledge, or to the whispers or the gossips that would have come around, were such activities known to the authorities? Maybe let's say I'm a station commander at Mankweng Police Station. In my position as a station commander, does it occur that I come to know that in a police station where I'm the supervisor or I'm the head, there is so and so who may be doing, even if evidence may not be conclusive, do we sometimes in the corridors hear such whispers? For instance, in the position that where you were as a senior ranking officer, does it occur that these whispers reach your ears?
It might be a challenge, but as a seasoned police officials, Honorable Chair, it's easy to obtain such an information, and it's easy to dig people without understanding.
I don't mean formal.
Yeah.
You know, when you are a coach of a football team, you can go to a party or a funeral elsewhere. And then one of the supporters of your team asks you, but coach, why don't you ever give Ramano a chance to play? Because the few moments that we saw him, is a good player. So I'm just saying, maybe from concerned or interested members of the public, when you walk on the streets, don't you sometimes come across people who say, but guys, we don't want to talk too much, but you are people.
They do.
They do.
They do a lot.
And then how has it been difficult for the leadership of the police to act on such matters if those whispers come across?
They have been attended to, like I said earlier on, Honorable Chairperson, SAPS is a very big organization. We also have a component in the Division Inspectorate, which is responsible for complaints against the police. Some of the complaints comes from presidential hotline. I don't know if it's still there. It was there during the time of our previous president. Now, those matters get investigated, and we equally utilize them, those reports, to conduct awareness campaigns in different provinces and districts. However, human beings are human beings. The road has become bigger than it used to become. I don't know. Maybe part of the reasons might be what I said earlier on when I was responding to the Honorable Day, that we have lost the moral fiber of our country, of the people of South Africa. We need to really go back to the basics.
Yeah. And then you said the lieutenant generals are few. Most of them are divisional heads, correct?
I said there are few. Most of them are
divisional heads.
Yes, most of them are divisional heads.
I think you mentioned about 10.
Yes.
If you ask these honorable members in the statements that they have, for sure by now there would be a sentence or a paragraph where all of those lieutenant generals have been mentioned before us here. I can, you see, standing here, I can tell you, General so-and-so, there is this allegation about General so-and-so, there is this allegation about him, General so-and-so. And the aggregate of it is that this committee has had allegations about all those positions that you talk about here. Of course, we may not say those allegations are true or they have to be believed. But as a retired senior ranking officer, you are also coming here. There have been allegations. Members have been asking you about them. I mean, where does it put the image of an institution like the SAPS, particularly as a very important institution that must win the confidence of the people?
It puts it into a very big disrepute, Honorable Chair, that it cannot be trusted. The leadership is rotten. The list is endless.
If you were to advise us now to say, honorable members of this Parliament of the Republic, you may be left with a week now to conclude your business. This is the weight that I live with you. What are the fundamental interventions that you think this Parliament must make to reset the criminal justice system in the country? I mean, you have told us about everything where you say officials from IPT will even come to the SAPS and want to advise you on where to procure services, alleged corrupt practices with regard to abuse of organizational authority. Where do we go from here? You have been there at senior management level. What is it that you think? One or two or three things. What is it that has worked for us as a country and what is it that is not working? We don't want a situation where we wake up one day and there is load shedding in the country. You know, if there is load shedding in the police, the country can't go dark with the police service because once the lights come back, there may be 2 or 3 people left in a country. It will no longer be a country again. So lights can never go dark in the police service.
Shall I respond?
Yes.
Yeah, it's a difficult one. However, I think and I believe that there is a need for a reflection in the organization with deep analysis of trying to look as to what went wrong, when did it start, how did it start, and really go deep, do a deep introspection in all levels. What might be the other influential, they normally call them the external factors that might have affected the organization. What are the other roles of the leadership? The roles of the leadership is also equally important as parliamentarians. And what is their contribution in these challenges that we are reflecting on? From that introspection, then it will be necessary then to come up with reforms based on what shall have been found, on the findings of those analyses. Come up with proposals and reforms. And if at all possible, these matters should also involve certain community leaders that are of credibility to assist in this particular process. It should not only be people from criminal justice system or parliament only. We also need the leaders in our communities that can also contribute towards this. There is definitely need of reforms.
Kawazel,
Thank you, Chairperson.
you said you have one question, but being the benevolent chair, even if you have 5 or 10, still okay.
Chair, I wouldn't want to detain anybody any longer than they ought to be here. Lieutenant General, my question just piggybacks on what Honorable Vessels asked you. You responded and said that you were responsible for supply chain. It fell under your division. If you would just please tell the committee, how do you deal with the sponsorships, particularly for recognition awards? Just to give you context, it was testified yesterday that service providers are approached by the SAPS to provide sponsorship for recognition awards.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. In the police, there is a policy which is referred to as the Standing Order 58 that regulates the request and acceptance of gifts. Before any business units approach any company for a sponsorship, there is an application that must be made by the particular business unit and list all the service providers that you intend approaching for a sponsorship, and it is referred to supply chain management. And supply chain management is a process. They must check whether those service providers are not rendering the service with the police. They don't have contracts, because you cannot have a sponsorship with someone that is rendering services to you, because that will be a beginning of coziness and which will lead up to corruption. We cannot. You then supply chain out of 10, for example, will be able to say 2 is fine, maybe 8, we have contract with them. So those are a no-no. They cannot submit an application to them for a sponsorship. And once those they will do, business institutions apply to those companies. And many a times the standing order avoids monetary value. of a sponsorship, it requires donation in kind. And that particular donation should not be conditional. I cannot donate to you and tell you where to use my donation. It should be just a donation to the organization. Many times, SAPS used to only work, not that they cannot work with others, companies who are not doing business with the police, but it used to be mostly insurance companies, because we know that insurance companies are not tendering in the police. So after you have received the sponsor, you still must make an application to supply chain management for the acceptance of the sponsorship based on this particular standing order. And once that is approved, is then that you can utilize your donation or sponsor.
Thank you, Lieutenant General. As you have responded, you said the first step would be for the particular division or the particular business rather, would have to write a letter to supply chain stating that they require some type of sponsorship. Now, with respect to the particular issue that I'm addressing, a question that emanates from yesterday's testimony, that letter was provided and it formed part of the annexures. So the particular business did approach supply chain and request that a particular entity sponsor. The letter is labeled request for approach for sponsorship. It's particularly for divisional excellence awards. So it's not a general donation. The donation is for something very specific. And the next attachment that we have is from supply chain. Dr. M.I. Fani responded to the particular business unit, which is forensics and falls under Lieutenant General Sentimule. That is the issue that I'm speaking about. And in his response, he says that the divisional commissioner of in his response, he states that, if you can just, sorry, give me 1 second. The business unit was very specific from whom it sought sponsorship. In paragraph 3, it says, due to financial constraints within the division, this office requests to approach the Medicare 24 for sponsorship for the said event. So it is from a specific supplier. And then the response from supply chain, I just need you to make comments about this. The response from supply chain says that the divisional commissioner, detective and forensic services letter with reference, which is the letter that we've just read in, the provided sponsors and or donors list were considered, and the companies are currently not under evaluation and may be approached for possible sponsorship. Under no circumstances may cash be accepted, as you've testified. It must be handled accordingly to the National Treasury Regulation 21, as well as the prescripts of policies in regards to the sponsorship and donations. What is not apparent from this letter is whether it is responding to specifically Medicare 24, whom we know was at the time a active supplier at SAPS. What is your comment, seeing as this fell under your division? How would you handle this? It just says that no active companies that are not under evaluation. What does that mean?
That means that they only checked in terms of their current processes whether the company is under evaluation process, unless they amended the standing order. The standing order checks in all aspects whether the matter is under evaluation or under adjudication or is having a business, a contract with the police. The only sponsorship that can be accepted in a company that is already having business with the police should be a voluntary sponsorship that comes from the company itself and saying, I want to donate. And there will be a lot of scrutiny in terms of the reason that must be provided, why that company wants to sponsor, etc. But SAPS cannot approach a company that it is doing business with. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Advocate General. Are you a strong personality?
I am very fragile, Honorable Chair.
So what kept you going after you were told that you were suspended, and how have you survived during the years of suspension?
I think it is my spiritual reliance that has kept me this far, and also the support from my children and my family, and also the fact that I am a very positive person. Even if I am experiencing challenges, etc., I always believe, and I always find a way of believing that this too shall come to pass. Maybe based on those values that even Jesus Christ went through trials and tribulations. If I am a follower of Jesus Christ, certainly I will be met by trials and tribulations, and they will not stay with me forever. And with God by my side, nothing can destroy me.
And you still say again that there is nothing wrong you did.
I believe in that.
And what is your message to many young South Africans or middle-aged South Africans? Because I see in your case, you were about 2 or 3 years to leave the system. What do you say to those young or middle-aged South Africans who have been suspended from work because they refuse to do wrong things? What message can you give them to keep them believing that things will happen for them?
I will be saying to them, perseverance is the mother of success. they must persevere and they must continue to do and believe, do positive things and to find ways, of course, of addressing the challenges where possible. And they must even knock in those doors that are closed, where they believe, they might be believing the doors are locked.
Young South African who comes to you and say, Mom, I refused to sign these documents. And I was suspended. I was even told before that if you don't do this, we are going to suspend you. And then that eventuality came. And then the person comes to you and say, I saw you before Honorable Soros, before Honorable Sangwen, telling us the story of your life. How do you encourage such a victim to believe that one day the dark cloud shall lift?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I believe in some of the systems and bodies that this beautiful government of ours in South Africa has established. There are other institutions. Hence, I was saying that they must not believe that every door that is closed is locked. I will be able to advise and I will be able to assist and I will be able to refer them. We have other institutions who are still doing good job, who are taking these cases, who will be able to assist them. I will take them through the particular process. And I want to say that I am equally available because now I am a senior citizen. I can advise better. I'm no more afraid of anything. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you so much. We have come to the end of our proceedings with you. And let me take this opportunity to formally thank you, but also admire you for your teaching. We are releasing you from the oath, and thank you for staying until we release you. We have come to the end of the proceedings. Thank you so much, honorable members. We are resuming at 10 o'clock tomorrow on Anistis Venue. Tomorrow we are at the NCOP building S12. We are starting at 10 o'clock. We are going to break at 1 o'clock, and Parliament is sitting in the afternoon. When the business of Parliament ends at 5 o'clock, where do we go? S12 or we come here? At 5 o'clock we come here. And we work until the wee hours.
It looks like we're children of a lesser God.
We are a nation at work for a better life for all. Yeah, and Friday is bumper to bumper action from 10 o'clock until Saturday morning. We have 4 witnesses on Friday coming before us. Yeah, no, if you leave me here, I also call the meeting off. Honorable members, may you please stand up and leave the chambers.